Chapter 1 Cultivation? It all depends on taking off. Lin Fan, he's flying, he's about to fly. Sister, are you not going to make it? Ah, you're coming again? Early morning, at the hotel. Lin Fan opened his eyes and saw an empty condom box next to him and a stunningly beautiful woman lying beside him, revealing a large expanse of dazzling white skin and a deep, alluring cleavage. In his past life, he failed his college entrance exam and repeated a year. As a result, he fell asleep in class and woke up to find himself in this room, transmigrated into the parallel world as Lin Fan. He was admired by a beautiful, wealthy woman who was drunk, and she immediately took him in. They went from the toilet to the sofa and then to the bed, enjoying themselves immensely. The woman lying beside him was Luo Shueli, the chairman of Xingqiang Group. She possessed the S-level martial soul Shenin Ice Phoenix, which was so cold it could freeze mosquitoes to death. She was both pure and fiery, with skin as white as snow and clearly defined collarbones. Her breathing was light and gentle, and she was sleeping soundly. Beautiful, sexy, and thirsty, and like a bottomless pit. Ding! Intimacy system successfully activated. Intimate contact with the opposite sex detected. Affinity power can be absorbed. Current target, Luo Shueli, emotional fluctuation value, fiery and red. He was stunned for 2 seconds, and a semi-transparent halo appeared before his eyes. Luo Shueli was surrounded by a strong red aura, like burning charcoal. Goodness, isn't this the legendary chasing girls to improve one's cultivation, he muttered to himself. Does the young lady want to feel my heartstrings? This is a sure thing. He held his breath, and quietly reached out to touch the white skin. Contact successful, absorbed affinity power plus 50, cumulative intimacy points, 5100. The numerical fluctuations are real and undeniable. As soon as he withdrew his hand, Luo Shueli's eyelashes trembled. He immediately closed his eyes and pretended to be asleep, his heart rate soaring to 180. 3 seconds later, there was no movement. He opened his eyes again. She's really fast asleep, while she's still warm. Just as he adjusted his posture, preparing to try again, a cold hand suddenly gripped his chest and pressed him into the pillow. Lin Fan almost couldn't catch his breath. Luo Shueli opened her eyes, reeking of alcohol, her eyes clear and bright. She leaned down and stared at him. I was drunk last night. Let's just forget about what happened between you and me. Lin Fan remained calm, a smirk playing on his lips. Sister, you seem like an ice queen on the surface, but you're so hot-tempered when you're drunk? If you hadn't given me $1 million last night, I wouldn't have used up my power. I'd already used up that whole box of. You! How dare you! Upon hearing this, Luo Shueli's face turned cold, and she conjured an ice blade in her palm, bringing it close to Lin Fan's throat. Baby, we haven't even had a good morning kiss yet. Why are you in such a hurry to send me to the afterlife? As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fan suddenly sat up, grabbed her wrist, and moved faster than a useless person. Luo Shueli's pupils contracted, and the ice crystals that had been condensing intermittently in her palm paused for a moment. She had wanted to test whether the person in front of her was really that bold, but Lin Fan did not retreat but advanced, bringing his face directly close to hers. Lin Fan squinted, his nose almost touching her cheek, and whispered, I remember last night you held me tightly and wouldn't let go, calling don't go 37 times, and you even said you wanted to have my babies. After saying that, he pressed his lips against hers, very deeply. First kiss achieved, triggering bloodline resonance. Gain intimacy points plus 100 base 100, double fertility bonus x1. The Yin energy is replenishing, and the meridian reconstruction progress is 1%, 5%, 12%. A chilling yet warm sensation flowed into Lin Fan's mouth, and he felt as if countless tiny ants were crawling all over his body, making him feel numb and itchy, as if his meridians had been reopened. Instead of agreeing, he added a little trick, teasingly whispering, Sister, the flavor is on the cooler side, suitable for summer. I suggest adding some sugar. Luo Shueli pushed him away abruptly, and a 3-inch ice blade instantly materialized at her fingertips, pressing it against his throat. If you keep fooling around, I'll cut out your tongue. Lin Fan leaned against the headboard, raised his hand to touch the remaining moisture on her lips, and grinned mischievously, go ahead and cut it off. Anyway, my tongue is valuable. A kiss can increase your cultivation level. You'd be losing out if you cut it off. As he spoke, he secretly brought up the system panel that had just appeared in his mind. Intimacy level, 100-100. Exchangeable 4G refining level 100 points. Special note, the first kiss triggered bloodline resonance, and the host's physique began to be compatible with the power of Xianyin. Great, this cheat code came just in time, Lin Fan thought to himself, pleased. In his past life, he excelled at homework and exams, writing brilliantly on every test paper. In this life, he becomes stronger through kissing? Isn't this the legendary king of kissing? He was feeling quite pleased with himself when Luo Shueli suddenly spoke, her voice trembling slightly. What did you do to me? Lin Fan blinked. What could I have done? I just kissed you. Did you, Ice Phoenix, fall for me? He had only said this casually, but the translucent Ice Phoenix phantom behind Luo Shueli actually trembled, its wings twitching twice and emitting a low buzzing sound. Lin Fan's eyes flashed. There's something going on. He observed her discreetly. Her silver hair was slightly disheveled, her face was paler than usual, and her breathing was somewhat unsteady. Looking at the phantom of the martial spirit, every time she inhaled, the phoenix wings would twitch, as if they were being interfered with by something. Looks like this first kiss isn't a one-sided benefit, Lin Fan thought to himself. I give her cultivation, and she suffers a backlash from her martial soul? Or, a resonance? The more he thought about it, the more interesting it seemed. On the surface, this woman is the controller of the national entertainment industry, the CEO of Xingxiang Group, and possesses the S-level martial soul Shanine Ice Phoenix, so cold that it can freeze mosquitoes to death. But now, she stood by the bed, her palms still frozen, yet she hesitated to make a move. This indicates that she is hesitant. Lin Fan grinned, casually straightening his collar. What, hesitant to make a move? How about we get a cohabitation certificate first? Then we can meet at the Civil Affairs Bureau and change the prenuptial agreement to shared property after marriage? Luo Shueli stared at him coldly. You weren't like this before. Before? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. Back then, I was an F-rank loser, the laughingstock of the whole school. I couldn't even summon my martial spirit, and I deserved to be jilted 800 times. Now, I can level up with just one kiss. Tell me, haven't I changed? He paused, then added with a wicked grin, besides, you didn't say that last night. You said, Lin Fan, you're mine, and only mine, and I recorded it. Want to hear it? Bullshit. Luo Shueli's ears suddenly turned red, and a chill burst out uncontrollably, causing the crystal glass on the bedside table to freeze and shatter on the spot. Lin Fan shrugged. Don't believe me? Then why didn't you slap me to death just now? According to your Ice Queen persona, a useless person like me who just sleeps and should have been frozen into an ice sculpture and placed in the living room long ago. Luo Shueli remained silent. Indeed, she could have killed him. But after that kiss, the yin energy within his body began to become disordered, and his martial spirit seemed to sense something, becoming restless and uneasy. What's even stranger is that she actually didn't really want to push him away. Who exactly are you? She finally asked. Lin Fan leaned against the headboard, lazily stretched, and a section of his muscular forearm slid out from the cuff of his suit sleeve. Who I am isn't important, he chuckled. What's important is that I'm now the man in your bed. I've kissed you, hugged you, and I can even make your S-rank martial soul go haywire. Tell me, shouldn't I raise my price? His words seemed to add an indescribable atmosphere to the air. It wasn't just simple flirting, but a declaration carrying a certain sense of pressure. I'm no longer that useless piece of trash who can be trampled on by everyone. I can make you lose control. Luo Shueli clenched her fists, the ice layer on her palms thickening, but she ultimately did not make a move. Lin Fan looked at her, knowing in his heart, he had passed this hurdle. He has the system, the cheat system is activated, and he's even won over his first female lead. Although his meridians are only 17% reshaped and he hasn't broken through to the chi refining stage yet, he already has a trump card. If we keep kissing, sooner or later we'll be able to force her to kneel down and beg to get back together. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile. Oh, right, he suddenly looked up. What day is it today? Monday, Luo Shueli replied coldly. What a coincidence. Lin Fan snapped his fingers. I'm a junior at an art school. Today is my first martial spirit theory class, which starts at 8. I've skipped it for 2 years, but I've decided to go today. He threw off the covers and got out of bed. He was 1.85 meters tall and slender, and walked with a brisk pace. After all, he turned back and winked at her. I have to go back and tell the whole school who the real chosen one is. By the way, he touched the black iron earring in his left ear. Let's see which girl is willing to let me kiss her in exchange for cultivation points. Chapter 2, Many children, many blessings start from the start of school. As soon as Lin Fan took a step, the chill behind him suddenly surged. He didn't turn around, but the hair on the back of his neck was already standing on end. The next second, the temperature in the entire bedroom plummeted, and the walls, floor, and ceiling were instantly covered with a thick layer of ice. Even the floating frost moon lantern was frozen in mid-air, its cold light distorted like a will-o'-the-wisp being choked. Ha! He chuckled softly, stopping in his tracks. Is my sister planning to freeze me into an ice sculpture for her collection? Luo Xueli stood still, a cold current surging in her palm, and a 3-inch ice blade condensed at her fingertips. But the phantom of the S-rank martial soul, the ice crystal phoenix, behind her suddenly twitched, and a layer of white frost formed on the edges of its wings, as if it had been frozen in reverse by some force. Her pupils contracted. That's impossible. The Xianyin ice phoenix is the master of extreme cold, how could it freeze itself? Lin Fan slowly turned around. Why is your frost palm technique getting weaker the more you practice it? Did you overexert yourself last night? Shut up. Luo Xueli's voice was tense as she forcefully activated her martial soul. The ice phoenix flapped its wings, and a cold wind swept through. But as soon as its wings were raised, there was another strange tremor. Its left wing froze, covered with fine ice shards, looking just like a chicken wing that had been frozen for too long in a supermarket. Ouch! Lin Fan slapped his thigh. Your Majesty, is your phoenix allergic to me? If you fan it a couple more times, it might freeze into an icebird specimen. I'll hang it on your office wall later, and the title will be The Art of Failure. He took a step closer. How about I take a look at you? After all, we've been connected by blood, and we've even kissed. What's a little diagnostic fee? Luo Xueli bit her lip, her fingertips poised to unleash an icy blade, her chest rising and falling slightly. It wasn't that she didn't want to take action, but she sensed something was amiss. The Xianyin qi within her body was surging uncontrollably, as if drawn by some kind of shared power, and this power just happened to come from Lin Fan right in front of her. Ding! Intimacy level plus 50. Current total, 150-100 overflow available for redemption. Skill unlocked, Sonic Emergence LV1 can concentrate sound waves to form a weak impact, lasting 3 seconds. The moment the system notification popped into Lin Fan's head, his eyes lit up. Although he doesn't know what the use of this soundwave emergence is, the fact that it can unlock skills means that he can level up by flirting and exchanging ambiguity for skills, which is much faster than meditating and refining pills. Instead of backing down, he took another half step forward, almost touching Luo Xueli, and lowered his voice, go ahead and hit me. Anyway, I'll gain experience if I kiss you now, and a hug will give me a critical hit. Come on, try it. Maybe if you slap me, I'll awaken an SSR talent. Luo Xueli's ears turned bright red, as if her soft spot had been hit. A chill ran through her, and the ice blade shattered with a crack. She turned abruptly, her back to him, her silver hair falling over her shoulders, her fingers slowly moving downwards, where a trace of warmth still lingered. A few seconds later, she pulled a gold-embossed document from the jade box by her bedside and threw it away without looking back. Go to the art school tomorrow to register, don't embarrass me. Lin Fan caught it with one hand, looked down and saw that the cover read Special Student Admission Notice of Huaxia Martial Arts Academy, with the Ice Phoenix emblem of Xingqiang Group stamped in the lower right corner, numbered 001. Wow, VIP access, huh? He whistled. Looks like I'm not just the man in your bed, but also one of your key prospects? I just don't want you to die too soon, Luo Xueli said coldly. As an F-rank trash, you can't protect yourself, and you can't implicate me either. Implication? Lin Fan laughed. You've already let me sleep with you, there's a recording, and the hickeys can be tested for DNA. Now you're saying things like this? Aren't you afraid I'll expose Starry Sky CEO's private relationship with male college students on my livestream? You dare. She turned around, her eyes sharp. What's there to be afraid of? Lin Fan stuffed the notification into his suit pocket and stretched his shoulders and neck. I'm not the cowardly Lin Fan I used to be. Now, I can level up by kissing you and get a buff by hugging you. What do you think about me starting a live stream with the title Getting Stronger with My Girlfriend today? If I get 100,000 in donations, I'll demonstrate live where my sister's sensitive spots are. Get lost. Luo Xueli finally couldn't hold back any longer and raised her hand, sending a gust of icy wind flying. Lin Fan dodged to the side, the icy wind whistling past his cheek and cracking into spiderweb like patterns on the wall. Far from being afraid, he laughed even harder. Such a bad temper? Is it because you're on your period? Do you want me to make you a cup of brown sugar water? Say one more word and I'll make you disappear right now. Disappeared? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. Then why didn't you say that when you shouted don't go last night? Luo Xueli's breath hitched, her fingertips clenched tightly, and the ice layer in her palm cracked with a snap. She didn't say anything more, and sulked. Looking at her frozen back, Lin Fan knew in his heart, he had won this round again. From the moment of their first kiss last night, the balance in this relationship began to shift. She thought she was in control, the sugar daddy, the benefactor who had pulled him out of the mud. In reality, her martial spirit had already begun to react to him, and her body was rejecting the commands of reason. This is the real reversal. It's not about who is stronger, but who can influence whom more. He touched the black iron earring in his left ear, and his throat vibrated slightly as he tried to activate the newly unlocked sound wave emergence. A faint sonic boom gathered in his chest, but just as it reached his throat, it popped away like a stuck pull tab on a soda can. The air swayed only slightly. Tisk, it's gone silent. He shrugged. Looks like you still have to rely on your mouth to talk a good game. But he didn't care. Skills could be practiced, cultivation could be increased, and women, he could win them over one by one. As long as he keeps flirting, keeps kissing, and keeps creating accidental contact, his intimacy level will skyrocket, and sooner or later the system will pull out a sonic nuclear bomb for him. He walked towards the door, his steps light. Before leaving, he glanced back at Luo Xueli, who was still standing by the window. The cold light shone on her, making her appear as if she were wearing a layer of transparent armor, aloof, cold, and unapproachable. But he knew that he had already pried open a crack in that shell. He grinned and whistled. When I get back, we'll continue our deep conversation, but. After saying that, he pushed open the door and went out. The corridor lights automatically turned on, illuminating his tall figure. As the elevator descended, the numbers ticked down. He leaned against the wall, took out the notification letter, and glanced at it one last time. Huaxia Martial Arts Academy, a third-year transfer student? He chuckled softly. Not bad, old classmate, your F-level trash is coming back to fight. He was already starting to imagine there was definitely a bespectacled, academically gifted female class monitor in the first row, a sweet dance major who had a crush on him for 3 years in the second row, and maybe a mysterious, aloof school beauty who had transferred to the school in the back row. As long as they're not ugly and their personalities aren't too crazy, they're all his experience points ATMs. Many children, many blessings, let's start from the first day of school. He smiled. Let's set a small goal first. Before graduation, let's max out the intimacy level with all the girls in the school. The car was already waiting downstairs, and the doors opened automatically. Lin Fan got into the back seat, and the driver respectfully asked, Mr. Lin, are you going back to the apartment? Go back. He leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. By the way, check the roster of third-year female students at the art school, especially those with a martial soul rating of B or above, and mark them as single. Yes. The car started and drove onto the city's main road, where the morning mist had not yet dissipated. On the top floor of Frost Moon Palace, Luo Xueli still stood by the window, watching the black sedan drive away into the distance. She raised her hand and gently touched her lips with her fingertips. His warmth still seems to linger there. After a moment, she spoke in a low voice, as if talking to herself, yet also as if questioning, who exactly are you? Outside the window, the sun rises and the city awakens. But Lin Fan's journey of triumph has only just begun. What happened to the F rank in Chapter 3? Lin Fan stepped into the classroom, still clutching the gold-embossed admission notice in his hand, his lips curling into a wide smile. Of the few empty seats in the front row, he chose the middle one, crossed his legs, and his head hit the back of the chair with a loud thud. The whole class fell silent instantly. A sneer came from the back row. Hey, isn't this F rank good for nothing, Lin Fan? Why aren't you licking the wall behind the toilet today? The speaker was an art school student with a fire ape martial soul and an A-level aptitude, who was used to dominating the class. He slammed his hand on the table, and a phantom image of his martial soul flashed, revealing a furry fire ape head that bared its teeth and growled at Lin Fan. The surrounding area erupted in laughter. F-level students sitting in the front row? Aren't you afraid of lowering our class average? Art school student B chimed in, the Wind Falcon martial soul circling twice on his shoulder as if mocking him. Should I apply for a special hardship grant for you, and maybe get you a wheelchair while I'm at it? Lin Fan didn't move, not even lifting his eyelids, slowly folding the notification letter into a paper airplane and flicking it with his fingertip. Smack! Right in the middle of A's face. So what if it's F rank? The front row isn't an A rank exclusive VIP box. He crossed his legs and smiled innocently. Besides, your fire ape looks pretty fierce, why didn't it evolve into a monkey king? Did your parents not pay enough evolution tax back then? You son of a bitch, A suddenly stood up, his fire ape phantom expanding rapidly. He slammed his fists into the ground, cracking the earth twice. Today I'll show you what level suppression really means. B also gathered his martial spirit in the back row. With a sharp cry, the wind falcon spread its wings, and the air currents stirred up the textbooks, causing them to fly around wildly. All the students hunched over and hid behind their desks to peek. Lin Fan then slowly stood up, one hand in his pocket and the other gently stroking his throat, as if he were adjusting a microphone. The next second, a vibration in the throat. Roar! A sound wave suddenly exploded out of thin air, condensing into a semi-transparent dragon-shaped light blade, which spiraled up, its head raised, roaring. The glass in the entire classroom hummed, and the ceiling lights shattered one after another. The dragon's shadow swept across, passing over A's head. The fire ape phantom let out a roar and was directly shaken back into its body. A staggered back 2 steps, his face pale, and almost fell to the ground. The wind falcon fared even worse. With a flick of its wings, it vanished on the spot. B, terrified, immediately crawled under the table, clutching his backpack and muttering, "That's an F rank? An F rank can summon a dragon?" Lin Fan stood with his hands behind his back, and the dragon-shaped sound waves slowly dissipated, leaving only faint ripples of sound in the air. He tilted his head and smiled. Who asked that just now? Was the dragon roar loud enough? The entire room fell silent. Even her breathing became lighter. Just then. Bang! The classroom door was kicked open, the iron door bounced off the wall, and chalk dust fell down in a flurry. Wang Dachui stood at the door, his bald head shiny, his Zhongshan suit stretched taut as if it were about to burst, holding his signature thunder hammer in his hand. He slammed the hammer on the ground, and the entire teaching building shook 3 times. What's going on? His eyes widened, and his voice boomed like thunder. The school bell has rung and you're still performing Street Fighter? Everyone immediately lowered their heads and pretended to read. Wang Dachui's gaze swept across the entire room, finally settling on Lin Fan. Instead of getting angry, he tucked the hammer under his arm and his tone instantly dropped 8 degrees. Lin Fan is a special student of the Starry Sky Group. Anyone who dares to provoke him again will be kicked out of the art school tomorrow. After saying that, he turned and left, his steps steady and his back dignified. But in that instant after he turned around, Lin Fan clearly saw the principal wink at him and twitch his lips, as if he was trying to suppress a laugh. The classroom fell silent again. A slumped in his seat, his hands still trembling, his fire ape martial soul too afraid to show itself for a long time. B hid under the table, his knees weak, muttering, "Impossible. How could an F rank have a dragon-shaped martial soul?" Lin Fan slowly sat back down, crossed his legs, tapped his fingers on the table, and hummed the popular TikTok song "Love Like Fire." Ding! Repelled the taunter, intimacy plus 20, current total 170, 100 overflowing and waiting to be redeemed. Passive skill unlocked, Sonic Shock LV1. Sonic Shock can briefly slow down the enemy's spirit for 1.5 seconds. Lin Fan's eyes flashed. It's here! The system is no joke. Talk shows plus real combat, double the fun. That dragon roar just now wasn't just scary, it actually triggered a reward. He silently sensed the extra vibration within his body, like a thin string hidden in his meridians, ready to be plucked at any moment. I see. He muttered to himself, the harder the slap in the face, the more powerful the system becomes. Just then, the school bell rang. The sound of high heels came from the direction of the podium, tap, 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 with a clear rhythm. Lin Fan looked up and saw. The female teacher was in her early 30s, dressed in a fitted business suit, with a martial spirit detector hanging on her chest and textbooks in her hands, walking with a brisk pace. Class, today we will conduct a martial soul resonance test. She stood on the podium, her gaze sweeping across the classroom. In order of student ID number, each student will activate their martial soul and record the fluctuation frequency. A commotion broke out below. This test is held every semester, mainly to assess the growth value of martial spirits and, incidentally, to rank them. Those rated A and above should line up at the front, while those rated B and below should basically stand aside. Lin Fan slowly raised his hand. Teacher, can I cut in line? The female teacher frowned. Lin Fan? Your student ID number is 89, right? Wait until your name is called before you come up. No way, he stood up and said with a grin, I'm afraid that after the test, you'll all be questioning your existence. The whole class fell silent. A gritted his teeth in the back row. Here we go again, playing tricks? The female teacher sneered. Fine, come up here. If your data is worse than a C grade, future test classes will be automatically postponed by half an hour. Deal. Lin Fan walked up to the podium, stood still, and tugged at his collar, revealing a section of his collarbone. Ready? I'm about to begin. She rolled her eyes. Stop talking nonsense, activate your martial spirit. Lin Fan took a deep breath, his throat vibrating again. As the sound waves surged, the dragon-shaped light blade reappeared, even more solid than before, with clearly visible dragon scales. With a flick of its tail, it swept a red peak onto the detector screen. Drop! The alarm blared. The monitor screen flickered wildly, finally settling on an S-level fluctuation suspected to be incompletely awakened. The whole class erupted in uproar. S rank? Are you kidding me? Wasn't he an F rank? When did he mutate? The female teacher stared at the screen, her pupils dilated, and her hands trembled. This is impossible. It's impossible for an F-rank martial soul to trigger an S-rank resonance. Lin Fan shrugged. Teacher, why don't you test it again? Maybe the instrument is broken. After all, these days, even mobile phones can show system upgrade failed, let alone this antique? She gritted her teeth and retested. The result was the same. S-class. And the numbers are still slowly climbing. Lin Fan looked at her with a smile. So, am I now eligible to enter the top 10 list? Or are you planning to create a separate hidden boss section for me? The female teacher's lips moved, but she stubbornly refused to utter a single word of dissent. In the back row of the classroom, A clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms. He sent a voice message in the brothers group yesterday. That good-for-nothing Lin Fan, he should avoid me. And now? One test from someone else has completely crushed his 3 years of hard work. He huddled in the corner, muttering to himself, oh no, I just said he was sitting in the front row and would lower the average. Now I'm the laughingstock of the whole class. As Lin Fan stepped down from the podium, he deliberately slowed his pace as he passed A, leaned down and whispered in his ear, brother, next time before you mock someone, remember to check their skill level first. A froze, veins throbbing on his forehead. Lin Fan returned to his seat, and as soon as he sat down, he heard the system beep again. Ding! Triggered a psychological shock to the group, intimacy level plus 10, current total 180-100 overflowing and waiting to be redeemed. He laughed. Can scaring people with emotions really increase your experience points? He's going to scare every girl in the school so badly that they all have tachycardia today. Chapter 4 Dormitory Training. Lin Fan plopped down on the edge of his dormitory bed, the door clicked shut, and the light snapped off. The moonlight streamed in through the window, casting a cold glow on the black iron earring in his left ear. He pulled out a neatly folded silk handkerchief, which still had a faint scent of cedar. President Luo, borrowing someone's aura to level up isn't considered cheating, is it? He smiled, his fingertips lightly stroking the edge of the handkerchief, which he had taken from her desk this morning, with the signature Luo Shueli in gold lettering. The system panel automatically pops up, current intimacy value, 180-100 overflowing and awaiting redemption. Goodness, I've saved up almost 200 points. If I don't spend them soon, inflation will start. Lin Fan rubbed his hands together. What happened to the promise that whoever I kissed would get pregnant? Let's start with the basic model and see how it goes. He bit his fingertip, dripped a drop of blood onto the handkerchief, and, imitating the affectionate male lead in an idol drama, lowered his head and kissed it. 3 seconds. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. Ding. Non-genuine emotional interaction detected. The behavior is judged as self-indulgence and is invalid. Ha! Lin Fan almost threw his handkerchief away. Relationships still require sincerity, right? System, you're even stricter than dating apps. He wiped the bloodstains clean, sat up straight again, and his eyes narrowed. Fine, if a real person won't do, an image will do. With a thought, the black iron earring vibrated slightly, and a memory slowly surfaced. It was Luo Shueli's profile as she signed documents this morning. Her long, slender fingers rested on the pen, her nails painted a matte silver gray, and there was a small mole on the inside of her wrist, like an ink splatter that had been accidentally applied. Lin Fan held his breath and stared at the hand for a full 10 seconds. Then, he closed his eyes, lightly touched the air with his lips, and simulated a kiss. This time, my fingertips felt slightly numb, as if I had actually touched something. Ding! First effective intimate contact achieved, intimacy points plus 100. Would you like to immediately exchange for cultivation points? Change. Lin Fan's heart pounded with excitement. She refining level 1, charge forward. Boom! A warm current burst forth from his dantian, surging along his meridians, as if someone had drawn a circle inside his body with a red-hot wire. The bones cracked and popped, the muscles twitched slightly, and even the strands of hair trembled. He looked down at his arm, where faint golden lines flashed across his skin. Cultivation breakthrough to Chi refining level 1. Passive skill upgrade, Sonic Shock LV2. The sonic impact can slow down the enemy's spirit for 3 seconds and cause a slight stun effect. Awesome! Lin Fan suddenly stood up and punched the air. This feeling is even more exhilarating than when I snagged a limited edition sneaker back in the day. He tried to circulate the new internal energy within his body. His throat moved slightly, and his palms trembled gently. Buzz! A thin, thread-like sound wave shot out from between his fingers, struck the opposite wall, and with a pop, created a small crater, causing lime to fall down in a flurry. Goodness, if this happened in a classroom, wouldn't the A-rank fire ape just give a brainwashing performance on the spot? Just as I was feeling smug, my left earring suddenly got hot, as if someone had burned it with a lighter. Holy crap! Lin Fan covered his ears. System, you even have electric shock punishments? Have you no sportsmanship at all? But then, the vibration frequency of the earring changed, from hot to warm, and finally began to beat regularly like a heartbeat. Something's not right. Lin Fan squinted. Could this thing be alive? He tentatively touched the earring with his mind, and a semi-transparent storage space instantly appeared before his eyes. The palm-sized, grayish-brown jade slip lay in the corner, with 4 small characters engraved on its surface: Basic Training Manual for Sonic Blade. Wow! The hidden treasure chest opened? Lin Fan's spirits lifted. I thought I could only level up by fighting monsters and defeating the female lead, but it turns out I can also get cultivation techniques for free? He took out the jade slip and placed it between his eyebrows. In an instant, a line of text directly entered his consciousness. Sound becomes a blade, intention is the guide. If the mind is still, there is no sound. In the initial stage of cultivation, the throat is the bow, the breath is the string, and the sound waves are condensed into form, capable of cutting wood and splitting stone. The post ends with a witty remark: people who understand music even have background music during fights. Wow! Lin Fan slapped his thigh. This system not only comes with a cheat code, but also a user manual, and the copywriting is quite clever. He sat cross-legged and regulated his breathing according to the incantation, his true energy slowly gathering in his throat, like tuning a precision sound system. Call! A very soft tremor escaped from his throat, causing a visible ripple to spread through the air. The water glass on the table swayed, and fine ripples appeared on the surface of the water. It's done! Lin Fan opened his eyes, a glint of light flashing in them. How long has it been? From an F-level trash to someone who can shake a cup, my leveling speed is even faster than gaining followers on short videos. Just as he was about to try again, he suddenly heard the sound of high heels clicking on the floor outside the door. Day. Approaching from afar, the rhythm was clear, each step felt like it was hitting the beat of his heart. Someone is checking rooms so late? Lin Fan frowned, about to get up, when the door lock clicked open. His pupils contracted. Wait, this pace. The door was pushed open. With her long, silver-white hair brushing against the doorframe, Luo Xueli walked in wearing a backless evening gown, with a sheer veil draped over her shoulders and 10-centimeter stilettos on her feet. She looked as aloof and stunning as if she had just descended from the runway into his dorm room. What are you doing here? Lin Fan blurted out. This is my apartment. She glanced at him, her gaze settling on the jade slip in his hand, her brow furrowing slightly. What are you holding? Lin Fan reacted quickly, immediately putting the jade slip into his sleeve and casually taking off his earring, twirling it between his fingers, studying Her Majesty the Queen's collection. Oh? She took 2 steps closer, her skirt swaying gently, a fragrant scent wafting towards her. When did I give you the jade slip? I didn't give it to you. Lin Fan grinned and held the earring up to the light. But I'm wearing your token of love now, so doesn't that make me a half-successor? Besides, the system even recognized the 10-second video of me kissing your finger just now, so aren't you going to reward me with a year-end bonus? Nonsense. She scoffed, but didn't deny it. Where did you get the footage? It's a secret. Lin Fan blinked. I dreamt about it. Don't you think I have a talent? I can even trigger plot unlocks in my dreams. Luo Xueli stared at him, her eyes flickering slightly. She knew, of course, that the earring was a spatial artifact, and she also knew that only those with bloodline resonance could open the first layer of the seal. But this guy, who was a useless F-level student ridiculed by the whole school yesterday, is acting like he's been given a cheat code today? Even more outrageous, the yin energy within her body was subtly agitated, as if it had sensed something. "You've broken through?" she suddenly asked. "Just a little bit." Lin Fan shrugged. "At the first level of chi refining, I can barely shatter a glass." "Impossible." Her tone turned serious. "A rank F martial soul cannot cultivate on its own, unless you have a sugar daddy protecting you?" Lin Fan took a half step closer, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. "Like some beautiful and sassy CEO who's secretly keeping me as her sugar daddy?" She took a half step back, her earlobes turning almost imperceptibly red, before straightening her face. "Don't think that just because you've made some progress you can act like a lawless person. The Starry Sky Group's resources aren't for you to play a nurturing game with. Don't worry, I won't take it for free." Lin Fan shook his earring. "When I hold concerts in the future, all the ticket revenue will be deposited into your account, like installment payments. As for the interest, just kiss me a few more times." Shameless, she muttered under her breath, but didn't press the matter of the jade slip further. The room fell silent. The moonlight moved to the head of the bed, casting the shadows of the two people very close together. Looking at her profile, Lin Fan suddenly found this icy beauty quite adorable when she got serious. In his past life, he was doing exams and solving problems. In this life, he woke up to find his boss as his sugar daddy, and even had a system to boost their intimacy level. It was practically a male-oriented novel with a winning start. He subtly moved his wrists, letting his inner energy circulate through his meridians, feeling so comfortable he wanted to hum a tune. "Hello," Luo Shueli suddenly spoke. You really kissed my hand just now?" "I have the video recordings." Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. "Want to play them back? High definition and uncensored." She bit her lip, said nothing, and followed Lin Fan's posture, her delicate body falling onto the bed. Two people practiced martial arts on the dormitory bed, thoroughly enjoying themselves, but the bedboard was too hard. Chapter 5: What exactly is your relationship? Afterwards. Luo Shueli stood in the moonlight, her heels stomping lightly on the floor, but her gaze was like an ice pick piercing her. "Chu Qinglan sent a message to the Frost Sword sect last night, saying that your soul imprint was fluctuating abnormally. What exactly is your relationship?" Lin Fan leaned against the wall, his fingertips still rubbing the warmth of the earring. Hearing this, he grinned and said, "Is the boss's wife jealous? This isn't like you. Where's the composure of the CEO of Starry Sky Group? Stop changing the subject." She took a step forward, the hem of her evening gown sweeping the ground, its cool fragrance filling the air. "There's something wrong with the true energy within you. The backflow of the Xianyin energy is causing a backlash, which can't be explained by a simple breakthrough. Could it be that she planted a Dao heart imprint on you?" Lin Fan chuckled twice, then suddenly stomped his foot. The ground didn't move, but he had already pounced on her, bracing his right hand against the wall next to her ear and using his left hand to wrap around her waist, firmly pinning her to the corner. "A mark?" He leaned down, his nose almost brushing against her collarbone, his voice low and hoarse. "If I really wanted to leave a mark, it wouldn't be up to anyone else to do it. Your contract isn't expensive, is it? The sugar daddy agreement doesn't say that I can be coveted by others." Luo Shueli's breath hitched, her silver hair falling over her shoulders, her fingertips tightening slightly. "You, stay away from me." "Move back?" Lin Fan didn't back down. Instead, he moved half an inch closer, his lips brushing against her earlobe. "Just now, even a physical touch on the image could level me up. Now that I'm holding a real person in my arms, won't the system give me a huge amount of gold coins? Since we're already here, why not settle some benefits on the spot?" Before she could finish speaking, she suddenly felt a jolt within her body. Buzz. An extremely cold aura exploded from his dantian and surged out along his meridians. However, when it touched Lin Fan's chest, it strangely changed direction and turned into a warm current that flowed back into his body. Ding! High concentration of Xian Qi detected. Intimacy level plus 100. Extra note, target pregnancy value 92%, intimacy bonus doubled. Current intimacy value plus 200. Cultivation breakthrough conditions met. Do you wish to immediately exchange for Qi refining level 2? Change. Lin Fan was overjoyed, but he didn't show any emotion on the surface. He just chuckled in her ear, "Don't struggle. This cold energy of yours has recognized its master. It says I know how to use it better than you do." Luo Shueli's pupils contracted slightly. "Impossible. the Xianyin Ice Phoenix never recognizes mortals as its master. A mortal? Lin Fan chuckled, placing his palm on her back. He quietly circulated his true energy, guiding the feedback force into her 8 extraordinary meridians. I was still an F-level trash last night, but this morning I've managed to make the system incredibly powerful. Boom! An even stronger surge of heat exploded within his body, his bones cracked, his muscles tensed and relaxed, and pale golden lines flashed across his skin like a circuit board. A slight tremor escaped his throat, and a faint sound wave emanated, causing dust to fall from the ceiling. Cultivation breakthrough to Chi refining level 2. Passive skill upgrade, Sonic Shock LV3. Sonic Shock can slow down the enemy's spirit for 5 seconds and inflict a brief paralysis effect. Unlock new feature, Sonic Blade emerges can be formed 3 times daily, lasting 10 seconds. Lin Fan slowly exhaled a breath of white air, his eyes sharp as knives. This leap in performance was so exhilarating that he wanted to do a freestyle rap right then and there. He looked down at the person in his arms and found that her cheeks were flushed and her breathing was slightly rapid. Although her face was cold, the tips of her ears were red as if they were about to bleed. So even Her Majesty blushes? He lightly brushed his fingertips across her earlobe, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Don't come to check on me dressed so scantily next time, it could easily cause a workplace accident. You scoundrel! She shoved him away abruptly, staggered half a step, and forced herself to remain calm after regaining her balance. Don't think you can get away with this with such a small trick. I'm not done with Chu Chinga yet. Lin Fan shrugged, put his hands in his pockets, and leaned back. Fine, when she dares to challenge the labor contract to my face, I'll show her what a non-compete clause is. And I'll tell her that I only accept exclusive contracts and I don't take on any side jobs. Luo Shueli bit her lip and remained silent. But Lin Fan clearly saw that her fingertips quietly traced the waist he had just hugged, the movement so light it was as if she was afraid of waking something. The room fell silent. The moonlight shifted between the two, casting a thin layer of mist, traces of lingering yin energy that slowly coiled around Lin Fan's fingertips like reluctant threads. Suddenly, the system's displayed data flashed through his mind, pregnancy value 92%. This number is too strange. An unmarried female CEO, constantly in meetings and signing documents, where would she get pregnant? And with a 90% chance? Could it be? The moment the thought crossed his mind, the screen refreshed automatically, and a line of small text appeared and then disappeared. The pregnancy traceability agreement is locked and will be activated once the conditions are met. Lin Fan's pupils contracted, and he immediately lowered his eyes. Something's not right. This is more complicated than he thought. But he remained expressionless, instead smiling even more roguishly. Speaking of which, that feedback just now was pretty strong. How about doing it again? I guarantee this time the movements will be standard and in accordance with safety regulations. Get out. She uttered a single word coldly and turned to leave. Lin Fan suddenly spoke up. Wait a minute. She paused in her steps. You didn't come here tonight just to ask about Chuchinga, did you? He stared at her back. Your heart rate increased by 0.3 seconds, and your breathing rate changed twice. The system even remembered that. Isn't that a coincidence? Luo Shueli didn't turn around, but whispered, don't be late for the martial spirit test at the art school tomorrow. After saying that, she turned and left, the sound of her high heels fading into the distance. Lin Fan stood still, the smile on his lips lingering, but his eyes darkened. He raised his hand, his palm trembling slightly. Buzz. A semi-transparent, dragon-shaped sonic wave swirled at the fingertip, disappearing into the air after only 3 seconds. Chi refining level 2, Sonic Blade nascent. Test tomorrow, all set. He muttered to himself, then looked out the window at the night sky. But this pregnancy value, there's definitely something fishy going on. He touched the earring in his left ear, it was still warm. It was as if that hug just now was more than just a simple upgrade. It's more like flipping a switch that shouldn't have been touched. He was alone in the room. The moonlight slanted across the edge of the bed, casting 2 intersecting shadows on the floor. One was standing, and the other remained in the corner, as if someone hadn't completely left. Lin Fan flexed his wrists, letting his inner energy circulate through his meridians, feeling so comfortable he wanted to whistle. Just as he was about to sit down and regulate his breathing, his earring suddenly vibrated again. This is not a warning. It's not a hint either. Rather, it's a kind of heartbeat-like resonance. He frowned, about to investigate further, when footsteps sounded outside the door again. De. A familiar rhythm. He suddenly looked up. The door handle is turning slowly. Chapter 6 is truly S rank. The sound of the doorknob turning was exceptionally clear in the quiet room. Lin Fan stood still, but his eyes had turned cold. The lingering warmth from his intimate contact with Luo Shueli was still on his earring. The system interface appeared before his eyes, intimacy value 300. The aura of the second level of qi refining was steadily suppressed in his meridians, like a fully charged phone that was just waiting to be turned on. He didn't move. The footsteps outside the door stopped for a moment, then resumed, not high heels, but the soft thud of cloth shoes on the floor, with a slightly impatient rhythm. Lin Fan. Are you dead inside? The martial soul test is about to begin. 10 credits will be deducted for every minute you're late. It was C, the art school student in charge of discipline in the student council, whose voice was so loud it could shatter glass. Lin Fan grinned, casually touching his earring. It was still warm. He opened the door, revealing an innocent-looking face. Oh, so early? I thought today was some kind of test of shirking responsibility, but it turns out it's a serious test after all? Student C rolled his eyes. An F-level trash like you dares to slack off? You've been in school for 3 months and you can't even trigger your martial soul resonance. The testing device is too lazy to even turn on the light for you. The students who were watching immediately surrounded him, pointing and whispering. Is that him? I heard he stayed at the Frost Moon Palace, the CEO of the Starry Sky Group, last night? What's with the act of being a rich family's illegitimate son? Hilarious. An F-rank martial soul paired with a sugar daddy sugar baby agreement? I've only ever seen this kind of script in short videos. If the test result is still an F, we might as well all chant the slogan of dropping out of school. Lin Fan put his hands in his pockets and shrugged. What do you guys know? So what if it's F rank? F also stands for future, meaning there's a promising future, you know? Besides, I really completed the high energy resonance project last night, with a 100% energy conversion rate. The system even gave me a lot of gold coins. The group of people were stunned. What system? Oh, that's internal jargon. Lin Fan blinked. It means gaining experience by clinging to the boss's wife. The laughter from the audience grew even louder. Listen to this good for nothing is not only useless, but also a slut. If the tester reads an F, let's see how he gets out of this. Lin Fan wasn't annoyed. He strolled leisurely toward the testing plaza, followed by a group of students who loved watching the excitement. The morning sunlight shone on the martial soul testing platform, where a fist-sized crystal ball floated quietly on its stand, its surface gray and dusty, as if covered in a layer of old dust. This is the Martial Soul Assessment Instrument of Huaxia Martial Arts Academy. After 20 years of national awakening, there are still less than 100 people at the S level, while the F level accounts for 70% of the annual graduation and expulsion list. Next, Lin Fan. The teacher in charge didn't even look up. Don't dawdle, just put your hand on it. Don't expect it to shine for you. Lin Fan walked onto the stage with a smile, but in his mind he had already brought up the system interface. Current intimacy level, 300. Redeemable options. Qi refining level 3 requires 200. Martial Soul reshaping card requires 100. Sonic Blade enhancement not yet unlocked. He stared at the Martial Soul reshaping card for 2 seconds and made a decisive choice. Exchange successful. 100 intimacy points consumed, 200 remaining. Reshaping martial soul aptitude. Please remain still. A warm current rose from his dantian, rushed up his spine to the top of his head, as if someone had given him a spa treatment with a hot wire along his entire body's meridians. He stood on the stage, his expression unchanged, but the corners of his mouth turned up even higher. Are you done yet? The teacher urged. Hurry up, don't hogging the equipment and disturb others. Lin Fan smiled and placed his hand on the crystal ball. Buzz. At first, there was a slight vibration. Immediately afterwards, the gray layer on the surface of the sphere suddenly cracked open, and a crimson light shot into the sky. Holy crap! Red light? Class D? Impossible. How could a loser like Lin Fan get a D? The teacher looked up abruptly, her glasses nearly falling off. Wait, isn't this over yet? The red light surged, tearing open to orange, and then leaping into a dazzling golden light within half a second. Boom! With a loud bang, the test ball exploded, emitting a sonic shockwave that knocked 3 students in the front row off the stage, who covered their ears and retreated. Golden light shot into the sky, piercing through the clouds, like a searchlight shining over the entire art school. The entire room fell silent. 3 seconds later, someone shouted, S rank? An S rank has appeared? Lin Fan? That F rank trash? Am I seeing things? Is the testing device malfunctioning? The teacher slumped into his chair, his fingers trembling. No. Impossible. S rank requires a bloodline purity of over 90% and an innate spiritual root. How could an ordinary transmigrator have such qualifications? Lin Fan stood in the center of the golden light, flicked his finger, and a semi-transparent dragon-shaped soundwave phantom circled around his finger before dissipating after 3 seconds. He looked around at the stunned faces and chuckled. What's wrong? Never seen a handsome guy awaken before? Who was it that said they were going to shout a slogan about dropping out of school? Come on, I'll turn on the microphone for you. No one responded. Everyone seemed to have been put on pause. Just then, a gust of wind came from the end of the school path. A stunningly beautiful woman walked slowly towards them, her azure sword robe fluttering in the wind. Her brows and eyes were like frost, her temperament ethereal, and the jade pendant at her waist gleamed faintly. With each step she took, a tiny ice flower condensed on the ground. It is Chu Qinglan. The holy maiden of the Frost Sword sect, the undisputed number 1 S-rank student in the entire school, has been unmatched by anyone in the martial soul test for the past 3 years. She walked to the edge of the testing platform, her gaze falling on the lingering sonic traces on Lin Fan's fingertips, her pupils contracting slightly. After a moment, a slight smile appeared on his lips, and he uttered 4 words. A sonic blade? Interesting. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, his smile brimming with roguish charm. Hey, isn't this our school's invincible swordsman? What, finally found your match? Want to sign the challenge now? I may be small, but I have big appetites. If you beat me, I'll do a live stream of myself washing my hair upside down. Chu Qinglan ignored him, instead raising her hand. Her jade pendant glowed slightly, and a sword aura silently slashed out, heading straight for Lin Fan's face. Lin Fan remained still. The sword energy grazed past his ear, severing a strand of hair, but shattered upon touching his skin with a layer of pale golden ripples. With a ding, it sounded like a glass bead falling to the ground. Lin Fan touched his ear and clicked his tongue. Quite the temper, huh? Holy maiden, could you please send a warning message before you make a move next time? My personal safety depends on the system for protection. Chu Qinglan withdrew her hand, but her expression changed. She could see clearly that the sonic barrier was not a defensive technique, but rather a domain reaction inherent to her martial soul. It would only trigger naturally when the martial soul level was completely suppressed. In other words, Lin Fan's sonic blade is no less powerful than hers. Possibly even higher. She paused for 2 seconds, then suddenly asked, Who did you cultivate with last night? Lin Fan grinned, Don't ask me that, it's a trade secret. But I can reveal one thing, she's a silver-haired beauty with a figure so good it could make headlines. And most importantly, she's incredibly cooperative. Chu Qinglan's eyes turned cold. Luo Xueli? Wow, that's a quick reaction. Lin Fan whistled. But I advise you not to be sour. It's my skill that the CEO took a liking to me. If you're really envious, how about a friendship value challenge? Whoever scores the most wins, and the prize is me, a limited time trial version. The surrounding students were stunned. Is this guy crazy? How dare he talk to Chu Qinglan like that? But he's really S rank. S rank. From F to S, a complete overnight comeback? Oh no, he's probably going to dominate the trending topics list for art school from now on. Lin Fan stood on the stage, the golden light still lingering, like a statue plated with a layer of ostentatious gold. He glanced down at the system panel, intimacy value plus 50 public shock bonus, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Awesome, so awesome. Yesterday I gained 2 levels by hugging someone, and today I gained favorability by slapping someone in the face in public. This system is practically a cheat code for social butterflies. He lifted his foot and stomped it lightly. Buzz. Another sound wave spread out, the test ball hummed incessantly, and the golden light surged again, shaking a hole through the cloud above. The sunlight shone directly down and fell right on him. Lin Fan spread his arms wide, looking quite pleased. Come on, everyone, take a good look. Today's protagonist Lin Fan, the S-rank sonic blade master of many children and blessings, the future father of 100 sons and 1,000 daughters. From now on, just call me Brother Lin, no extra charge. The audience was completely silent. Suddenly, a girl whispered, he wouldn't really be planning to have 1,000 children, would he? Lin Fan's ears twitched, and he immediately turned his head. That's a good question. I hereby announce that the Xiaoyao Alliance Fertility Fund is officially launched. Any beautiful woman who is willing to contribute to the evolution of humanity can apply for the Intimacy Value Special Subsidy, which includes food, accommodation, and cultivation advancement. For details, please send a private message to my assistant, although I don't have an assistant yet. Everyone. Xu Qinglan looked at him coldly, then suddenly turned away with a flick of her sleeve. Lin Fan. Her voice came through the phone without stopping. The Frost Sword sect will open its trial tower in 3 days. Dare to come? Lin Fan laughed. The Holy Maiden's invitation is an event that gives away experience points. I'd be a fool not to go. But I have to make one request: the trial must include a personal guidance component, otherwise I'm afraid I won't be able to learn it. Xu Qinglan paused, her ears turning slightly red, then quickened her pace and left, leaving behind only a cold reply. When the time comes, I'll show you what a true S-class is. Lin Fan watched her retreating figure, his smile undiminished. Alright, see you in 3 days. I hope you won't say no but then say yes. He turned around, facing the stunned students, and spread his hands. Alright, that concludes today's solo performance. Now it's time for a Q&A session. First question: who still wants to question my martial soul level? No one answered. Sunlight shone on the testing platform, casting a golden glow. Lin Fan stood in the center, like a male protagonist who had just stepped off the cover of a wish-fulfillment novel. He touched the black iron earring in his left ear and muttered to himself, "This is just the beginning. There are still 9 more sisters waiting for me to increase my intimacy points. System, get ready to give me a lot of gold coins." In the distance, in the shadows of the top floor of the teaching building, a purple figure stood quietly, a tablet in his hand flashing with data. Lang Feng pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and muttered, "S rank, and a top-tier Soundwave martial soul, President Luo, just who is this person you're looking for?" Chapter 7: Taking action in front of the entire school. The sunlight was still lingering on the golden edge of the testing platform, and Lin Fan was standing in the afterglow of the S-class, enjoying the frozen gazes of the entire audience. The next second, the air suddenly turned cold. A blue palm shadow descended from the sky, striking him directly in the back. It was so fast that even the sound waves couldn't give him a warning. Oh my god. Who is it? You know it's illegal to ambush a handsome guy, right? Lin Fan dodged with a sidestep, turned around, and his pupil shrank. Luo Xueli stood 3 zhang away, her silver hair moving without wind, her evening gown skirt swaying gently, as if she had just walked the red carpet and casually came to cause a scene. Her right hand was still in the palm-out posture, with a layer of frost on her fingertips, so cold it could freeze the top 3 trending topics. "This is the 3rd time, Your Majesty." Lin Fan shook his arm, which had been touched by the cold air. The first 2 tests in the secret room were one thing, but this time, attacking in front of the entire school is a bit too disrespectful, isn't it? I'm a special student you sign up for. Did you even buy me workers' compensation insurance? Luo Xueli didn't speak, but slowly raised her left hand. Boom! The void behind them exploded, and a pair of crystal-clear ice phoenix wings suddenly unfolded. The cold air spread like a tide, and hexagonal ice patterns instantly formed on the ground. Even the air was frozen and cracked. The students watching collectively took 5 steps back, their teeth chattering. This is the full activation of the Profoundine Ice Phoenix martial soul? What is she trying to do? Is she really going to freeze Lin Fan on the spot? Oh no, he just became a legend and then got involved with the CEO. Is this a case of peaking right from the start and then plummeting down like a cliff? Lin Fan grinned and spun around in place. Wow, you've even taken out your wings? Sister, are you planning to transform into a peacock spirit live or apply to become an intangible cultural heritage inheritor? But to be honest, the color scheme of your wings is quite high-end, just like the limited edition AirPods my ex gave me. Before she could finish speaking, Luo Xueli's eyes flashed, and she raised her palm again. Frost Palm 3rd level, Shattering Star. This palm strike was no longer a test, but a genuine suppression technique. Wherever the palm strike passed, space distorted, and sound waves were frozen into segments of transparent crystals that cascaded down like shards of glass. Lin Fan finally dropped his playful grin, lightly touched the ground with his toes, and a sonic dragon-shaped light blade instantly condensed, swirling in front of him to form a spiral barrier. Boom! The icy palm struck the sound dragon, unleashing a deafening roar. The energy shockwave swept across 10 meters, blasting the testing platform to smithereens. Students in the front row who were watching the spectacle scrambled to their feet and fled. Even Principal Wang Dachui's shiny head had half an inch of his wig blown off. Before the smoke and dust had cleared, the 2 figures were already facing off in the center. Lin Fan knelt on one knee, supporting himself with his hand on the ground, a trace of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes shone with an alarming light. Luo Xueli hovered in mid-air, her wings trembling slightly, her breathing a little rapid, but the cold air in her palms was still surging, clearly not yet at its limit. TSK, she really went all out. Lin Fan wiped his mouth, looked up and laughed. Last night she was saying she wanted to get a cohabitation certificate, and today she wants to hold my funeral? Do all you domineering female CEOs follow the same script? How about marriage first, murder later? Luo Xueli coldly looked down at him. S-rank isn't something you can just boast about. I need to confirm whether you're even qualified to stand beside me. Oh? If I were to say now, sis, I'm just an ordinary male college student, would you feel sorry for me and back down? Won't. What if I cry and call her sister? I'll finish you off. Lin Fan, you really are an iceberg. He slowly stood up, patted the dust off his pants, and suddenly took a deep breath. Since you have no martial ethics, then I can only. He suddenly clasped his hands together, and sound waves vibrated wildly between his fingers, and activate my ancestral skill. Buzz. The paving stones of the entire square suddenly shattered, and a golden dragon-shaped sound wave shot into the sky, colliding violently with the ice phoenix in the air. This time, there was no explosion, no hedging. Instead, they became entangled. The sonic dragon spiraled upwards around the ice crystal phoenix, one gold and one blue, their spirals intertwining as if they were performing some kind of eerie duet. A thin crack appeared in the sky, and spiritual energy poured in like a waterfall, showering down on the two people and forming a visible energy vortex. Holy crap! A student pointed to the sky. Their martial spirits are in love? Shut up! This is resonance. Resonance between top-tier martial souls. A teacher collapsed to the ground, his glasses nowhere to be seen. Legend has it that only dual cultivators with blood ties or mutual understanding can trigger it. But how long have they known each other? Principal Wang Dachui originally wanted to remain calm, but when that oppressive aura hit him, his legs went weak and he knelt down with a thud. S-rank martial soul has appeared. His voice trembled, his forehead pressed to the ground. No. Not just one. It's a double S-rank resonance. God, I've taught F-rank trash my whole life, and today I've actually witnessed a mythical scene. He screamed as he secretly pulled out his phone, trembling, and opened a live streaming app. Family, come and see. A once-in-a-century event at Huaxia Art School. Give it a like. This is definitely worth it. Lin Fan felt the warm current surging through his body and couldn't help but laugh. Hey, President Luo, your ice phoenix is quite cooperative, isn't she? Have you been secretly in love with me for a long time? Don't be shy, it's not too late to confess now. I can consider opening a VIP channel for you, and giving you a hug experience voucher when you reach the maximum intimacy value. Luo Xueli's expression changed slightly. She wanted to withdraw her palm, but found that her martial soul was already drawn by the sound waves and could not be separated for a short time. Enough with the nonsense. She gritted her teeth. You think this is enough to get my approval? I don't need your approval. Lin Fan suddenly stepped forward, his voice booming, forcing her to stop her retreat. What I want is the initiative. Before he finished speaking, he stomped his left foot and shot into the air like a cannonball, forcefully approaching Luo Xueli at the center of the energy vortex. He used his right hand to grip the sonic node to steady himself, and with his left hand, he wrapped his arm around her waist. You! Luo Xueli's pupils shrank sharply. She instinctively wanted to retaliate with ice spikes, but her body was briefly stiffened due to the resonance of her martial soul. Lin Fan pulled her closer to him, and the two stood almost face to face, nose to nose, their breaths audible. Your Majesty, he chuckled roguishly, his voice low, if we keep playing around like this, someone's going to die. Look, the whole school's watching. If you accidentally freeze me into an ice sculpture, who'll write you love songs? Who'll act out your domineering CEO falls in love with me drama? Luo Xueli's lips moved, but she ultimately didn't say anything. She could feel his body heat coming through his suit, it was unbearably hot. Even more outrageous, the yin energy within her body was slightly agitated, as if in response. Below, Wang Dachui was still kneeling and trembling, while the number of viewers in the livestream had exceeded 1 million. Did you see that? Did you see that? He stammered. Lin Fan, he put his arm around Luo Xueli's waist. That's physical contact. Real, intimate control. Physical interaction between S-class beings. Family members, start sending rockets. This scene is worth 10 years' worth of awards. The students were all dumbfounded. Who would have thought that the F-class loser who was being questioned just a second ago would dare to pull the global entertainment industry's queen into his arms and flirt with her the next second? And she didn't even resist? Lin Fan glanced down at the system panel, intimacy value plus 80 dual martial soul resonance bonus, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Wow, this is a huge win. What was that move called just now? A strong hug can cure all illnesses? I suggest including it in the school curriculum. I've already thought of a name on how to resolve martial conflicts through intimate contact. Luo Xueli finally broke free from the resonance restraints, flapped her wings, and retreated 3 Zhang, staring coldly at him. You are arrogant. I only act crazy for those who deserve it. Lin Fan patted his clothes and shrugged. Besides, in that situation just now, if I hadn't hugged you, neither of us would have been able to salvage the situation. If our martial souls exploded, you would be disfigured and I would go bankrupt. That would be too much of a loss. Next time, Luo Xueli retracted her wings, her skirt fluttering as she landed. I won't hold back this time. Sure, I'm waiting. Lin Fan put his hands in his pockets and grinned smugly. But could we change the venue next time? Like a hotel suite? Dim the lights, get the atmosphere right, and we can take our time. We can even get some late-night snacks when we get tired. The surrounding students. Wang Dachui silently turned off the live stream and muttered, I really don't understand this generation of young people. Luo Xueli turned to leave, but then stopped. What you just mentioned, a cohabitation certificate. Her back was to him, and her voice was a little softer. If it really needs to be done, the Starry Sky Group's legal department is on standby. Lin Fan was taken aback, then smiled even more broadly. Oh? You've come to me willingly? Then I'll have to add an extra clause. I'll manage all the marital property, the child will take my surname Lin, and you'll have to accompany me on at least 30 live streams every year, or else you'll be punished with a kiss. Luo Xueli paused, neither turning around nor denying it. The wind swept across the square, swirling up a few pieces of ice. Lin Fan stood still, the sunlight falling back onto his shoulders, and all that remained beside him was a lingering, chilly fragrance. He touched the black iron earring in his left ear and muttered to himself, this woman says no, but her body says yes. System, prepare for the next round of gold coins. Not far away, Luo Xueli's figure gradually receded into the distance, but her fingers quietly traced the waist where he had embraced her, where a trace of warmth seemed to still linger. Chapter 8: The Mysteries of Xianin. As Lin Fan stepped out of the testing plaza, the lingering warmth of Luo Xueli's fragrance still remained in his earring. As he walked, he touched the system panel, calculating what divine skill he could exchange for once he accumulated 500 intimacy points, when he suddenly heard a crisp crack sound coming from the secret room ahead, like ice breaking. His brow twitched, and he turned directly into the side corridor. The door to the secret chamber of Frost Moon Palace was ajar, and cold air seeped out from the cracks. Half an inch of white frost had formed on the corridor floor tiles, and the air was so cold that it could freeze nose hairs. Damn, this woman has no sportsmanship. She just finished hugging me and now she's going to blow herself up? Lin Fan cursed under his breath and kicked the door open. Luo Xueli was kneeling in the center of the cultivation array, her silver hair frozen into ice strands by the cold air, her illusory wings trembling violently, her whole body as if being pulled by an invisible force, and a trace of blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. She pressed her hands tightly against her chest, but the yin energy within her body was completely out of control, rushing wildly along her meridians, turning the skin blue wherever it passed, and it was about to backfire on her heart meridian. Hey! Don't mess things up! Lin Fan rushed forward, disregarding his manners, and pounced on her, picking her up and pulling her out of the energy vortex. The next second, the spot where she was sitting suddenly exploded, and an ice dragon phantom shot into the sky, crashing into the dome. The entire secret chamber buzzed, and the protective shield cracked. Are you trying to ascend to immortality or undergo tribulation? Lin Fan took a breath and looked down at the person in his arms. 2 seconds later, you would have become an ice sculpture exhibit. I've already thought of the tickets, the last posture of the world's richest man, limited purchase, limited bidding, limited excitement. Luo Xueli's jaw clenched, and she managed to squeeze out 2 words, shut up. If I don't shut up, who will call for help for you? Lin Fan rolled his eyes and quickly brought up the system interface. High concentration of cold attribute surge detected. It is recommended to make close contact immediately to stabilize the fluctuations. He grinned, the system understands me, and I understand you too. Before he could finish speaking, he lowered his head and kissed her. 10 seconds, no more, no less. The moment their lips touched, a system notification popped up: skill frost control successfully exchanged, consuming 100 intimacy points. Immediately afterwards, a cool and smooth energy flowed into his body through his lips, like drinking a mouthful of liquid nitrogen-flavored pulse, cooling him all the way from his throat to his dantian. It was great, but could you make an appointment in advance next time? Lin Fan released his lips and clicked his tongue. This was first kiss treatment for me, you should at least give me a 5-star review, right? Luo Shueli's face didn't turn red, but the tips of her ears secretly flushed pink as she struggled to sit up. Let go. I can do it myself. You're something else. Lin Fan gripped her lower back with one hand, his palm pressed against her clothes, and slowly injected sonic spiritual power into her. Your meridians are full of reversed cold energy right now. You'll explode if you move even slightly. Believe me or not, we'll both turn into popsicles. I've already come up with the trending headline for you. Shocking. Starry Sky CEO and intern commit suicide in a secret room. The truth is that their martial souls exceeded standards. As he spoke, he focused his attention on providing guidance. The sound waves flowed like a gentle stream, coursing through her body along the 8 extraordinary meridians, gradually gathering, compressing, and guiding the raging yin energy back to her dantian. Gradually, Luo Shueli's breathing calmed down, and her stiff body softened a bit. But then, another change occurred. The ice crystal phoenix wings on her back suddenly trembled violently, emitting a clear and melodious cry. Then they began to melt, turning into a pool of flowing silver blue liquid that surged up her spine and directly entered Lin Fan's palm. What the hell? It's swallowing my internal energy? Lin Fan was startled and instinctively tried to pull his hand away, but found that his palm seemed to be sucked in and he couldn't pull it out at all. Even more outrageous, the liquid ice phoenix power not only did not harm him, but instead flowed wildly through his soundwave meridians, and with each cycle, his cultivation level would rise sharply. Cultivation level increased to Chi Refining Level 3. Passive skill upgrade, Sonic Shock. Sonic Suppression can briefly paralyze martial souls below S rank. New feature unlocked, Cold Source Resonance can sense and absorb cold attribute energy. The system prompted a message about screen refresh. Lin Fan's eyes widened. This isn't dual cultivation, this is robbery style leveling up. He looked down at Luo Shueli and found that her eyes were glazed over and her lips were slightly parted. She seemed to have noticed something was wrong, but was powerless to stop it. Is your martial spirit starving? It's absorbing everyone it sees? Lin Fan said, both amused and exasperated. Fine, I won't stop you from absorbing me, but you have to give me a membership with cashback after you're done, the kind where you can exchange points for more marriage opportunities. As soon as he finished speaking, the liquid ice phoenix power suddenly accelerated and rushed into his dantian, condensing into a miniature ice phoenix mark at its core, which floated quietly and complemented his sonic dragon shape. In an instant, Lin Fan felt his 5 senses surge. He could hear the gears of the elevator running 100 meters away, feel every wisp of spiritual energy flowing in the air with his fingertips, and even clearly discern the rhythm of Luo Shueli's heartbeat, which was incredibly fast. Oh? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. Your heart is racing too fast, sister. Calm down. We're not at the point of discussing marriage yet. Luo Shueli finally recovered, pushed him away, and staggered to her feet, her face pale but trying to remain calm. What just happened? Your martial spirit has defected to me. Lin Fan spread his hands. Now it has settled down in my dantian, complete with renovations. I think I should charge it a share of the rent next month. Nonsense. Luo Shueli raised her hand to freeze ice, but found that her body was empty, with only 30% of her Xianyin Qi remaining, and her martial soul phantom was dim and lifeless. Her pupils contracted. My ice phoenix. Don't panic, it's not lost. Lin Fan pointed to his chest. It's now my second golden pet, number 002, second only to my sonic dragon. Do you want to see the surveillance footage? I can provide real-time playback, and VIPs can even touch it. Luo Shueli bit her lip, wanting to say something, when suddenly her body swayed and her knees buckled. Lin Fan reacted quickly, grabbing her waist and letting her lean on his shoulder. Go easy on me, I know you've wanted to lie in my arms for a long time. He teased in a low voice, but could you come up with a different excuse next time? Like I'm dizzy, I'm tired, I miss you, that sounds much more romantic than my martial soul is going berserk. Who missed you? Luo Shueli struggled, but couldn't break free, so she gave up. What exactly did you do to me? I didn't do anything, it was your spirit that was infatuated. Lin Fan shrugged. I guess the resonance between the two spirits was too intense just now, and it just eloped. Now, are we considered a couple? Like, do we get double the drop rate when we team up to run dungeons? Luo Xueli was too lazy to play along with his nonsensical nonsense. She took a deep breath and tried to recondense her martial soul. No matter how he tried to mobilize his spiritual power, there was always nothing behind him. She finally realized the seriousness of the problem, and her voice turned cold. We must find out the cause immediately. Agreed. Lin Fan nodded. But before we investigate, let us make this clear: if your martial spirit is truly locked to mine, I'll be the main carry and you'll be the support in team battles. We'll split the experience, and I'll get to choose the equipment first. But I can consider letting you wear my old clothes. Dream on. Luo Xueli glared at him coldly, then straightened up by leaning against the wall. Let's go to the data room and retrieve the martial soul fluctuation records. Okay, but I have one condition. Lin Fan put his hands in his pockets and looked at her with a smile. You have to let me hold your hand. In case we lose our balance again, I can give you mouth-to-mouth first aid immediately. Roll. Refusal is ineffective. Couple navigation mode has been automatically activated. Without saying a word, Lin Fan grabbed her wrist and pulled her outside. Didi, your private driver is now online. This service includes 3 major guarantees: preventing getting lost, preventing freezing, and preventing rivals from getting close. We offer a full refund for any negative reviews. The two walked through the corridor, where the security system automatically identified them and unlocked the doors layer by layer. The corridor lights changed from cool white to warm gold, making Luo Xueli's profile appear softer. She looked down at her hand being held, but neither pulled away nor said anything. Lin Fan noticed this and chuckled inwardly, but he didn't hold back. Look, isn't this quite harmonious? From now on, we can tell everyone that we are martial soul symbiotic partners, which is more advanced than a married couple and more enduring than a Taoist couple. We won't even need to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Shut up. Luo Xueli finally spoke, but her tone was no longer as cold and hard as before. If you say another word, I'll put you in a freezer at minus 200 degrees Celsius for an experiment. Okay, remember to get me a hand warmer, preferably the kind that's close to the skin. Lin Fan winked, like you. Luo Xueli ignored him and quickened her pace. The elevator doors slowly opened, and a golden light screen swept across the faces of the two people, automatically labeling them: CEO Luo Xueli plus Special Student Lin Fan, Access Level SS, Destination, High Level Conference Hall. Lin Fan glanced at the screen and raised an eyebrow. Shareholders meeting? What a coincidence. It's not a coincidence. Luo Xueli stepped into the elevator and stopped. Your behavior in the plaza just now has caught the attention of the board of directors. They want to see you. Oh? Lin Fan smirked. Surrounded by wolves? That's good. I just happen to need a stage to show off my new skills. He turned to face the elevator door, spread his hands, and sonic waves vibrated. A spinning ice phoenix mark appeared in his palm, intertwined with a golden dragon shape, shining brightly. Distinguished board members, he grinned at the reflective facade. Welcome to today's dimensional reduction attack, starring me, Lin Fan. Friendly reminder, there are no escape routes on site. It is recommended to purchase insurance in advance. Chapter 9. My sister gave me special treatment. The moment the elevator doors opened, Lin Fan smelled a greasy odor. It wasn't the cold fragrance emanating from Luo Xueli, but a man with a beer belly, his suit buttons practically popping off, slamming his fist on the table and standing up, his face as red as if he'd just been pulled out of a hot pot. An F-level piece of trash like you doesn't deserve to sit in this conference room. You've completely disgraced the Starry Sky Group. Shareholder Ray slammed his hand on the long table, making the projector pen bounce 3 times. Special student? I bet he's just the CEO's kept man. Lin Fan didn't stop walking and stepped directly into the conference room, a smirk playing on his lips. Oh, not wearing headphones in meetings? I suggest you turn on mute mode before you yell next time, otherwise you might accidentally hurt your own people. All 20-odd directors turned their heads in unison, and the air froze for a second. Luo Xueli stood beside the main seat, her silver hair falling to her shoulders, her face colder than an ice sculpture. She didn't speak, but when her gaze swept over Lin Fan, she nodded very slightly. Lin Fan understood immediately. The words she whispered in his ear in the elevator, "They'll cause trouble," were indeed not just a bluff. These old foxes will pounce on him and tear him apart as soon as he shows his face. Alright, today I'll give you a live broadcast, the real story of a useless person getting slapped in the face. I'll say it again. Shareholder pointed at Lin Fan's nose. What right do you, trash who's stuck at F level in martial soul resonance, have to get SS level resources? Go back to your art school and write a self-criticism. Lin Fan tilted his head to avoid the spittle he spewed, slowly took out the data tablet from his earring, and turned a page. Oh? Who did you just call trash? Let me check. According to Article 3 of the Starry Sky Group Intern Management Regulations, special trainees have the right to attend board meetings, priority and resource allocation, and he raised his eyes and smiled, they don't have to pay compensation for beating up disgruntled shareholders. Bullshit. The fat man jumped to his feet, his chair crashing to the ground. I represent the three major families and hold 41% of the shares. I now propose, immediately revoke Lin Fan's special student status. Let's vote by show of hands. Nobody moved. Some people looked down at their hands, some pretended to cough, and some quietly took a half step back. I still remember the scene in the square in the previous chapter, where the sonic dragon-shaped light blade overturned the testing platform. No one's raising their hand? Lin Fan shrugged. Then I'll help you reach a consensus. As soon as he finished speaking, he lightly touched the ground with his toes and shot towards the long table like an arrow. He raised his right hand, his palm buzzing, the air twisting and vibrating, and a golden dragon-shaped light blade condensed from the void, its scales and claws clearly defined, its head raised, letting out a roar that could pierce the clouds and split rocks. How about we have a contest? Lin Fan grinned, revealing a set of white teeth, whose voice is louder. The light blade slashed down. There was no roar, no explosion, only a faint but piercing hiss sound, like a hot knife slicing through butter. The entire 10-meter-long alloy conference table silently split in two, starting from the center line. Click. The two halves of the table slowly tilted before finally collapsing with a crash, hitting the ground without even a wisp of smoke. But everyone's heart skipped a beat at that soft sound. Quiet. A deathly silence. Shareholder A's mouth was agape, his fat face twitching 3 times, but he didn't dare utter another word. Lin Fan sheathed his sword, clapped his hands, and looked at the audience with a smile. Who else wants to vote? Come on, raise your hand and I promise I won't cut off your hand. No one answered. Even my breathing became lighter. Defeat the open provocateur, intimacy level plus 150. New skill unlocked, Sonic Shield can withstand sonic attacks below S rank. A system notification popped up in my mind. Lin Fan almost burst out laughing. This was a huge win. Not only did it clear away the noise, but it also gave me a free defensive skill, practically the standard perk for a protagonist in a wish fulfillment novel. He deliberately turned around, leaned close to Luo Shueli's ear, and spoke in a voice that was neither too loud nor too soft, just loud enough for the directors in the front row to hear. Sister, does my performance deserve a reward? Like, a promotion and a raise, or a kiss as a year-end bonus? Luo Shueli's eyelashes didn't even tremble. She simply raised her eyes slowly, her gaze sweeping across the entire room like an icy blade. Any further objections? In short. 3 words. But it was even more ruthless than that light blade from before. More than 20 pairs of eyes in the conference room all lowered their gazes. Some people wiped their sweat, some looked down and fiddled with their tablets, and some pretended to answer a phone call before hurriedly getting up and leaving their seats. The game of power is never won by shouting. It depends on standing in the right position. Now, everyone can see clearly who the true master of the starry sky is. Lin Fan looked away, feeling so happy he wanted to set off firecrackers. What kind of shareholders meeting is this? It's nothing but a bunch of clowns fattened up by capital, who can't stand seeing newcomers jumping on their heads. Now that's great, with the dragon-shaped light blade unleashed, who can rival it? He leaned back lazily, hands in his pockets, and looked around. Gentlemen, if there's no other program, can we wrap up this episode of The Rich and Powerful? I suggest we edit it into a short video. I've already thought of a title shocking. F-level loser cleaves the boardroom in half with 1 slash, and the CEO is actually clapping on the side. No one laughed. No one dared to be angry. Shareholder A slumped in his chair, his face pale and his forehead covered in cold sweat. He looked at the table that had split in 2 on the floor, then at Lin Fan's smirking face, and suddenly realized that this young man was not a good-for-nothing. It's an inauspicious star. Luo Shueli finally moved. She turned around, her high heels clicking crisply on the ground, and walked step by step toward the door. Lin Fan whistled, but instead of leaving, he lagged behind. Once the crowd had mostly dispersed, he slowly strolled out, staring at the slender yet upright figure ahead, raising an eyebrow and smiling. Was that move just now good enough to make you your personal bodyguard? Time to settle the wages? Luo Shueli did not stop walking. But she gently raised her left hand, causing her sleeve to flutter slightly. A black access card slid out from his wrist, tracing an arc in the air. Lin Fan raised his hand and caught it. The card felt cool to the touch, with gold patterns printed on the front and the words, Highest Security Level Frost Moon Palace Area B, written on it. There was also a line of small print in the lower right corner, Entry is restricted to the cardholder and designated personnel only. He looked down and laughed. Sector B? ISNT, that next to your private room, he muttered to himself. Is my sister giving me a back door and a locked one at that? Looking up again, Luo Shueli had already reached the elevator, her figure about to disappear between the metal doors. Lin Fan gripped the card tightly, feeling the lingering warmth on it. He knew this was more than just a pass. It's an invitation. It's also a test. That last strike proved his strength. But now, he wants to know more. Why is her gait a little unsteady? The walk from the conference room to the corridor wasn't long, but he noticed that Luo Shueli had to lean against the wall twice. Once, her fingertips lightly brushed against the wall as she turned a corner. Another time, she pressed almost her entire weight onto the metal frame in front of the elevator buttons. The aftereffects of the martial spirit going berserk haven't healed yet. It's not easy to hold up this situation with only 30% of the Xianin Qi. Lin Fan felt a sudden tightness in his chest. He almost forgot that during that confrontation, she was the one who was the weakest. Yet, she stood the straightest and spoke the least, but she commanded the entire room. Hey, he couldn't help but ask, his voice a few decibels lower than usual, are you really alright? Luo Shueli pressed the elevator button without looking back. They're the ones who are in trouble, she said calmly. You chopped the table, and I've put an end to their hopes. It's been a pleasure doing business with them. The elevator doors opened, and she stepped inside, her figure as straight as a sword. Lin Fan stood still and did not follow. He knew she wouldn't let him go with her. In situations like these, giving her space is more respectful than offering her a helping hand. He looked down at the access card in his hand and suddenly smiled. Fine, if you won't let me in, I'll just swipe it myself. He turned and walked towards the other end of the corridor. Frost Moon Palace, Section B, is about a 2-minute walk away. The map unfolded automatically in his mind. There are 3 iris recognition systems, 2 gravity detection systems, and a secret passage that requires voiceprint unlocking. Ordinary employees have to turn back when they get here. But the card in his hand can be used to access all channels. As Lin Fan walked, he moved his wrists, and the sound waves vibrated slightly in his palms. I actually held back my strength in that last strike. He didn't want to actually kill anyone after all, he still needed to make a living here. But some people have already blacklisted him. For example, that fat shareholder. For example, those directors who kept their heads down and remained silent. They will not admit defeat. I'll just wait for the next opportunity. But Lin Fan wasn't afraid. He now has authority, skills, connections, and... He glanced at the system panel. Intimacy level, 250 points. We're not far from the next redemption threshold. Once I've mastered some new skills, I'll come back and play voting games with you guys. He muttered to himself, next round, shall we have a Who Kneels First challenge? At the end of the corridor, a black metal door stood silently. In the center of the door, a hexagonal scanner glowed with a ghostly blue light. Lin Fan stepped forward and held up the access card. Drop. Recognition successful. The door slowly opened, revealing a dimly lit interior with only a few rays of cold light filtering through the cracks in the ceiling. He stepped across the threshold, his boots making a slight echo on the floor. There was a faint, cool fragrance in the air, just like the one on Luo Shueli. Sister, he said in a low voice, are you waiting for me to sneak in the dark if you don't turn on the light? No one responded. But he knew she was waiting for him behind that door. Chapter 10. A heat rising in the Dantian. The metal door slowly closed behind us with a low click. Lin Fan stood in the center of the dimly lit secret room, the floor beneath his feet was slightly cool, and the familiar, cool fragrance in the air was 10 times stronger than in the corridor. Instead of turning on the light, he smiled and said, Sister, you hid in the elevator without saying a word, and now you're waiting for me in the dark? Wouldn't you call that deliberate seduction? Before he could finish speaking, a silver figure suddenly approached. Splash! His collar was suddenly ripped open, revealing a pale blue mark on his left shoulder, like frost etched into his flesh, faintly gleaming with a cold light. Luo Shueli's face was inches away from his, her nose almost touching his collarbone, her breath so cold it seemed to freeze into ice crystals. Chu Qinglan's sword energy? Her voice was extremely low, yet every word was barbed. You cultivated with her last night? Lin Fan was taken aback, then burst out laughing. Oh my, you're so jealous, I almost thought I was going to cheat on you and go to the Arctic. Instead of backing down, he reached out and wrapped his arms around her waist, gently pulling her into his embrace. It's true she inflicted the injuries, but you're the one who locked her heart. He lowered his head and whispered in her ear, besides, smell me. Do I smell like any other woman? It's all your cool fragrance. It's making me feel like an ice pop. Luo Shueli froze. She tried to struggle, but found her legs were weak. Lin Fan's fingers were sensitive to touch, and the Xianyin Qi was running rampant in her meridians like a runaway wild horse. I finally couldn't hold back the aftereffects of the shareholders' meeting anymore. Let go. She gritted her teeth, her fingertips digging into his arm, but her voice trembled. Lin Fan sensed something was wrong. His eyes flashed, and he quietly vibrated a subtle sound wave in his palm, which slowly flowed into her body along her spine. The gentle resonance felt like a small hammer striking a taut nerve, instantly relieving the pain of the martial spirit backlash. Don't try to be brave. His tone was still roguish, but his movements were a bit gentler. You swayed around in the conference room 3 times and leaned against the wall twice. You think I didn't see that? Who needs your permission? Before she could finish speaking, she suddenly shuddered and instinctively buried her face in his shoulder, her teeth gently tapping against his skin. That bite, though not strong, made Lin Fan's heart skip a beat. Intimacy level plus 150. A woman with high intimacy level and high fertility potential was detected. Intimacy points gained will be doubled. Actual gain, intimacy points plus 300. Cultivation breakthrough, Qi refining level 2, Qi refining level 3. New stage unlocked, Luo Shueli's affection level rises to possessiveness erupts. The system prompted a message about screen refresh. Lin Fan felt a surge of heat in his dantian, a warm current rushing through his limbs and bones, making him feel light and airy, as if he had drunk 10 bottles of Red Bull and 3 cups of espresso. Cool. That was awesome. This isn't dating, it's like grinding experience points while AFK. Instead of letting go, he tightened his grip, rested his chin on her head, and smiled like a fox who had stolen a chicken. Your body temperature has dropped by 5 degrees, your heart rate has increased by 2 beats, and your breathing rate has become disordered. Sister, your current state is called physiological jealousy, which is medically classified as a severe dependency symptom. I suggest long-term patronage, and returns are not allowed. Shut up. Luo Shueli suddenly looked up, her silver hair sweeping across his chest, her ear tips so red they could bleed. Who depends on you? I was just checking if someone had planted a Dao heart mark on you. Oh, a checkup? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, his fingers sliding up her jawline and gently pinching her chin. So, did you find anything? Is your name still written in my heart? Do you want me to cut it open and show you? Scan the code to verify authenticity, or I'll pay with my life. Luo Shueli glared at him, her lips pressed into a thin line. But the anger in those icy blue eyes had long been masked by a mist of tears. She knew she had lost. She lost the moment he chopped down the table in the conference room. It wasn't a matter of skill that led to defeat, but rather a matter of composure. She controls the global entertainment industry and can shut down a top star with a single sentence, yet she can't control the maddening pain in her chest when she hears him mention other women. Lin Fan. She suddenly whispered, her fingertips slowly tracing his chest, pressing against his heartbeat through the fabric. Next time I smell another woman's scent. She paused, her fingernails digging slightly into his clothes. I'll lock you here and you won't be allowed to see anyone for a year. Lin Fan smiled. It wasn't teasing or mockery, but a low chuckle that rolled out from the throat, a genuine feeling of being teased. Okay. He lowered his head, his forehead touching hers. But sister, this isn't punishment, it's a disguised way of asking for reconciliation and exclusive pampering. He brushed his thumb across the corner of her lips. Okay, I agree, on the condition that you accompany me to record a new song tonight. Luo Shueli was taken aback. Record a song? Yeah. Lin Fan blinked. I finished writing the Queen-S exclusive Boyfriend Chronicles. It's catchy, and I can even add the resonance sound effect of your Ice Phoenix martial soul to the chorus. It's guaranteed to be a hit. He grinned mischievously. If you don't come, I'll collaborate with Nangongyan. She said she's always on standby and always sexy. You dare. The moment those 3 words were uttered, the temperature in the entire sealed room plummeted. The ground cracked with fine lines, and a hexagonal ice crystal array instantly spread to the four walls, while layers of frost flowers condensed on the ceiling. Lin Fan remained calm and instead reached out to rub her head. I was just kidding, are you stupid? My life is yours, why would I let someone else sing my song? He released his embrace, straightened his disheveled collar, and turned to walk towards the door. The soles of the boots made a crisp sound as they stepped on the ice. Let's go. He didn't turn around, waving the access card in his hand. If I stay any longer, I'm afraid you'll actually weld me to this spot and use me as a heater. There was no movement behind me. He didn't turn around. Only when my hand touched the doorknob did I hear a very soft sound, like the wind passing through a crack. Lin Fan, you can't escape. He paused in his steps. But the corners of his mouth turned up even higher. Gripped the doorknob firmly and pressed down hard. The metal door slowly opened, and the cold light from the outside corridor cut in at an angle, stretching his shadow lone. The system panel flashed in my mind. Current intimacy level, 550 points. Cultivation level, Chi refining level 3. Activated skills, Sonic Shock, Sonic Shield. Storage space, black iron earrings 87% remaining capacity. The life of a protagonist in a wish fulfillment novel is definitely not limited to slapping faces. What's more, after being humiliated, there are still beauties who will offer to feed you. He took a step forward, about to leave. Suddenly, a soft humming vibration came from behind. Looking back, the secret room door was closing automatically, 6 alloy locks clicked down, and even the ventilation openings were sealed off by ice. Before the last ray of light was swallowed up, he saw Luo Shueli sitting on the central ice chair, her silver hair cascading over her shoulders, clutching tightly in her hand the access card that had been given to her, as if she were holding some unspeakable secret. Amidst the swirling mist, she raised her eyes, her gaze piercing through the darkness and landing directly on him. Lin Fan grinned and waved at her. The next second, the entire secret room was completely sealed off, leaving only silence. He turned and strode down the corridor, his steps as light as if he had just won the lottery. There's no rush regarding the audition room. Anyway, the diva has already booked a time slot for him tonight. And judging from this situation, it's the kind of all-nighter. Chapter 11. The tattoo on her lower abdomen. The dull thud of the metal door closing still echoed in the corridor. Lin Fan flicked the access card in his hand, his steps as light as if he had just won 5 million. He had no intention of being welded to a secluded room by the diva to serve as a heater. But he really intends to record the Queen's exclusive boyfriend's true story tonight. I've reached the 3rd level of Chi refining and have a sonic shield. Now all I need is real combat data. He walked along, touching the black iron earring in his left ear. System, right? If I raise my intimacy points quickly, my cultivation will skyrocket. Isn't that better than finding a job and working like a slave? The audition room was on the 3rd floor of Block B. The corridor was dimly lit, with only a frosted glass door at the end emitting a red glow. You can vaguely hear strong drum beats mixed with the rhythm of high heels hitting the ground, like someone is dancing to a girl group song. Lin Fan paused. The drum beats are off. This is not an ordinary musical beat, but a spiritual resonance. Nangong Yen? He squinted at the sign, Blazing Flame Entertainment Exclusive Rehearsal Room. The next second, the lights in the entire corridor flickered with a snap. It's not a voltage instability issue. The wall plaster is shaking. Wow, does this girl have a buff when she dances? He pushed the door open and went in. There was no one inside. Only the central circular dance floor was illuminated by a red light, its floor adorned with flame-patterned arrays, and a faint smell of sulfur filled the air. The 4 walls were entirely made of sound-absorbing cotton, but at this moment, they were visibly wrinkling and bulging. Click, click, click. The surveillance camera in the corner of the ceiling started shaking and flashing red light. Is it going to explode? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow and immediately sensed the problem. Nangong Yan's martial soul nine-tailed firefox was too fierce. When he danced, the spiritual fire overflowed and resonated with the soundproof barrier. If they keep jumping like this, the recording studio will really collapse. System, an environmental crisis has been detected. Are there any achievement rewards? He asked in his mind. No achievement triggered. Recommendation: proactive intervention can increase female favorability and indirectly increase the probability of gaining intimacy points. Got it, charity work counts as a KPI. He grinned. However, today, I'm going to go with the flow. As soon as he finished speaking, the flame array in the center of the dance floor suddenly lit up. A red figure leaped out like a whirlwind. Nangongyan landed and turned around, her long, wavy red hair swung in an arc, her midriff exposed and her skirt super short, her waist twisted like a live fire snake, and her soft breasts jiggled. The moment she stepped on the ground, it instantly heated up, and even the air seemed to distort. One more time, she muttered to herself, her tone irritable. This damn metronome's half a beat slow again. Who tuned it? Are they trying to make my spiritual veins explode? Lin Fan leaned against the door, hands in his pockets. Sister, this isn't dancing, it's a live broadcast of a demolition site. Nangongyan turned around abruptly, his eyes sharp. Who? Me? Lin Fan shrugged. The door says no entry without permission, but as soon as I saw the vibration frequency, I knew there was definitely a beautiful woman inside giving her all in the driving test. Nangongyan glared at him, her ears turning red. Lin Fan? Weren't you locked in a dark room by Luo Xueli? How did you end up here? Closed? Lin Fan laughed. That's a private tutoring session by appointment, costing 1 9-turn golden pill per hour, fair and square. Nangongyan rolled his eyes. Stop being silly. I need to rehearse here, so get out of here and don't disturb my practice. Practicing martial arts? Lin Fan pointed to the ceiling. If you keep practicing like this, the surveillance cameras will explode first. Before the words were finished. Bang! A camera in the corner of the ceiling exploded with sparks, scattering plastic fragments all over the floor. Nangongyan was stunned. Damn, what number is it this month? Lin Fan clicked his tongue and shook his head. Others gain fans by dancing, you destroy houses by dancing. The property management will cry their eyes out if they find out. He took 2 steps forward, standing at the edge of the dance floor, squinting as he surveyed his surroundings. Your barrier is a low-level spirit-gathering array. It can't withstand high-frequency spiritual energy output. Next time, replace it with a titanium alloy soundproofing panel, or... He paused, then grinned mischievously. Find a man who knows how to control sound waves to help you tune the frequency? Nangongyan laughed. You really have no manners? You've only been an F-rank trash for a few days and you've only been an S-rank? Don't think you can give me pointers just because you've been sucking up to Luo Xueli for a couple of days. Useless trash? Lin Fan shrugged. Then that kick you just gave cracked 3 floor tiles, and the overflowing fire spirit almost broke through the barrier. Should I tell you that the spiritual meridians in your body are slightly misaligned? Nangongyan's expression changed. She definitely felt something was wrong. Every time she reached the climax of the dance, it felt like a fire was raging in her chest, and her breathing became erratic. What nonsense are you spouting? Believe it or not, it's up to you. Lin Fan shrugged. But, if you don't want to become a trending topic tomorrow with Dancing Queen suffers sudden spiritual vein inflammation, I suggest you stop now. Nangongyan gritted his teeth, wanting to retort, but suddenly felt a pang of heart palpitation. She instinctively covered her chest, and her knees buckled. Lin Fan reacted quickly, stepping forward to support her arm. Be careful, the recording studio will collapse if you jump down again. He said casually, but his eyes narrowed slightly. The sonic blade within the body was quietly activated. It wasn't a killing move, but rather an extremely subtle oscillation frequency that spread through the air, precisely neutralizing the chaotic fire spirit fluctuations within Nangongyan's body. Buzz. The shaking of the wall gradually subsided. The drumbeats returned to a steady rhythm. Nangongyan took a breath and looked up at him. What did you do? Nothing much. Lin Fan let go of her hand and took a half step back. I just stood here and said something sensible, and also enjoyed the visual treat. Nangongyan was taken aback. Benefits? She looked down. The movement was too exaggerated when she finished spinning, causing her red skirt to flutter and revealing her waistline. The faint red tattoo on her lower abdomen, resembling a flame totem, was clearly visible. Lin Fan, she roared, raising her leg to kick him. Lin Fan nimbly jumped back. Wow, this tattoo perk, can the system exchange it for cultivation points? Ding. Valid visual contact detected. Erogenous zone assessment passed. Intimacy level plus 30. Current intimacy level, 580 points. Cultivation status, G refining level 3 stable. Lin Fan's lips curled into a smile. Although there was no breakthrough, my dantian did feel slightly warm, like I had taken a sip of sweet wine. It's worth it, he muttered. So watching beautiful women dance can also increase experience points. This system is truly an essential tool for home and travel. Nangongyan straightened his clothes, his face slightly red, but his tone was fierce. If you dare to look again, I'll throw you into the fire spirit array and roast you like a skewer. Roast? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. You'd have to catch me first. Besides, your fire spirit isn't even properly regulated yet. If we really fight, you'll be the first one to get burned. Nangongyan choked. She had to admit that the guy was right. She hasn't been doing well lately. Her family is pressuring her to take on a global tour, and she's been practicing like crazy to catch up, which has made her spiritual energy increasingly uncontrollable. How did you do that? She stared at Lin Fan. That tremor just now, it was clearly my fire spirit breaking through the barrier. How did it suddenly stop? It's a secret. Lin Fan blinked. The self-discipline of a top-tier sonic master cannot be revealed casually, otherwise, colleagues will report me for violating the anti-involution regulations. Don't give me that. Nangongyan took a step closer. Did you use some kind of musical technique? Or, did Luo Shueli teach you? President Luo? Lin Fan shook his head. What she taught me were courses like how to maintain 3 hours of high-intensity output in bed, which have nothing to do with this. Lin Fan. Nangongyan stomped her foot in anger. Boom! The ground trembled beneath my feet, cracking open in a spiderweb pattern, and a wave of heat shot into the sky. Lin Fan was prepared, his sonic shield instantly deployed, forming an invisible barrier that deflected the heat wave. Calm down, sis. With such a temper, no wonder you don't have a boyfriend. He chuckled. Want me to introduce you to a psychologist? They specialize in treating irritable sweetheart syndrome. Who cares what I say? Nangongyan glared at him, but couldn't help but lower her voice. Could you help me one more time? Like that frequency tuning technique from just now. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. When you ask someone for a favor, you should have the right attitude. You. Nangongyan gritted his teeth. Don't push your luck. All right. Lin Fan waved his hand. Since your waistline was quite eye-catching just now, I'll give you a free trial of the basic setup. He walked to the center of the dance floor, sat down cross-legged, and placed his palms on the ground. Keep jumping, don't worry about me. Huh? Nangongyan was dumbfounded. What are you doing sitting there? Making a decoction? Almost. Lin Fan closed his eyes. I'm using sonic resonance to help you regulate your spiritual vein frequency. Just follow the original rhythm. Remember, don't let your emotions get the better of you, or you'll explode. Who has feelings for you? Nangongyan roared, but still returned to the dance floor. The music starts again. She danced, her steps more cautious than before. With each step, the fire spirit surged, and the barrier trembled slightly once more. Lin Fan frowned slightly, and the sonic blade within his body slowly released, transforming into countless hair-thin shockwaves that intertwined with the fire spirit, gradually calibrating the frequency. The cracks in the wall stopped widening. The red lights on the monitoring wreckage finally stopped flashing. As Nangongyan sang the third chorus, he suddenly realized that the burning sensation in his chest had disappeared. My breathing is easier now. Their movements became lighter. This. She landed and stopped, looking at Lin Fan in shock. The latter opened his eyes and stretched. Done. Next time, remember to warm up for 10 minutes before dancing. Don't start with your best moves right away, or you might hurt yourself. Nangongyan looked at him with a complicated expression. This guy actually solved her problem. Thank you. She was about to speak when she suddenly tightened her expression. Never mind. Who needs your help? I just happen to be in a good mood today. Lin Fan smiled without saying a word. He knew that this woman's arrogant mode had been activated. But it's okay. Once the intimacy points are credited, that's fine. He stood up, patted his pants, and said, Okay, I'm off then. After all, the diva is waiting for me to go back and record a song. She's booked the whole night, so I can't be late. All-nighters? Nangongyan narrowed his eyes. You and Luo Shueli, really every night? Lin Fan raised his index finger. This is not suitable for minors. I suggest you consult after you turn 18. Who's a minor? Nangongyan exploded. I'm 2 years older than you. Oh? Lin Fan looked her up and down. With your mentality, you're at most 16. You haven't even passed your rebellious phase yet. Lin Fan. She raised her hand to release the fire spirit. Lin Fan had a premonition and quickly hid behind the door. Don't get excited, save your energy for practicing dancing. I'll come to watch you dance Gokuraku Jodo next time, remember to wear something shorter. The door slammed shut. Nangong Yen stood there, stomping his feet in anger, and another small explosion occurred on the ground. But the corners of her mouth unconsciously curled up slightly. In the audition room, only the lingering heat of the flames and fragments of surveillance footage remained. Lin Fan leaned against the wall outside the door and touched his ear. The system panel quietly appeared. Current intimacy level, 580 points. Cultivation level, G refining level 3. Activated skills, Sonic Shock, Sonic Shield. Storage space, black iron earrings 87% remaining capacity. He grinned. This is just the beginning. Inside, the music started playing again. Nangong Yen stood in the center of the dance floor and took a deep breath. This time, her movements were even smoother. Fire spirit is stable and has a precise rhythm. She hummed a line from a song softly, as if talking to herself, or perhaps to someone. Next time, don't hide behind the door. Chapter 12 The pregnancy exploded. Just as Lin Fan touched the dormitory doorknob, the black iron earring suddenly vibrated. Ding, urgent message. Nangong Yan's assistant sent a notification. Teacher Nan's rehearsal has encountered obstacles and urgently needs sound wave assistance. He raised an eyebrow. This woman is quite the actress? She was dancing so smoothly in the last chapter that 8 surveillance cameras went off the clock, and now she's saying she's off beat? But the system panel was slightly warm, as if urging it to get going. Alright, anyway, the diva is working overtime tonight for a board meeting, so the all-night session will be postponed. Let's focus on flexible employment. He turned and left, a smile playing on his lips. Besides, that waistline is definitely worth taking another look at. The corridor lights were still flashing red, and the remnants of the previous battle were scattered at the entrance of the audition room. Broken plastic, charred tile seams, and bulging sound-absorbing cotton looked like burnt marshmallows. The door wasn't locked. Pushing open a crack, a wave of heat hits you. Nangong Yen stood in the center of the dance floor. The music wasn't on, but when she stepped on the ground, a ring of flames spontaneously ignited. Her long, wavy red hair cascaded down her shoulders, her crop top was 2 centimeters shorter than yesterday's, and her mini skirt was adorned with flame-shaped tassels. She looked like she had been cut out of a game's CG for the opening of a boss battle. You're back? She didn't even look up, her tone icy cold. I thought you were busy recording bedtime diary for Luo Shueli. Lin Fan stepped into the room, closed and locked the door behind him. Oh, you were hoping I'd come back, weren't you? I've already screenshotted the message my assistant sent. I'll post it on my WeChat moments with the title Dance Queen Cries for Help Late at Night, just because she needs a sound engineer, but... Who asked you for help? Nangong Yen suddenly looked up, his eyes blazing. You came all the way back yourself. Yeah. Lin Fan shrugged, put his hands in his pockets and walked closer. In the adult world, who doesn't know a little bit of playing hard to get? You send a urgent message and I know that my sister misses me. She stomped her foot in anger. Boom! 9 fiery phantoms rose from behind her, forming a ring that surrounded Lin Fan like a cage. The air temperature soared, and the paint on the walls began to peel off. Last time you were lucky and managed to stabilize your spiritual veins. She took a step closer, her red lips slightly upturned. This time, can you stand firm under my full power hot dance? Don't end up squatting in the corner like an electric donkey charging station when the shield is activated. Lin Fan didn't move, but instead laughed. Sister, your fire has gone too far. Before the words were even finished, a sudden explosion of information erupted in my brain. Ding! Urgent alert, a woman with a high pregnancy score has been detected approaching. Intimacy point acquisition efficiency is expected to increase by 300% 500%. Activate priority acquisition protocol? His pupils contracted, and his smile deepened. I see. No wonder my belly button increased by 30 points yesterday after just one glance. It turns out it was a hidden bonus. Seeing that he didn't answer, Nangong Yen snorted coldly, pretending to be profound won't work. I'm going to dance this dance today. Music suddenly starts. It's not an ordinary rhythm, but a high-frequency spiritual energy resonance melody, a limit test song burning heart flame designed specifically for martial spirit dancers. 280 beats per second, a pace fast enough to shatter low-tier armor. She spun and leaped into the air, her 9 tails swaying in waves of fire churning. The first sweep of his legs cracked the floor, the second circling motion scorched the ceiling, the third close up to Lin Fan's face sent hot air brushing past his nose. Trying to hide, she taunted. Weren't you quite the actor? Lin Fan stood still, a smile playing on his lips. Sister, do you know why those intimate dance videos on Douyin get the most likes? What? Because he suddenly stepped forward, took the initiative, grabbed her wrist, and pressed her against the wall. If you get too close, your heart will race. The moment his back hit the wall, Nan Gongyan's pupils shrank. She tried to break free, but found that her meridians felt as if they were being gently hooked by something. Lin Fan placed his palm on her side. It was warm but not hot. The system will activate automatically. Close contact assessment in progress. Target women, abnormally high fertility levels. Triggered the high pregnancy rate priority collection agreement. Activate spiritual vein siphon countdown, 3, 2, 1. The invisible sound wave seeped into the palm of his hand, flowing upstream along the Firefox's spiritual veins, precisely extracting pure spiritual energy. You're sucking me? Nan Gongyan exclaimed, his voice trembling. She tried to unleash her martial spirit, but after the 9 fiery tails trembled violently, they went out one by one. The first energy disappears, causing stagnation of spiritual energy. The second energy dissipates, causing rapid breathing. The third energy collapses, causing knees to buckle. In less than 3 seconds, his cultivation level plummeted from the 5th level of qi condensation to the 3rd level. Lin Fan, she roared, her nails digging into his arm. You dare to drain me dry? Lin Fan lowered his head and whispered in her ear, don't be afraid, just consider it the price for dancing. The breath brushed past his ear, and Nan Gongyan froze. It wasn't because of pain, but a strange, tingling sensation that shot up my spine, like being electrocuted, or like someone tickling my heart with a feather. She wanted to curse, but the words stuck in her throat. Her legs went weak, and she only managed to stay upright because Lin Fan held her back. A system notification appears. Intimacy value plus 180 triggered by high fertility boost. Current intimacy level, 760 points. Cultivation status, Qi refining level 3, Qi refining level 4, progress 30%. Lin Fan felt the warm, flowing new energy in his dantian and nodded in satisfaction. This is a huge profit. Nan Gongyan was panting heavily, his chest heaving violently, his eyes shifting from anger to shock, and then from shock to fear. What exactly did you do to me? She gritted her teeth, that's my spiritual essence. How could you just extract it? It's a secret. Lin Fan blinked. It's a required course for top-level sound wave masters. I can't just reveal it casually, otherwise my colleagues will report me for violating the anti-involution regulations. Stop talking nonsense. She struggled to push him away. You're not some F-rank loser who made a comeback at all. You planned this all along. Did Luo Shueli teach you some evil magic? Or did you secretly practice some forbidden technique? Banning cultivation techniques? Lin Fan laughed out loud. I call this legal, compliant, transparent data collection, system certified, and fair to all, young and old. System? Nan Gongyan was taken aback. Oops. Lin Fan covered his mouth. I let it slip. Her eyes widened. You have a cheat code? Lin Fan put his index finger to her lips. This is an S-level secret. Leaking it will lower our intimacy level. Nan Gongyan slapped his hand away. You bastard. I was just dancing, and you used me as a power bank? Believe me or not, I'll have this shameful thing broadcast live online. I've even thought of the title, shocking. Male star pretends to kiss, but actually steals female artist's cultivation. Sure, Lin Fan said calmly. Go ahead and post it, I can even ride the wave of popularity. Besides, who would believe it? You, a martial artist at the 5th level of Qi condensation, were defeated by a newbie like me who just advanced to the 4th level of Qi refining? Netizens will just say you're hyping it up and putting others down. You, she trembled with anger. Lin Fan looked down at her, his gaze suddenly darkening, and, do you really think that dance just now was just a rehearsal mishap? Nan Gongyan was taken aback. You did this on purpose. Lin Fan chuckled. You wanted to use high-frequency spirit dance to suppress me, test my trump cards, and even try to make my shield collapse and embarrass me on the spot. She did not deny it. What a pity, sister. Lin Fan leaned close to her ear, his voice low and husky. You forgot, people who play with fire need to be kept in check. Nan Gongyan's breath hitched. She wanted to argue, but her body was still weak, and her spiritual energy was like a battery that had been drained, making it difficult for her to even stand. What's even more terrifying is that she didn't want to push him away. The feeling of being drawn in had a strange comfort to it, like soaking in hot water after being exhausted, or biting into a meat bun when you're starving. You've cast a spell on me? Her voice trembled. No need. Lin Fan released one hand and gently brushed aside the red hair that was damp with sweat on her forehead. You took the bait willingly. Nan Gongyan suddenly looked up, his eyes blazing with anger. Lin Fan. Listen to me. This isn't over yet. You absorbed my spiritual veins, so you have to make up for it. Otherwise, I'll block your dorm room every day and dance until you go bankrupt. Make amends? Lin Fan grinned. Sure, how? By offering yourself? Or by dancing the Love River apology dance right here? You're dreaming. Then how about, he grinned mischievously, I'll teach you a new trick. Next time before you dance, let me kiss you first. I guarantee your spiritual meridians will be unblocked, your energy will be at its maximum, and your performance will be a runaway hit. Lin Fan, she roared, raising her leg to kick him. But as soon as he lifted his leg, his knee buckled and he fell forward. Lin Fan took the opportunity to pull her close around the waist and hold her in his arms. The two were extremely close, their noses almost touching. Nan Gongyan's face was flushed red, whether from anger or heat, it was hard to tell. Let me go. She threatened in a low voice, but she had no strength left. Let you go? Lin Fan shook his head. If I let you go now, and you fall, whose responsibility will it be? I'm a very responsible person. You scoundrel. Yes, I'm sticking to you. He smiled like a fox. After all, your fire is too strong. If I don't put it out, it will burn me sooner or later. In the audition room, only her rapid breathing and the faint crackling of the flame array on the wall remained. Lin Fan looked down at the irritable yet sweet woman in his arms and silently thought. 760 intimacy points in hand, 1/3 of Qi refining level 4 is now secure, the high pregnancy bonus is truly outrageous. Who's next? Nan Gongyan noticed that he was daydreaming and pinched his arm hard. What naughty idea are you up to now? No. Lin Fan snapped out of his thoughts and smiled. I was just thinking, could your dance outfit be a little shorter? I'll send you rockets during your next live stream. Lin Fan. She roared and struggled to stand up, but swayed and fell back into his arms. Lin Fan caught it steadily, supporting himself on the wall with one hand and wrapping the other around his waist, maintaining his posture. The audition room door was tightly closed, and it was completely silent outside. Inside, the heat wave lingered, and the lingering warmth enveloped us. Nan Gongyan leaned against his chest, still panting, her eyes filled with a mixture of anger and confusion. Lin Fan lowered his head, looking at her reddened ear tips, and whispered. Sister, next time you set a trap, remember to dig it deeper. Chapter 13. Who wants to cultivate with you? Nan Gongyan leaned against him, her nose almost touching his chin, her breathing rapid and her cheeks burning. She tried to push him away, but her whole body felt limp, as if her bones had been removed, and she didn't even have the strength to lift her hand. Lin Fan's hand was still around her waist, and with his other hand he gently brushed aside the sweaty red hair on her forehead, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. Sister, the firepower is good, but the battery doesn't last very long. He whispered as he reached inside. Ding! Successfully absorbed the energy of the nine-tailed firefox's spiritual vein. Acquired new martial skill, Fox Fire Blaze Beginner. Intimacy level plus 180. Current cultivation level, Qi refining level 4 progress 35%. Nan Gongyan's face was flushed, and her legs trembled slightly. TSK, what a steal. Lin Fan smiled, narrowing his eyes, and leaned close to her ear, his warm breath brushing against her earlobe. Want to try dual cultivation to heal? I guarantee, it's faster than a power bank. Nan Gongyan froze. It wasn't out of shame, but because those words were like a needle, piercing her already fragile emotions. Yushi gritted her teeth, her voice trembling. What did you say? Dual cultivation? Do you think I'm an NPC in your harem building game, available at your beck and call and automatically replenishing my mana? Oh dear, that's an awful term, Lin Fan chuckled. This is about complementary resources, mutual benefit, a modern urban fantasy version of a strategic cooperation agreement. Shall we sign it or not? Sign my foot. She suddenly opened her eyes, her anger exploding. The last remaining flame suddenly swelled up, sweeping across like a long whip and slamming into Lin Fan's chest. Boom! The entire glass window shattered with a crash, shards flying like a rain of stars. Lin Fan was blasted out of the window, tearing through the night as he plummeted to the ground below. Outside the sound test room is a suspended corridor on the west side of the teaching building. 3 meters below, there is a metal rain shelter for equipment maintenance. He flipped in midair, lightly touched the wall with his toes for leverage, and landed steadily on the ceiling without even wrinkling his clothes. Wow, that's quite a bit of force. He patted off imaginary dust from his suit shoulder and looked up at the broken window. Looks like my sister's really angry tonight. Inside the room, Nan Gongyan slumped against the corner of the wall, his back against the cold wall, his chest heaving violently. The 9 illusory flames completely dissipated, leaving not even a trace of embers. She looked down at her slightly trembling hands, her throat tightening. His cultivation level dropped to the 3rd level of chi refining. He drained 2 layers of spiritual energy with a single touch. Even more absurdly, she didn't push him away immediately? That tingling sensation still lingered in my spine, like an electric current, like a hangover, like some kind of addiction that shouldn't exist. Bastard! Lin Fan, you're a complete bastard, she hissed, her nails digging into her palms. Who wants to cultivate with you? Who wants to cooperate with you? You just wait, tomorrow I'll expose you live, you perverted sonic master who drains people's spiritual veins. Before she could finish speaking, she suddenly stopped. Because she discovered that the emptiness in her body caused by the absorption of her spiritual veins was slowly easing. It's not that my cultivation is being restored, but rather, a new kind of power is quietly growing in my meridians. She closed her eyes and looked inward, her pupils suddenly contracted. The Firefox spirit vein that originally belonged to her, although broken, had fine golden patterns spreading at the break, reconnecting the veins like a spider web. Those patterns clearly carry the aura of Lin Fan's sonic blade. This isn't my cultivation technique, she murmured. What did he put into my brain? At the same time, Lin Fan stood on the rain shelter, looking up at the dark exterior wall of the teaching building. The system notification says I've acquired Foxfire Blazing Sky, but why do I feel more like I've reversed the skill and implanted it into her body? He stroked his chin. Could the intimacy system have a hidden 2-way empowerment mechanism? He grinned, interesting. Should I go back and try to profit from this? After all, investments need to yield returns. Just then, a muffled thud came from above. Click. A fist-sized chunk of cement fell from above, hitting him at his feet and shattering into powder. Lin Fan looked up and saw a red figure leaning out from the edge of the rooftop railing on the top floor of the teaching building, looking down. You're still alive? Nan Gongyan's voice came from above, carrying anger and a hint of barely perceptible tension. Sister cares about me so much? Lin Fan spread his hands. That attack just now was only comparable to a Category 5 typhoon. It couldn't blow away my towering tree. Stop being so glib. She bent down, gripping the railing with both hands. Get down here. This isn't over. Oh? You want me to go up? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. Then why did you knock me down just now? You're pretty good at playing hard to get. You. She was so angry her face turned red. I told you to get down because I was afraid you'd fall and hurt yourself and implicate me. If something happens to you, I won't be able to escape responsibility when Starry Sky Group investigates. So you were worried about my safety? Lin Fan laughed even harder. Don't worry, I've always gotten full marks in physical fitness tests, and my landing posture is so perfect it's textbook worthy. Who cares about your landing posture? She stopped abruptly halfway through her sentence. Because she saw that Lin Fan took 2 running steps, tapped the wall 3 times with his toes, and leaped into the air like a swallow, heading straight for the edge of the rooftop. Are you crazy? She exclaimed, backing away. Lin Fan grabbed the railing with one hand, flipped himself up, and landed steadily on the rooftop. He clapped his hands. Sis, the frequency of our interactions is driving our fans crazy. I suggest we do a live stream together next time. I've already thought of a title, The Rooftop Showdown between the Hot Dance Queen and the Mysterious Sonic Master. Who wants to connect with you on voice chat? Nan Gongyan took a half step back, staring at him warily. Don't come near me. You're too dangerous. Touching you will cause you to lose cultivation. Who knows what else you might do? Hey, that's easy to misunderstand. Lin Fan shrugged. I was clearly very gentle. Look how steadily I held you just now. I supported your back and neck the whole time. My professionalism is comparable to that of a fitness coach. Shut up. She pointed at him, her fingertips trembling slightly. Listen to me. I'll remember this. You absorbed my spiritual energy, so you have to take full responsibility. Otherwise, I'll camp outside your dorm every day and set your bedsheets on fire. Burning bedsheets? Lin Fan's eyes lit up. That scene is too beautiful for me to bear. But since we're on the topic of dorms, how about we go now? My mattress is brand new, it's really bouncy, perfect for deep conversations. Lin Fan. She roared, and the remaining spiritual power within her surged once more, instantly heating up the ground beneath her feet, with tiny flames leaping from the cracks. Lin Fan, instead of retreating, stepped forward, closing the distance to less than half a meter. Sister, have you noticed? He lowered his voice. The angrier you get, the more active that new life force within you becomes. Nangon Yen was taken aback. Indeed. Whenever she gets emotional, the golden lines in her meridians warm up slightly, as if responding to some kind of call. What did you do to me? Her voice was strained. I didn't do anything, Lin Fan smiled. I just upgraded your old system. Before, you were a nine-tailed firefox, but now you're more like a Firefox Pro Max, the kind with sonic resonance. What nonsense are you spouting? Don't believe me? Lin Fan suddenly raised his right hand, and a ball of dancing flame condensed in his palm. The flame was golden red with subtle sonic wave patterns on its edges, clearly the characteristics of foxfire burning the sky. This is my martial art. Nangon Yan's eyes widened. Now it's ours. Lin Fan gently tossed the flame into the air, letting it burn for a moment before extinguishing it with his fist. The spiritual veins in your body are being reconstructed. Once fully integrated, not only will it be usable, but its power will also double. He took a step closer, his gaze intense. So, are you still trying to get rid of me? Nangon Yan's breath hitched. She wanted to curse, to hit, to kick him down again. But her body felt like it was nailed to the ground, unable to move. What terrified her even more was that she was starting to believe him. Who are you? She finally asked. Who am I? Lin Fan grinned, his earring flashing slightly. You're the one who can't escape tonight. The night breeze swept across the rooftop, ruffling her red hair, but it couldn't dispel the tense atmosphere between the two of them. Nangon Yen gripped the hem of her skirt tightly, her fingernails almost digging into the fabric. She hated him. But she couldn't deny that since he appeared, the long-standing bottleneck in her cultivation seemed to have really loosened. Looking at her struggling expression, Lin Fan silently thought. Although the intimacy level hasn't increased, the emotional fluctuations are significant enough. I estimate the next wave of contact will be off the charts. As he was making plans, the moonlight overhead was suddenly obscured by a dark cloud. The entire rooftop was plunged into darkness for a brief moment. Nangon Yan's figure blurred for a moment in the shadows. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes, about to speak, when he saw her suddenly look up, a resolute glint in her eyes. Lin Fan, her voice turned cold, remember this, I won't thank you for what happened today. I don't need to thank you, he laughed. What you need is to wear something even shorter next time we meet. Chapter 14 Sister, she says one thing but does another. The night wind blew away a corner of the dark clouds, and the moonlight slanted across the rooftop. Lin Fan stood in front of Nangon Yen, less than half a meter away. Sister, did you waver a little when you looked at me just now? He tilted his head, his earring flashing. Don't deny it, I could tell that your heartbeat was 0.3 seconds faster than before. You're sick. Nangon Yen gritted his teeth, took a small step back, his heel almost touching the edge of the railing. Who wavered? I was just thinking about how to kick you off here more easily. Oh my, so ruthless? Lin Fan spread his hands. 1 second you were saying you were worried I'd fall and hurt you, the next you wanted to murder your husband? This change of heart is so fast, I suggest you enter a face-changing contest. I've already reserved the championship trophy for you. Who is your husband? She shouted, her fingertips twitching, and another ring of flame shot up from the ground beneath her feet. But in that instant, her brows furrowed sharply. That familiar warm sensation in her meridians returned, the golden veins burned, climbing up her spine as if someone had gently tapped a tuning fork inside her. See? Here we go again. Lin Fan smiled, narrowing his eyes. He raised his hand, flipped his palm, and a ball of golden red flame ignited with a whoosh, its edges rippling with subtle waves. Foxfire burns the sky, isn't it impressive? Does it sound familiar? Nangon Yan's pupils contracted. That was her martial arts technique, but she couldn't gather spiritual power at all, let alone release it. But this fire was burning brightly in Lin Fan's hand. You. Her throat tightened. How could you use my techniques? It's neither yours nor mine. Lin Fan waved his hand, the firelight reflecting in his eyes. It's something we all share. Like a Wi-Fi password, once you set it, the whole family can connect. Stop talking nonsense. She tried to rush forward to grab it, but as soon as she lifted her foot, a sudden tingling sensation ran down her back, her legs went weak, and she almost knelt down. Hey, hold on. Lin Fan took a step forward and placed his hands directly on her lower back, his palms against the fabric, and his sonic spiritual power slowly seeped in. Don't try to tough it out. Your spiritual meridians are being reorganized right now. Moving around too much will make you crash. Who asked you to touch me? She struggled, trying to shake him off, but the warm current traveled up her spine, and the tearing pain actually subsided. Sister, your reaction is too slow. Lin Fan leaned close to her ear, his breath brushing against her earlobe. Your body is about to surrender, but your mouth is still putting up a stubborn resistance. What do you call that? You call it mental exhaustion. Shut up. If you come any closer, I'll. What would you do? He chuckled. Set me on fire? Then take a look downstairs first. Nangong Yan lowered his head subconsciously. A group of students had gathered in the plaza on the ground floor of the teaching building. Some were holding up their phones, the cameras pointed directly at the rooftop. Look! Goddess Nangong is sticking right up to that F-rank loser. Holy crap! Are they practicing dual cultivation? Live stream from the rooftop? This is too big of a juicy story for me. Click, the flashes went off one after another. Damn it! Nangong Yan's face flushed red instantly, both ashamed and furious. Who told them to take these pictures? Delete them. Delete them all. Don't get excited. Lin Fan placed one hand firmly on her waist and raised the other hand to wave to the crowd below. Class, calm down. This isn't a building collapse, it's a regular teaching segment. I'm helping Nangong with spiritual energy channeling therapy, which is part of the elective course Advanced Martial Soul Fusion Practice. Bullshit. Who chose this course? Nangong Yan roared, his ears turning bright red. You didn't choose, but your body did, Lin Fan said softly. If you don't believe me, feel it. Are you comfortable now? She froze. Indeed, it feels good. The pain of being torn apart and forcibly stitched up disappeared, replaced by a warm current slowly flowing through the meridians. The golden pattern seemed to come alive, gradually connecting the severed spiritual veins. But the more comfortable she felt, the more ashamed she became. Because everyone is watching. Because he was pressed against her waist, making intimate contact in full view of everyone. Lin Fan, let me go. Her voice was low and trembling slightly, otherwise I really will take action. Move it. Instead of letting go, he increased the pressure in his palm, and the flow of sonic spiritual energy accelerated. Try it, can you mobilize fire-type spiritual energy now? She gritted her teeth and tried to condense spiritual fire. But the slightest fluctuation within his body was suppressed by that gentle sound wave, instead spreading along the golden patterns and accelerating the fusion. See that? Lin Fan's lips curled up slightly. If you resist now, it's tantamount to self-destructing your system. Only by letting me continue to transfer my power can you truly control foxfire burning the heavens. So you took advantage of the situation? She turned her head and glared at him, her nose almost hitting his chin. This is called optimal resource allocation. He winked. You lack spiritual energy guidance, and I lack intimacy points. It's a win-win situation, understand? Modern urban cultivation is all about cooperation and mutual benefit. What the hell? She was about to curse again, but just then. Bite. A crisp notification sound rang out, audible only to Lin Fan. Publicly displaying intimate behavior increases intimacy level by 200. Current intimacy level, 38500. Unlock new skill, Sonic Burst Beginner. Effect, detonates a sonic shockwave during melee combat, briefly stunning the opponent. Wow. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. We've made a fortune from this traffic. What are you laughing at? Nangong Yan noticed the change in his expression and felt a chill run down her spine. What mischief are you up to now? No. He waved his hand, his tone sincere. I just think that our interactive style is quite suitable for starting a live streaming account. I've already thought of a title: How to Give a Goddess a Spiritual Massage in Full Bloom. Lin Fan. She was so angry she wanted to turn around and bite him. But just as she turned around, Lin Fan's palm trembled slightly, and the sonic spiritual power suddenly surged forward along her lower back. Ah, she exclaimed sharply, her whole body went limp, and she instinctively leaned back, falling directly into his arms. Lin Fan put his arm around her shoulder, with one hand still on her waist, and whispered in her ear, "Sister, don't move around, it will affect the treatment effect. Look, the flow of the golden pattern has increased by 30%. In 3 more minutes, you will be able to initially master the new martial skill. Who wants you, so close?" Her voice trailed off, her cheeks burning. The students watching downstairs were in an uproar. Holy crap! They're hugging. Is this teaching or dating? Nangong Yen blushed. I saw her blush with my own eyes. Record it quickly. I'd buy this video even if it sold for 10,000 spirit points. Art school student D held up his phone, zooming in to clearly show Lin Fan's hand on Nangong Yan's lower back, his palm radiating a faint sonic glow, and the light could even be vaguely seen seeping through the fabric. This isn't just physical therapy, it's a real-life demonstration of dual cultivation. His voice trembled with excitement. I'm going to post this on the art school gossip wall, it'll definitely go viral. Lin Fan's ears twitched as he overheard the conversation below. Instead of panicking, he looked up and grinned in a certain direction in the sky. Hey D, make sure the shot is clear. Remember to light it up, my face is a camera magnet, don't waste this exposure. Lin Fan, are you crazy? Nangong Yen practically wanted to spontaneously combust on the spot. You're encouraging them to film? Traffic is resources. He shrugged. The more popular you are now, the more prestigious you'll be when you stand next to me in the future. When I hold a concert, you'll be my personal dance partner, won't the fans go crazy? Who wants to be your dance partner? She struggled to stand up, but the warm current in her lower back made her unable to exert any strength. Let go of me. I don't need your help anymore. No need? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. Then tell me, who planted the golden patterns in your body? Do you dare say that it wasn't me who upgraded your system? She was speechless. Indeed, without him, she might still be stuck in the same place with her cultivation, or even suffer a chi deviation due to disordered spiritual meridians. But it's precisely because it's him. That's why she's now like a training machine being dismantled in public, with even her last shred of dignity being chewed up like melon seed shells by the onlookers. Lin Fan. Her voice lowered, almost pleading, please, don't do this anymore. That please was as light as a snowflake falling to the ground. Lin Fan paused. He looked down at her. Under the moonlight, her red hair was tousled by the wind, obscuring half her face, revealing only a pair of slightly moist eyes. She wasn't crying, but her emotions had reached a breaking point. He knew that if he pushed her any further, she might jump off the rooftop or turn completely ruthless and fight him to the death. So he smiled. A very light, gentle laugh. Okay. He let go of her hand and took a step back. If you don't want to film, then you don't have to. Nangong Yen suddenly turned around, wanting to escape. But Lin Fan grabbed her wrist. But there's a condition. He stared at her. Next time you want to use Foxfire Burns the Sky, you have to come to me to activate it. Otherwise the system is locked, and no one can open it. She glared at him. You are despicable. My name is Lin Fan, not Gao Shang. He shrugged. Besides, despicable people usually live longer. She bit her lip, her nails digging into her palms. I want to curse him, I want to hit him, I want to burn him. But she knew he was telling the truth. Her martial spirit is now bound to him. It's like downloading an app, the main program is in his hands, and she's just a user interface. Lin Fan. She finally spoke, her voice turning cold. I won't thank you for what happened today. I don't need to thank you, he laughed. What you need is to wear something shorter next time so I can check the direction of the spiritual veins. You. She raised her hand to slap him, but Lin Fan was prepared. He dodged to the side and casually patted her buttocks. Snap. A crisp sound. Teaching feedback, the feel is good. He took 2 steps back, raised his hands, and said, all right, this lesson on personalized spiritual energy guidance is now over. Get out of class dismissed. Remember to give a 5-star review, and I'll enter a giveaway for a pair of earrings just like Lin Fan's. Lin Fan. Enraged, the remaining spiritual energy within her body suddenly erupted, causing the ground beneath her feet to crack and waves of fire to surge forth. But Lin Fan had already leaped to the back, lightly touched the railing with his toes, flipped and jumped off the rooftop, landing on the rain shelter below. He waved to her, "Sister, see you tomorrow. Remember to miss me." Nan Gongyan stood on the edge of the rooftop, his chest heaving violently, his hands gripping the railing. Downstairs, the students' screams continued. The light from the phone screen, like a sea of stars, was all directed at her. She wanted to escape, to cry, and to burn all the cameras to ashes. But she couldn't move. Because the warm current inside my body is still there. The gold pattern was still hot. The words that person said were still echoing in her mind. What you need is to wear something even shorter next time. The night breeze ruffled her red hair, she bit her lower lip, and her skirt swayed gently in the wind. She stood there, like a statue that had been set on fire but could not burn. Lin Fan stood on the rain shelter, looking up at her. The system panel quietly appeared. Intimacy level, 38500. Sonic Burst Beginner has been unlocked. Nangongyan's psychological wavering level, 78%. He grinned, his earring gleaming slightly. Sister, this is just the beginning. The moonlight was swallowed up by the dark clouds once again. The rooftop was plunged into darkness. Nangongyan's figure was blurred in the night, motionless. Lin Fan turned around and disappeared into the shadows of the buildings. On the ground floor of the teaching building, art student D was still frantically clicking the camera button. This is incredible. This episode is absolutely going to be a hit. The title should be, Dance Queen Gets Publicly Disciplined by F-Class Loser, High Energy Scene Without Cuts. Chapter 15 Comfortable? It really is comfortable. The night wind whipped Nangongyan's red hair wildly as she stood on the edge of the rooftop, her knuckles gripping the cold metal railing tightly. The light from the phone screen pierced her eyes like a knife. It was all the footage of that dual cultivation livestream from earlier, which had already garnered over 1 million views. An F-rank loser's comeback? Lin Fan publicly trains a hot dance queen. Nangongyan blushed. Was it love at first sight or a case of demonic possession? Personalized physical therapy? I think it's more like personal seduction. She gritted her teeth, her fingertips trembling, as if she wanted to burn the phone with foxfire. Just as he gathered his spiritual power, the golden mark on his lower back suddenly burned, and a tearing pain exploded along his spine. His legs went weak, and he almost knelt down. Damn it! She cursed under her breath, leaning against the wall to catch her breath. The spiritual meridians within the body are still being reorganized, and the golden patterns seem to come alive, slowly moving through the meridians. Comfortable? It was indeed comfortable. But the more comfortable it was, the more she hated it. Because it was planted by Lin Fan. He turned her into what she is now, like a cultivation system that has been disassembled and reassembled. The main program is in his hands, and she is just a user client that has been forced to update. I am not his tool, she whispered, her voice trembling. But the laughter, screams, and flashes of light downstairs were all reminding her, you've been watched, you've been recorded, you've been manipulated by him. She turned abruptly and rushed towards the stairwell. He staggered, his knees felt weak, and every step felt like stepping on a red-hot iron plate. At the end of the corridor, several students were gathered together watching a video, laughing so hard they were doubled over. What are you looking at? Her voice was so cold it could freeze. The group looked up and froze. And nothing, someone hurriedly put away their phone. It's just that. Lin Fan's new joke, it's quite interesting. Interesting? Nangongyan sneered. I'll show you something even more interesting. She raised her hand, intending to ignite a ball of foxfire, but as soon as the spiritual veins trembled, the golden patterns backfired, and a sharp pain struck, extinguishing the flames instantly. Ha! She gave a self-deprecating laugh, her eyes suddenly welling up with tears. She ran away. Without looking back, she rushed downstairs, through the school building corridor, burst through the main gate, and headed straight for the school entrance. Fans and reporters were already waiting there. Teacher Nangong. Is your relationship with Lin Fan real? Has he already won you over? From your martial spirit to your body. Are you wearing such a short outfit today to accommodate his physical therapy needs? The camera was shoved in her face, the lights blinding her. She lowered her head and walked quickly forward, her fingers digging into her palms until her nails almost broke. Just as she was about to board the car, a flippant voice pierced through the noise and precisely entered her ears. Hey Nangongyan. Remember to come back in your sexy tribal attire. Don't disappoint me. She suddenly stopped. His shoulders were trembling violently. Looking back, Lin Fan was standing on the steps of the teaching building, one hand in his pocket, a damn smile on his lips, his earring flashing in the moonlight. Her lips moved. She wanted to curse, to yell, to set the whole street on fire. But in the end, all he managed to squeeze out was, "You just wait." With a stomp of his foot, the ground exploded into a burst of flames. Using the momentum, he leaped onto the roof of the car and then disappeared into the night. The car sped away, leaving a wave of heat in its wake. Lin Fan stood there, watching the car disappear into the distance, and raised an eyebrow with a smile. Bite. A system notification appeared before my eyes. Nangong Yan's emotions are fluctuating drastically. Pregnancy status is being tested. Current fertility level, 88% peak period. Intimacy points bonus multiplier, 2.0. Note, further contact with this woman will double the benefits. Wow. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. It's a hidden boss? This health pack is pretty thick. He touched his earring, and his grin widened. My grumpy sweetheart, your crying and running away are even more appealing than if you offered yourself up. My phone vibrated. He took it out and looked at it. A notification popped up on the screen. Deadline for new student registration at Huaxia Martial Arts Academy, 1 hour and 57 minutes. Perfect timing. He straightened his suit cuffs and slowly walked down the steps. With a gentle twist of his black iron earring, the spatial storage closed. He strode towards the subway station entrance, his pace unhurried, much like a jungler who had just won a game of King of Glory and was preparing for the next match. On the way, I opened my phone and found an electronic contract, exclusive cooperation intent letter of intent for Blazing Flame Entertainment. Article 7 of the contract states, Party B, Lin Fan, shall have priority in assisting artists under Party A with performances. He chuckled softly, by the time you return with your entire clan, full of momentum. I should have signed 100 partners by now. The wind was a bit strong at the subway station entrance, which ruffled his bangs. He raised his hand and flicked it, the earring flashing slightly, and an invisible sound wave spread out, blocking out the surrounding view. Passers-by glanced at him, but looked away as if they had seen nothing. These skill points were well worth it, he thought. Enter the station, swipe your card to pass through the gate, and step onto the escalator. As the escalator slowly descended, he leaned against the railing, closed his eyes, and recalled the scene from just now. The way Nangong Yan rushed out of the school gate with tears in his eyes was fucking awesome. Not because I felt sorry for him, but because it was satisfying. That outwardly strong but inwardly weak, stubborn yet soft-hearted state is worth more than any livestream donation. He knew she would go back and complain. He also knew that the Nangong family would not let this go easily. But he knew even better. He was never the one who angered Firefox. The whole world forced him to rise to this position step by step. 3 years ago, he was a student repeating a year of high school, staying up all night writing exam papers. When he opened his eyes, he had become an F-level loser in this parallel world where spiritual energy has revived, ridiculed by the entire school, and even his meal card was frozen. What about now? With the awakening of his S-rank Sonic Blade martial soul and the acquisition of an intimacy system, he could increase his cultivation level simply by touching any girl. Luo Xueli, Xuqingge, Nangong Yan, one after another, these unattainable beauties blossomed in his hands. Why would he be afraid of family revenge? Come on, he thought to himself, the more people come looking for trouble, the more intimacy points I can gain. At the bottom of the escalator, he opened his eyes and stepped into the waiting area. The subway announcement came on, the train heading towards the east of the city is about to arrive at the station. Passengers, please wait behind the yellow line. He stood by the platform, watching the car lights illuminate the depths of the tunnel. Suddenly, she recalled Nangong Yan's angry roar before he left, I'm going back to the Nangong family. I'll show the whole clan what you've done. You just wait. The price of angering the Firefox is not something you can bear. He smiled. Sister, your own. He muttered to himself, the price of angering me is something you can't afford. The train roared into the station, stirring up specks of dust in the air. The car door opened, and he stepped into the carriage, finding a seat by the window. My phone vibrated again. It's a news notification. Breaking news. Blazing Flame Entertainment issues an urgent statement. Its artist Nangong Yan is suspending all activities due to health issues, and the specific return date is undetermined. The accompanying picture shows her rushing out of the school gate, her skirt billowing in the wind like a fire about to go out. Lin Fan opened the comments section. The top comment reads, "It's not that you're physically unwell, it's that your heart is broken, right?" Being pinned against the wall and treated by an F-class loser, no one could take that. Second, Lin Fan is awesome. From F rank to conquering the queen of the entertainment industry, I could follow this comeback story for 10 years. Article 3, I heard that the Nangong family is most averse to outsiders touching their daughters, and this time they are probably going to massacre the art school. He read through them one by one, then shook his head with a smile. A bloodbath, he muttered to himself. They couldn't even touch the hem of my clothes. The earrings shimmered slightly, and the system panel appeared. Current intimacy level, 300-8500. Unlocked skill, Sonic Burst Beginner. Nangong Yan's psychological fluctuation level, 88% 91% continuously rising. Note, the more intense the target's emotions, the faster the intimacy level increases. Alright. He put away his phone. Since you're going to make a big splash, I can't just sit idly by. He opened his memo app and created a new entry. To-do list. 1. Report to the Martial Arts Academy. 2. Scan the list of newborns and mark those with high pregnancy rates. 3. Contact Xingxiong's legal department to prepare to sign 100 copies of the close cooperation agreement. 4. Order a bouquet of flowers for Nangong Yan and write on the greeting card, "When you come back in your tribal attire, I'll treat you to hot pot." I just finished typing when the subway arrived at the station. Huaxia Martial Arts Academy station has arrived. Passengers, please take your belongings with you when you get off the train. He got up and walked to the car door. There were already quite a few freshmen on the platform, wearing uniform training clothes and martial spirit nameplates on their chests, discussing the rankings of the trial tower in small groups. He glanced at it, a slight smile playing on his lips. The rookie round has begun. As I stepped out of the subway station, the sunlight shone on my face. He raised his hand to block the light, and with a flash of his earring, a sonic shield quietly unfolded, isolating him from detection. Ahead lies the main gate of the Martial Arts Academy, with 5 large characters engraved on a massive bronze plaque. Huaxia Martial Arts Academy. An electronic screen stands at the entrance, displaying today's announcements. Today's highlights. Registration deadline for new students, 12 o'clock noon. Attention Lin Fan, you have been added to the list of class of special students. Please proceed to the administration building immediately to complete the necessary procedures. Private duels involving martial spirits are strictly prohibited on campus. Violators will be detained for 7 days. Lin Fan smiled and stepped forward. The security guard at the entrance glanced at him and was about to stop him when he noticed that the nameplate on his chest lit up automatically, displaying S-rank Sonic Blade. He immediately changed his words, "Lin. Lin, please come in." He nodded and walked into the campus. Students had already stopped to watch from both sides of the road. "That's Lin Fan? I heard he subdued Nangong Yan on the spot yesterday?" Not only that, it also drained her spiritual veins, but she still managed to break through. An S-rank martial soul? Wasn't it F-rank before? This is unpredictable. He's definitely the most talked about person this year. Lin Fan ignored him and continued on his way. As I passed an old locust tree, I suddenly stopped. The leaves rustled, and a leaf drifted down, brushing past his shoulder. He looked up and saw a pink bow hair tie hanging on the treetop, the very one that Nangong Yan often wore. He reached out and took it, then held it to his nose and smelled it. There was a faint scent of perfume. "Sister, no matter how fast you run, you still left evidence." He chuckled. "Next time we meet, remember to leave a bad review. The service was subpar, and the touch was too light." He tucked the hair tie into his suit pocket and continued walking. The administration building is in sight. He straightened his tie, his steps measured. In a corner of the city behind, a black luxury car is driving into the deep mountains and forests, with the words Nangong printed on its body. Inside the car, Nangong Yan sat in the back seat, hugging his knees, his cheeks still bearing traces of tears. The phone screen was lit up. It was a family group chat. "Clan Chief, Yenner, are you sure that person stole your Dao heart? Elder A, how dare you lay a hand on my clan's holy maiden? You deserve to be executed. Elder B, pass down the order to summon the 9 branch families and prepare for the blood sacrifice formation." She stared at the screen, remaining silent for a long time. Finally, a line of text was typed. "He didn't steal my Dao heart, it was I who didn't want to break free." After sending it, she closed her eyes and murmured softly, "Lin Fan, you just wait." But her tone had long lost its murderous intent, leaving only a trace of expectation that she herself didn't even realize. Lin Fan had already disappeared from the subway station. Only the train that had just departed was still rushing forward through the tunnel. At the end of the track, sunlight pierced the darkness. A drop of sweat slid down the car window, leaving a thin trail on the glass, like a tear, or like fire. Chapter 16. Is this F-rank strength? The sunlight was so bright it was hard to open one's eyes. Lin Fan walked out of the subway entrance, his leather shoes making a crisp tap-tap sound on the steps. He raised his hand to block the light, his earring flashed, and an invisible sound wave spread out. The surrounding students' gazes swept over his figure like mist blown away by the wind. Nobody gave him a second glance. These skill points were really worth it, he thought to himself, a smirk playing on his lips. Ahead lies the main gate of the Huaxia Martial Arts Academy, where 5 large, gleaming gold characters on a massive bronze plaque read, Huaxia Martial Arts Academy. An electronic screen at the entrance displays today's announcements. Today's highlights. New student registration deadline, 12 o'clock noon. Attention Lin Fan, you have been added to the list of level A special students. Please proceed to the administration building immediately to complete the necessary procedures. Private duels involving martial spirits are strictly prohibited on campus. Violators will be detained for 7 days. He had just taken a step when a burst of laughter erupted behind him. Hey, isn't this the F-rank loser who got dumped by Nangon Yen yesterday? What, you've switched to picking up trash in Class A today? The voice was shrill, with a strong sense of sarcasm. Lin Fan didn't stop walking, but his ears twitched, as if he had heard something particularly funny. 3 figures approached from the side. The boy in the lead was wearing a silver-trimmed training uniform exclusive to Class A, with a nameplate on his chest that read Razor Martial Soul Class C, and he looked down at them. You think you can just walk into Class A, he sneered. Just because Starry Sky Group gave you a pass, you think you're someone important? The 2 people next to them immediately followed suit. An F-grade martial spirit can't even break the wooden dummy in our training room. Isn't coming in just a waste of air? Why don't we send him to Class F? They need a caretaker for the trash cans there. More and more students gathered to watch, pointing and laughing. Lin Fan finally stopped. He slowly turned around, his gaze sweeping over the 3 people before finally landing on the leader's face. He grinned and said, "What? Even speaking requires a cue and permission from Class A?" The boy was stunned, clearly not expecting this good-for-nothing to dare talk back. What did you say?" Lin Fan took a step forward, his demeanor suddenly changing. "I'm asking you, who's your father? Who gives you the authority to issue orders on behalf of the entire Class A?" The entire room fell silent instantly. The boy's face flushed red. "You fucking wanna die? Don't rush." Lin Fan waved his hand, smiling like a streamer who had just gotten a pentakill. "Who's the leader? Step forward, let me see if this F-rank trash can even talk you out of your mouth." The air froze for a second. Damn it! The boy laughed in anger, his martial spirit instantly activated, and a lightning snake phantom appeared on his arm. "Today I'll teach you what class difference really means." Before he could finish speaking, another student from Class A stepped forward. "Don't waste your breath on him, people like him should go back to the garbage dump." Lin Fan looked at them and suddenly smiled. "Sure." He slowly took out his phone from his suit pocket, tossed it into the air, and caught it steadily. "Let's play a little game. Let's see who can create the biggest crack in the ground." The entire room fell silent. "What is that?" The boy in the lead glared at him. "Are you crazy? With your F-grade trash physique, you'd be lucky to even leave a footprint." Lin Fan did not answer. He raised his left hand and gently touched the black iron earring in his left ear with his fingertips. Buzz. A low hum emanated from the earring, and ripples suddenly spread through the air, as if countless sound particles were vibrating and converging. The next instant, a golden dragon-shaped light blade appeared out of thin air. The dragon's head was raised, its body coiled, and a light blade formed purely of sound waves hovered above its palm, radiating a suffocating sense of oppression. The surrounding air was torn apart, producing crackling sounds. Holy crap! That's an S-level fluctuation? Impossible! How could an F-rank martial soul summon something like this? The crowd erupted in uproar. The 2 students from Class A had their pupils shrink and retreated hastily. The one in the lead even had his legs go weak and almost knelt down. Lin Fan chuckled and flicked his wrist. "Then I'll show you. What is a sonic dragon-shaped light blade?" With that, he raised his hand and slashed. Boom! The golden blade of light crashed down, cleaving the ground as if it were tofu. A massive crack, 3 feet deep and 10 meters long, ran across the center of the plaza, sending dust billowing into the sky and sending shards of stone flying. The surrounding windows rattled loudly. A wave of heat hit them, and all the students watching took 5 steps back in unison, their faces filled with shock and fear. Lin Fan sheathed his sword and stood there, his clothes not even ruffled. He patted his suit sleeves, looked at the 3 stunned Class A students, and smiled wickedly. How about we have a competition to see who can make the biggest crack? The entire room fell silent. Someone swallowed hard, their throat was as dry as a desert. The boy in the lead was trembling and couldn't utter a single word. Lin Fan tilted his head and looked at him. Who just told me to go back to Class F and pick up trash? Do you want to go down and check if there are any footprints of mine? You. The man's face turned pale, but he still tried to hold on. You cheated. You must have used some kind of external magic weapon. Oh? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. And what about you? You consider talking a martial soul attack? I suggest you sign up for a stand-up comedy show next time. You might even win the Best Talking Award of the year. Ha ha ha. Someone laughed first, and then the whole room burst into laughter. The boy's face turned green. Just then. Thump! The ground suddenly trembled, as if some enormous creature was rapidly approaching. Everyone turned around. From the direction of the teaching building, a bald, burly man strode in, the ground trembling with each step. He was dressed in a Zhongshan suit and was carrying a giant iron hammer. The hammerhead was as big as a millstone, and the whole thing was black, with a faint metallic gleam. It was Principal Wang Dachui. He rushed to the center of the square, and the thunder hammer slammed down on the ground with a thud, stirring up a wave of dust. Stop! The sound was like thunder, making everyone's eardrums ache. Wang Dachui's gaze swept across the entire room, finally landing on Lin Fan, his eyes flashing slightly. He knew who this person was. He was specially admitted to Starry Sky Group. His background is so powerful it could break through the Earth's core. But he couldn't show it. He then turned to the group of Class A students with a stern face and shouted, "Who gave you permission to fight privately on campus? Do you want 7 days of confinement or have all your cultivation resources confiscated for this month?" The students fell silent, immediately lowering their heads. Wang Dachui then turned to Lin Fan, his tone softening slightly but still carrying an air of authority. "Lin Fan, you are a specially approved student of the Starry Sky Group, entitled to admission to the A-level class. No one may obstruct you." He paused, his gaze sweeping over the Class A students like a knife. "Anyone who dares to provoke us again will be locked up for 7 days and have all their cultivation resources confiscated. Do you understand?" I heard you clearly," the boy in the lead stammered, sweat beading on his forehead. Wang Dachui snorted coldly and turned to leave. Lin Fan suddenly spoke up, "Principal." Wang Dachui paused, turned around, and asked, "Is there anything else?" Lin Fan smiled and said, "I have a small question." "Explain. Would you consider that crack a breach in public property?" Wang Dachui's eyelids twitched. The students in the room were stunned. Is this asking him whether he will pay compensation? Wang Dachui took a deep breath, barely suppressing the urge to roll his eyes. Since it's reasonable wear and tear caused by the martial soul test, the school will bear it. Thank you for your generosity, Principal. Lin Fan cupped his hands in thanks, smiling sincerely. Wang Dachui turned and left, his back view revealing a hint of resentment. Lin Fan watched him leave, then turned to look at the group of Class A students, his smile unchanged. "So, does anyone still think I should go back to Class F?" No one answered. Some people lowered their heads, some avoided eye contact, and some silently shrank back. Lin Fan shrugged, straightened his tie, and strode toward the administration building. As he passed the huge crack, he deliberately slowed down and looked down. The crack was still trembling slightly, and there were faint golden patterns shimmering in the soil, like some kind of residual energy. He narrowed his eyes, said nothing, and continued walking. Behind them, the students from Class F finally dared to breathe again. He really is an F rank," someone asked in a trembling voice. "Impossible. That kind of light blade requires at least AB grade or higher martial soul to wield. But the system record clearly states it's F level. Could it be a hidden talent? Or maybe, the Starry Sky Group gave him some kind of incredible cheat code. Even cheat codes won't work. He can't just get into Class A whenever he wants. Wait until the Trial Tower ranking battle, then we'll see how he dies." Whispers continued. Lin Fan ignored him and continued walking calmly. He knew this was just the beginning. The pride of Class A can never be shattered by a single crack. But they will soon understand. The rise of an F-class loser is never about words. It was earned through sheer strength, punch by punch. As he walked to the front of the administration building, he looked up at the surveillance camera on the top of the building. The camera panned slightly, seemingly locking onto his position. Lin Fan smiled, raised his hand and made a making a phone call gesture, then winked at the camera. Hey everyone watching the live stream, remember to like and follow so you don't get lost. After saying that, he pushed open the door and entered. The lobby was empty and quiet, except for a female teacher wearing glasses sitting at the front desk, entering data. She looked up at Lin Fan, then paused, surprised. You're Lin Fan? Genuine and authentic. Lin Fan handed over the admission notice. A level special student, reporting for duty. The female teacher took the document and quickly swiped her finger across the tablet to bring up the file. A few seconds later, she frowned slightly. The system shows, your initial martial soul rating is F? Yeah, Lin Fan shrugged, but do I look like an F rank right now? The female teacher didn't reply, but just stared at the screen, muttering to herself, strange, why is this special approval authority signed by the CEO of Starry Sky Group? This level of signature is something you don't see even once in 10 years. Lin Fan smiled but didn't explain. He knew what she was thinking. Why should Luo Xueli personally sign off on something that's just an F-rank loser? The answer is simple. Because he is more than just Lin Fan. It was that same man who could cause the Yin energy within her to spiral out of control. But he can't say right now. We cannot expose any more information. He simply said, Teacher, the fact that I was able to get into Class A means that someone believed in my potential even more than I did. The female teacher looked up at him, seemingly wanting to say something but then stopping herself. Finally, she sighed and clicked confirm. Lin Fan, your registration for Class A has been successful. Your class is on the 3rd floor, east side. Your homeroom teacher will contact you shortly. Thanks. Lin Fan nodded and turned to walk towards the elevator. The elevator doors slowly closed. Just a second before they closed, he suddenly felt. The surveillance camera overhead moved again. Moreover, it wasn't ordinary surveillance. A faint purple arc of electricity flickered around the edge of the lens. Purple lightning tracking array? Lin Fan's eyes turned slightly cold. It seems someone has already started investigating him. He pressed the button for the 3rd floor, leaned against the elevator wall, and slowly raised the corners of his mouth. Bring it on. Let's see who it is and find out who I am first. The elevator ascended, and the lights flickered on and off. Lin Fan closed his eyes, and the image of Nangang Yen fleeing in tears flashed through his mind. He knew the storm had only just begun. The mockery from Class A was just an appetizer. The real hunt always takes place in the shadows. Bite. The elevator doors opened. He opened his eyes and stepped out. At the end of the corridor, the classroom door signs are clearly visible. Class 3, Grade A. He approached step by step. Noise, laughter, and the buzzing of martial spirits resonating could be heard from inside the door. Lin Fan reached out and grasped the doorknob. The next second, the door was suddenly flung open from the inside. A tall, slender figure stood at the door, a nameplate on his chest displaying the Win Wolf Martial Soul Rank B, his eyes cold. You're Lin Fan? The man looked him up and down. I heard you just cleaved a 10-meter long slit. Lin Fan laughed, you want to try it out too? The man's face darkened. Lin Fan, however, had already squeezed through the door, looked around the class, and said loudly. Hello everyone, I'm Lin Fan, the new student. Please guide me in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, the classroom fell silent. All eyes were on her. Chapter 17 Did you cheat? The classroom door was suddenly pulled open, and a man in a black suit stood in the doorway, his eyes behind his gold-rimmed glasses as cold as an ice-cold can of cola. The nameplate on his chest glowed with the words Win Wolf Martial Soul Rank B, and he was holding a glowing tablet with a blue screen that was transmitting data in real time. Just as Lin Fan was about to walk in, the other person blocked his way with a swift and decisive movement, clearly indicating that he had practiced. Lin Fan? The man's voice was low, with a mechanical, business-like quality. Lang Feng, from the Starry Sky Group's field surveillance team, you are here to investigate the abnormality of your martial soul rating. Lin Fan didn't stop, slipping under his arm and patting him on the shoulder. Hey, checking the water meter so early in the morning? Does your company now send a special assistant to keep an eye on even an F-level good for nothing? Lung Feng frowned, quickly turned around and followed, his high-heeled leather shoes tapping on the floor in a rhythmic tap-tap sound, like the second hand of a countdown. Your initial rating is F. He swiped his finger across the tablet, bringing up an encrypted file. But that attack in the plaza just now detected an S-level energy fluctuation peak. The system has no record of it, no one authorized it, and there's no sign of any cheating. Can you explain? Lin Fan stood in the center of the classroom, and all eyes immediately focused on him. Someone whispered, "Who is this guy? Even Lang Feng has been mobilized?" I heard he's a specially approved student signed by President Luo, but Brother Lang is her confidant, specializing in handling internal problems. Lin Fan smiled, slowly rolling up his sleeve half an inch to reveal a corner of his black iron earring. You want evidence? That depends on what kind you want to see. Video replay? A reenactment? Or? He suddenly leaned closer, a sly smile playing on his lips. Feel it and see if it's real? Lang Feng's pupils contracted slightly, and he subconsciously took a half step back, but Lin Fan gently flicked his tie with his fingertips. Don't chicken out, bro, Lin Fan said in a low voice. Didn't you come here to collect evidence? Scared? The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Lung Feng adjusted his glasses, his tone cold and hard. Please cooperate with the investigation, otherwise it will be considered as defying organizational discipline and reported to the group's security department. Oh, so you're reporting it? Lin Fan tilted his head and smiled. Then tell me first, how much do these glasses cost? Are they shatterproof? Waterproof? Soundproof? Before he finished speaking, the earring in his left ear trembled slightly, and a ring of sound waves, barely visible to the naked eye, quietly spread out. Buzz. A very faint tremor swept through the corridor. The next second. Smack. The gold-rimmed glasses on Lang Feng's nose shattered instantly. The lenses broke into a spiderweb pattern, the frames twisted and deformed, and they fell directly off his face, hitting the ground with a crisp sound. His tablet screen suddenly went black, the data stream was interrupted, and an automatic restart interface popped up. The entire audience erupted in uproar. Holy crap! My glasses exploded? Am I seeing things? He just stood there and destroyed someone's equipment? This isn't just an F-class trash, it's a walking electromagnetic pulse bomb. Lung Feng stood frozen in place, his fingers still hovering in mid-air, as if he wanted to catch something, or as if he couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. He looked down at the wreckage on the ground, then looked up at Lin Fan. The latter was slowly adjusting his cuffs, looking completely innocent. Oh dear, I'm sorry, I got a little excited just now, maybe I was a bit off key. Next time you're checking people, remember to wear riot goggles, otherwise it'll hurt your eyes. As he spoke, he pulled out his phone and waved it. Want me to find you a link to the same product? JD.com has a flash sale tonight, buy one get one free, plus a free screen protector. Lung Feng gritted his teeth, suppressing his anger. This is interfering with an official investigation. I can apply for an arrest warrant immediately. Sure, Lin Fan shrugged. But I suggest you ask President Luo first. If you arrest the people she approved, won't that be a slap in her face? Besides, he pointed to his chest, I'm cooperating right now, aren't I? Look, I didn't run away, I didn't lay a hand on anyone, I just said something, and the equipment couldn't handle it. Can you blame me for that? Long Feng's face turned ashen. He knew something was wrong. This is not a simple sonic burst, but a precisely controlled energy oscillation that targets electronic components and glass structures with just the right amount of force to damage the equipment without harming people. This level of control is something that ordinary martial artists cannot achieve. Even more strangely, the Wind Wolf marshal's soul within him sluggish for a moment, as if his perception was being interfered with by something. System notification, repelled the investigators, intimacy points plus 50. Unlock new skill, Sonic Interference LV.1 releases low-frequency shockwaves that briefly disrupt electronic devices and low-level martial soul perception. Cooldown time, 30 minutes. Lin Fan felt a surge of joy. It's done. This skill came at just the right time. Not only can it prevent being secretly photographed, but it can also interrupt those who are hiding in the shadows and making small moves. It's simply a workplace counter-surveillance artifact. He glanced at the tablet Lang phone was restarting and sneered inwardly, investigate me? You think you're worthy? The classroom fell silent, everyone staring at the sudden confrontation. Those who had just been doubting whether Lin Fan got in through connections now all shut their mouths. Someone who can make Lang Feng suffer a setback probably has a deeper background than they imagined. Lung Feng finally managed to restart the tablet, but most of the critical data had been lost, leaving only a few fragments. He took a deep breath and softened his tone. I will report today's events truthfully. But let me remind you, the Starry Sky Group is not a place you can provoke at will. Don't worry. Lin Fan waved his hand with a smile. I don't provoke the organization, I only provoke blind dogs. He paused, then added, of course, if you say you're a dog, then I'll take that as you admitting it. The whole class burst into laughter. Lung Feng's eyes twitched, but he didn't say anything more. He bent down to pick up the broken glasses frame and turned to walk towards the spare room at the end of the corridor. Lin Fan watched him leave, a smile deepening on his lips. He knew this was just the beginning. Luo Xueli sending Lang Feng indicates that she has begun to doubt her own identity, and Lang Feng's blatant investigation suggests that someone is pulling the strings behind the scenes. But none of that matters. The important thing is that he has already revealed his first trump card. He didn't rely on women or powerful connections, but on his own true abilities. He turned and glanced at the classroom. The students inside were all looking down, pretending to be busy, but their eyes were actually glancing at him out of the corner of their eyes. Alright everyone, if you've seen enough, go back to pretending to study. Lin Fan announced loudly, this handsome guy doesn't charge fees. To tip during the live stream, search for Sonic Dragon King on the Douyu platform. Follow and like to receive a signed photo, a limited edition, no replacements if torn. After saying that, he turned around gracefully and walked towards the door. I heard whispers behind me. Is he really going to the spirit hall? Didn't you just cause trouble? Why are you getting tested again? Class A must complete the rating review before the trial, he can't avoid it. But if he were to produce another S rank, the entire academy would be in an uproar. Lin Fan ignored him and walked steadily down the corridor. Sunlight streamed through the glass, casting a golden rim on his shoulders. As he walked, he flexed his wrists and muttered to himself, sonic interference unlocked. Now I should try to figure out how to use it to exploit bugs, like, make the detection crystal ball flash a few more golden lights? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile. In my past life, when I was writing code, my favorite thing to do was to bypass permission verification and forcibly elevate privileges. Now it's great, no need to write code anymore, just use sonic vibration. Upon reaching the east exit of the teaching building, you are greeted by a circular building made entirely of white jade, with a huge crystal ball embedded on top, slowly rotating and emitting a faint spiritual light. Spirit Hall. This is the most important testing center in the entire school. All student promotions, trials, and resource allocations are based on the ratings given here. There were already many students queuing up at the entrance, and when they saw Lin Fan coming, they all made way for him. No one dared to stop him. The knife strike in the square and the tremor in front of the classroom door just now are enough to illustrate the point. Lin Fan glanced at the end of the line, too lazy to wait, and headed straight for the entrance. The two guards at the gate exchanged a glance. Just as one of them was about to speak to stop him, Lin Fan raised his left hand, and the black iron earring flashed slightly. Buzz. A very faint sound wave swept across. Both of their ears felt an itch at the same time, like a cell phone vibrating against their earlobes. Before they could react, their bodies had already automatically moved aside. Lin Fan grinned, thanks for your cooperation. I'll order you some milk tea later, less sugar and with pudding. He stepped into the hall. The hall was spacious and bright, with hexagonal stone slabs with spiritual patterns on the floor. In the center stood a 3-meter-high crystal pillar for testing, with a light blue halo flowing across its surface. Multiple registration desks were set up around the area, and staff were busy entering information for students. Lin Fan walked to the nearest window and tapped on the table. Special student Lin Fan, come for the rating review. The female registrar looked up and almost dropped the pen in her hand. You're Lin Fan? The one who cleaved a 10-meter-long crack? Absolutely genuine. He blinked. And I'm in even better shape today, I might be able to swing for the length of a swimming pool. The female registrar swallowed hard and quickly retrieved the file. Please wait in testing area number 3. Lin Fan nodded and walked towards the designated area. He stopped by a full-length mirror on the way, straightened his tie, and blew a kiss to the mirror. Handsome guy in the mirror, keep up the good work today. A girl next to him almost choked on her saliva. After he walked away, he whispered to his companion, wasn't he a little too confident? His companion shook his head, you don't understand. Some people are born protagonist templates, starting as a loser, becoming invincible in the mid-game, and ending up with a bunch of wives. We can only be background characters, responsible for clapping. Lin Fan didn't hear these words, but he could sense them. That feeling of being the center of attention and attracting everyone's attention is like when a new server opens in a game in my past life. While others are still grinding monsters in the newbie village, he is already wearing divine gear and standing at the city gate grinding experience. He stood in front of testing area number 3, hands in his pockets, waiting for his number to be called. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Leng Feng at the corner of the corridor. He was wearing a new pair of glasses and holding a rebooted tablet, looking at him from afar with his fingers swiping rapidly, seemingly revising a report. Lin Fan gestured with his chin and mouthed something. Remember to buy a military grade 1 next time. Leng Feng remained silent for a moment, then lowered his head and continued recording. Lin Fan withdrew his gaze and chuckled softly. He knew the test was over. He is the winner. And now, it's time to let the entire academy witness once again what a true S-class awakening looks like. He looked up at the testing crystal pillar and said in a low voice, "Ready, old buddy? Let's hit a high note together later." The crystal pillar stood silently, as if waiting for that thunderous resonance. Chapter 18: The Shock of S-Rank Radiance. Lin Fan stepped into the spirit hall, his black iron earrings still slightly warm. The sonic interference just now shattered Leng Feng's glasses. It felt great, but it also brought trouble. The detection system here isn't ordinary electronic equipment, it's an ancient magical artifact driven by a spirit pattern array. Trying to fool them with resonance? No way. He stood in front of testing area number 3, his hands in his suit trouser pockets, looking at the crystal test column in front of him. The pillar is as tall as 3 people, with a light blue halo flowing across its surface, much like the RGB lighting effects in internet cafes in my past life. Except now, this thing can determine whether you are a true pro. Lin Fan, are you ready? The female staff member at the registration desk asked, her voice trembling slightly, her pen almost piercing the registration form. It's been ready for a while now. Lin Fan grinned. I've even come up with the background music, all I need is a lighting technician. As soon as he finished speaking, several students in line around him couldn't help but burst out laughing. Who doesn't know that this guy took down 2 B-grade martial souls in one morning and even shattered the glasses of the special assistant of the inspection team on the spot? He's not here to review the rating, he's clearly here to hold his own concert. Lin Fan ignored them and gently tapped the black iron earring in his left ear. The system panel flashed through his mind. Sonic interference LV.1 releases low-frequency shockwaves that briefly disrupt electronic devices and low-level martial soul perception. Cooldown time, 30 minutes. I can use it a second time in 8 minutes, he thought to himself. But, this time I'll go big. He walked to the testing pillar and placed his palm on the cool crystal surface. For a moment, the air in the entire spirit hall seemed to freeze. Buzz. The spiritual patterns inside the crystal pillar began to pulsate, and the data stream rolled like a waterfall. However, the light suddenly stopped, as if the old TV had a bad signal, and the screen flickered a few times before going black. What's going on? The staff member jumped to his feet. System crash? Impossible. This is an ancient formation. Lin Fan shrugged, maybe it doesn't recognize someone as high level as me, so it needs to be restarted? Someone muttered under their breath, what are you pretending for? He's definitely behind this. Shut up. A cold voice came from the corner. Leng Feng stood at the door of the monitoring room, wearing a new pair of glasses, his tablet screen frantically refreshing data. His Wind Wolf martial soul was subtly restless, clearly indicating that the fluctuation just now had made him very uncomfortable. The energy frequency just now wasn't a random burst. He stared at the replay, his brow furrowed. He was controlling the output rhythm. Lin Fan glanced at him, a smirk playing on his lips. Oh, changed your gear? Military-grade explosion-proof equipment? I suggest you just wear a helmet next time, so you don't have to keep changing it. Leng Feng didn't reply, his fingers flying across the screen to activate the backup recording mode. He knew the real show was yet to come. Sure enough, just as the staff recalibrated the system, Lin Fan lightly touched the earring with his left hand again. Since you insist on evidence, he chuckled softly, then I'll show you something ruthless. Sonic interference activated. A shockwave, barely visible to the naked eye, swept across the inside of the testing platform, precisely impacting the spirit pattern nodes. The formation, which had been operating smoothly, experienced a brief period of disorder, and all readings returned to 0. System reset complete, the staff member exclaimed. You can re-enter the data now. Lin Fan took a deep breath and pressed his right palm against the crystal pillar again. This time, he no longer suppressed it. The long compressed sound energy surged out along the meridians, like a flood breaking through a dam. Golden patterns spread from his palm to the entire pillar, bursting out with dazzling light in an instant. Boom! A golden pillar of light, hundreds of meters high, shot into the sky and pierced the dome. The entire spirit hall trembled violently, and the hexagonal spirit patterned stone slabs on the ground shattered one after another, sending dust flying everywhere. Holy crap! That's an S-class beam of light? Am I seeing things? A full 100 meters. 30 meters taller than the principal when he awakened. Quick, take a picture. Quick, take a picture. If this were posted on Douyu Live, it would be a huge hit. The crowd erupted in uproar. In the distance, windows of the teaching building opened one after another, and countless heads poked out to look around. Training sessions on the playground came to a complete halt, and even the sounds of swordsmanship from the neighboring class stopped abruptly. The beam of light persisted, and the psionic energy spread like a tide, causing the glass of the surrounding buildings to crack. Several lower-ranking students fainted on the spot and were hurriedly dragged away by their companions. "Activate the protective array," a deacon shouted. But the moment the barrier rose, the golden blade of light tore a hole in the defensive shield, and the aftershocks even dyed the sky golden red. At that moment, no one in the entire Huaxia Martial Arts Academy dared to speak out. Wang Dachui was drinking goji berry tea in his office when he suddenly felt the ground tremble and the teacup lid flew off with a snap. An earthquake? He jumped to his feet, rushed to the window, and froze. From the direction of the spirit hall on the east side, a golden beam 100 meters long shot straight into the sky, as if a divine miracle had descended. No. Impossible. His lips trembled. An F-rank trash? An S-rank awakening? This is a once-in-a-millennium peak aptitude in the sonic wave category. He didn't even bother to put on his coat, grabbed his cane and rushed outside. Along the way, he knocked over 2 handymen and trampled 3 potted plants, muttering to himself, "I've taught for 30 years, and today I'm going to witness history." When he stumbled and ran to the square in front of the spirit hall, his legs gave way and he fell to his knees with a thud. AS-class sonic blade unseen for a millennium. His voice trembled, yet each word was deliberate and resounding throughout the arena. Officially certified. Undisputed. These words were tantamount to a final judgment. The whole school was in an uproar. Some people took out their phones and started taking pictures, some knelt down and kowtowed, and some even tore up their A-level martial soul certificates on the spot. "I'm not worthy. I'll drop out of school right now." Lin Fan stood in the center of the pillar of light, his black suit fluttering in the wind, his hair standing on end, but he showed no sign of smugness. He merely glanced around indifferently, his voice low, yet it pierced through the noise 100 meters away. "Do people still say I should get out of art school?" Quiet. A deathly silence. The next second, everyone took a step back in unison, lowering their heads to avoid his attack. In a world where the strong rule, there is no need for explanation. Lang Feng hid in a blind spot of the surveillance camera, his tablet camera fixed on Lin Fan's face. He switched to slow motion and captured the moment before the other party released energy. A slight smile appeared on his lips, his pupils contracted, and his breathing paused for 0.3 seconds. A deliberate display. He confirmed in a low voice, "This is not an accidental awakening, but a deterrent he had prepared long ago." He quickly accessed the encrypted channel and pressed the transmit button. A line of text appeared on the screen, sending to Luo's terminal. Immediately afterwards, he added a voice message, "Suspected S-rank awakened being detected. Immediate takeover recommended. This person's danger level far exceeds expectations." The message was sent successfully. Lang Feng put away his tablet and looked at the figure standing in the golden light with a complicated expression. He knew that from today onwards, the days of that icy CEO of Starry Sky Group would not be peaceful. At that moment, a cold notification sounded in Lin Fan's mind. System notification, famous throughout the school, intimacy points plus 300. He raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected that fame alone could increase his value. It seemed he'd need to trend on social media more often. Immediately afterwards, a second notification sounded. Unlock new skill, Sonic Field Prototype LV.1, which creates a low-frequency vibration field within a 10-meter radius around the user, weakening the enemy's perception and casting speed. Cooldown time, 1 hour. Lin Fan's lips curled up slightly. This is just the beginning. He slowly withdrew his palm, and the golden pillar of light receded, eventually turning into a point of starlight and dissipating into the sky. The dust has settled. The area in front of the spirit hall was in a mess, with rubble everywhere and the barrier broken. Only the testing pillar still stood, with a deep dragon-shaped crack on its surface, as if it had been marked by some ancient power. Wang Dachui shakily got up, dusted off his knees, and strode towards Lin Fan. His face was full of smiles, but his steps still carried a hint of reverence. Lin! His voice trembled with excitement. This is amazing. A true young hero. A once-in-a-century talent for our art school. Lin Fan glanced at him sideways. Principal, when you told me I should get out last time, you didn't have this attitude. Wang Dachui blushed and quickly waved his hands. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. I was deceived at the time. Now I see clearly. You are definitely a gem of our school. As he spoke, he pulled out a gold embossed card from his pocket. This is a special recommendation letter from the principal. With this letter, you can get priority access to high-level cultivation resources, enter the core trial tower, be exempt from final exams. In short, you can have whatever you want. Lin Fan took the card, glanced at it casually, and stuffed it into his pocket. Thanks, he said casually. But I'm more interested in knowing who initially classified me as an F-class good-for-nothing? Wang Dachui's smile froze, and sweat beaded on his forehead. The automatic assessment by the file system, may have errors. Oh. Lin Fan nodded and turned to leave. After taking 2 steps, he stopped, turned around and smiled. By the way, Principal, next time anyone questions my abilities, he pointed to the cracked testing pillar behind him, let them go and confront this pillar. The audience burst into laughter. Wang Dachui stood there, watching Lin Fan's departing figure, motionless for a long time. He knew that from this moment on, the landscape of the Huaxia Martial Arts Academy had changed. Lang Feng packed up his equipment, took one last look at Lin Fan's retreating figure, and quietly turned and left. I must report this to Director Luo immediately, he muttered to himself. This person can no longer be treated as an ordinary trainee. Sunlight spilled onto the broken, patterned stone slabs, casting dappled shadows. Lin Fan stepped out of the spirit hall steps, his sleeves fluttering lightly, his fingertips brushing against the black iron earring beside his ear. Now that we have the sonic domain, it's time to see if we can shatter someone else's spirit contract. He chuckled. After all, I'm not someone to be trifled with. He looked up at the distant teaching building, where a purple figure stood by the window, silently watching him. But he didn't see it. At that moment, his gaze fell on the open space in front of him, where a group of students were gathered in a circle, with an old stereo in the middle. Someone shouted, that golden background music was so cool. Did anyone record it? No. But I know how he does it, a boy exclaimed excitedly. First he touches his ear, then he slaps the pillar, and then boom. The golden ultimate move comes out. As he spoke, he imitated Lin Fan's actions, jumping up and slapping the speaker with his palm. Snap! The speaker exploded. Sparks flew everywhere, startling everyone into scattering. Lin Fan shook his head, these idiots can't even imitate the skill animation properly. Just as he was about to step away, he suddenly felt the ground beneath his feet tremble slightly. Looking down, he saw a trace of golden liquid seeping from the crack in the spirit-patterned stone slab that had been pierced by the beam of light. It was slowly gathering into a thin line and spreading towards the sole of his shoe. Chapter 19 Luo Xueli's Jealousy. Lin Fan stood on the steps of the spirit hall, his shoes still stained with that strange substance. He glanced down, tapped his earring lightly with his fingertip, and the sound wave vibrated slightly, causing the thin stream on the ground to instantly evaporate into a wisp of smoke. What is that trying to ambush me? He muttered, and turned to leave. But as soon as he took a step, he heard hurried footsteps behind him. Lin, wait a minute. Wang Dachui caught up breathlessly, clutching a gold embossed card in his hand, his forehead covered in sweat as if he had just crawled out of a furnace. I almost forgot the most important thing. Lin Fan stopped, turned around and glanced at him sideways. Principal, your entrance is even more aggressive than the square dancing aunties fighting over vegetables. Stop joking. Wang Dachui grabbed his sleeve and shoved the card into his hand. This is a special recommendation letter from the principal. With this, you can get high-level cultivation supplies from the Starry Sky Group's resource vault and have priority to reserve areas above the 3rd floor of the trial tower. Only 3 were issued in the entire art school, and I specially approved one for you. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, took the card, and flipped it over. The front featured an embossed dragon design, while the back bore a line of small print. The holder of this card enjoys the privileges of an S-rank student and can access level 2 Starry Sky resources. Oh, quite professional, actually. He chuckled. When you said I was a useless F-class student who should drop out, why weren't you this eager to help? Wang Dachui blushed and coughed twice. Oh, why bring up the past? You're the #1 genius in the whole school now. You have a bright future. Our school's reputation depends on you. Lin Fan held the card between his fingers and waved it. So you're sending me this letter now so I'll remember your kindness? Hee hee, just a little something. Wang Dachui rubbed his hands together. I'll come back to my alma mater more often, maybe donate a library or something. Before he could finish speaking, a gust of cold wind swept by. It wasn't ordinary wind, it was the kind that carried icy shards, making your bones tingle. Immediately afterwards, a silver-white figure descended from the sky, landing silently, yet causing the temperature of the entire staircase to drop by 10 degrees. Luo Xueli has arrived. She was wearing a black off-the-shoulder evening gown today, her silver hair cascading down to her waist, and a limited-edition Chanel handbag hanging from the fingertip of her left hand. The next second, the bag hit Wang Dachui directly in the face. Smack! Wang Dachui staggered back 2 steps and almost tumbled down the steps. Mr. Luo, he exclaimed in surprise, his voice trembling. Why did you come in person? Luo Xueli didn't even glance at him, her gaze was fixed on the letter of recommendation in Lin Fan's hand. She walked step by step, her high heels clicking crisply on the gravel like the pendulum of a countdown clock. Lin Fan had just raised the corners of his mouth, about to say, my wife's here to pick me up from get off work, when the other person reached out and snatched the gold embossed card without saying a word. Hey, this is my legal property, Lin Fan pretended to protest. Luo Xueli sneered, legal? You need something like that? After saying that, she tore it open with both hands in front of the entire school. Sizzle! Paper scraps fluttered down like a golden rain. Wang Dachui's pupils dilated in shock, he froze on the spot, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg. You tore it up? That was an S-rank pass. It's not even worth as much as a level 3 resource vault keycard. Luo Xueli shook her hand, letting the scraps of paper fall through her fingers. My people need to go through procedures to get resources? Ridiculous. She turned and stared at Lin Fan, her eyes both cold and bright. Tell me what you want. Lin Fan shrugged. For example? The 9-turn golden elixir? The innate spiritual vein reshaping liquid? Or the legendary fragment of the Soundwave Supreme technique? I have everything. She took a step closer, her fingertip touching his chest. Just say the word. The area was already surrounded by students, all holding their breath and not daring to press the shutter button to take pictures. Has anyone ever seen the CEO of Starry Sky Group personally visit a school and tear up the principal's recommendation letter on the spot? This move was even more explosive than Lin Fan's 100-meter-long golden light just now. Lin Fan looked at the cold, beautiful face before him and suddenly laughed. So you've come to recruit me? It's not about incorporation, she said in a low, slightly hoarse voice, it's about recall. Before she could finish speaking, she suddenly grabbed Lin Fan by the collar and lunged forward. Their lips touched. It wasn't a gentle kiss, it was a forceful, domineering kiss that went very deep. Lin Fan's pupils contracted, and before he could react, his mind exploded with a deafening roar. System notification, intimacy level plus 500. High concentration of emotional fluctuations detected, triggering a critical hit bonus. Cultivation breakthrough. Chi refining level 4, Chi refining level 5. Unlock new skill, Sonic Oscillation Penetrating Type LV.1 allows sonic waves to penetrate defensive martial soul shields, with a 30% chance of breaking through defenses, and a 45-minute cooldown. Spiritual energy surged into the meridians like a tide, and the internal organs seemed to be cleansed anew. Lin Fan felt his pores open up and his power surge, even the spirit stone under his feet, which had been pierced by the beam of light, began to vibrate slightly. And all of this happened in full view of everyone. Luo Xueli released her mouth, took a half step back, licked her lips, and said smugly, now, do you still want other people's recommendation letters? Lin Fan wiped his mouth and raised an eyebrow. Wouldn't this count as workplace sexual harassment? I can sue you for forced transaction. Suit yourself, she scoffed. You can't escape anyway. She raised her hand and waved, and a pure black hovercar silently glided to the steps, its doors opening automatically. Get in the car, she said. I'm not going. Lin Fan crossed his arms. I'm a public figure now, and I have to maintain my image. Oh? She narrowed her eyes. When you were blasting someone's speakers just now, didn't you think about your image? Lin Fan was taken aback. You even know this?
I have back-end access to all your social media accounts, she said calmly, including the secret alternate account you created called Soundwave Bro is busy.
Lin Fan's lips twitched. That's for testing. Stop talking nonsense. She grabbed his wrist.
If you dawdle any longer, I'll kiss you again on these steps, so the whole school will know who your real boss is.
Lin Fan raised his hands in surrender. I give up, okay?
He turned to look at Wang Dachui, who was still in a daze, and waved his hand, saying, Principal, please take good care of that cracked test column for me.
It is a testament to my youth. Wang Dachui's lips trembled. You really won't come back? Come back is fine too. Lin Fan grinned.
When I want to hold a concert someday, I'll rent your playground as the venue. Tickets will cost 1,000 spirit crystals per person, with VIPs sitting in the front row, provided you can send me a replacement letter of recommendation.
Make up for it. We absolutely have to make up for it.
Wang Dachui nodded hurriedly.
I'll go back and reprint it right now. The kind with anti-counterfeiting codes.
Lin Fan smiled and shook his head, then was pulled into the car by Luo Shueli. The car doors closed, and the hovercar slowly rose into the air. On the steps below, Wang Dachui knelt amidst a pile of shredded paper, clutching half a charred registration form in his hand, his eyes glazed over.
I just witnessed the diva forcibly kissing a student in public, and tearing up an S-level recommendation letter. He muttered to himself, if this gets out, will I be considered to have witnessed a historic moment? No one answered him.
On the playground, the students were still looking up at the departing black car.
Someone whispered, was that woman really Luo Shueli? The person in charge of the global entertainment industry? It's definitely her, someone exclaimed excitedly. I've watched her live streams. Even though she always wears a mask, her eyes are so cold they could freeze you to death. Holy crap! Just who is Lin Fan? First he awakened an S-rank martial soul, and now even the CEO of Starry Sky is personally coming to pick him up? Do you remember that he was an F-rank loser yesterday? Stop talking.
I feel like bowing down just looking at that test post now. Inside the car, Lin Fan leaned back in the leather seat, closed his eyes, and felt the surging spiritual energy within his body. He's at the 5th level of chi refining, just one step away from foundation establishment. Moreover, his new skill, Sonic Wave Oscillation Penetrating Type, is practically a weapon against opponents of higher levels, specifically designed to counter those who rely on shields to survive. He was pondering whether to try out AB-grade martial soul when he suddenly felt a chill on his cheek. He opened his eyes and saw Luo Shueli poking his face with her fingertip.
What are you thinking about? She asked. Why did you arrive so quickly? Lin Fan asked back. Lung Feng just reported it, right? Your reaction speed is faster than 5G.
I didn't T-come because I received a message. She leaned closer, her breath brushing against his ear.
I came specifically to keep an eye on you. Staring at me? Yes. She nodded.
Ever since you and Nangong Yan had that dance-off on the rooftop last night, I've had 3 groups of people monitoring you.
Lin Fan chuckled, jealous? Nonsense.
She turned to look out the window.
I'm just worried you'll get scammed. Trick me?
Lin Fan leaned closer.
I'm not a gold chain, you think I can just steal it?
You're worth more than a gold chain, she whispered.
You're mine.
Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat, and he was about to make a few teasing remarks when he suddenly realized that her tone was a little off. He turned his head and saw that she was biting her lower lip, her fingers unconsciously rubbing the star ring bracelet on her left wrist, the symbol of the highest authority of the Starry Sky Group. Actually, she paused, I didn't just come here to tear up the letters.
What is that?
I'm here to take you to what truly belongs to you. She turned to look at him, her eyes serious.
The resource library is just the beginning. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. Sounds like you're going to open the vault door for me? It's even bigger than that. She smiled.
I'm going to take you to see a secret passage leading to the 7th level underground of the Starry Sky, where you can find things left behind from your past life.
Lin Fan was taken aback. My past life?
You forgot, she said softly. 10 years ago, you saved a little girl who was about to die and woke her up from her ice coffin with a song. Lin Fan remained silent.
He truly doesn't have that memory. But a message suddenly popped up on the system panel. Hidden quest trigger conditions are similar. Retrieve the 1st generation music core.
Before he could take a closer look, Luo Shueli had already pressed the button inside the car.
Activate channel B7, she commanded.
The vehicle's system responded, connecting to the secret passage navigation system, expected to arrive at the entrance in 3 minutes.
Lin Fan took a deep breath and suddenly laughed. So you're not here to kidnap me, but to recruit me as a laborer? You can think of it this way.
She reached out and gently straightened his wrinkled collar.
But the reward is very generous, like continuing to share a room tonight?
This is a good treatment. I'm feeling very energetic today, Lin Fan said with a smile.
But I have one condition. Explain. Next time you kiss me, give me a heads up so I can record a high-definition video and post it on my WeChat moments with the caption, "What's it like to be forcibly kissed by a diva?"
Luo Shueli rolled her eyes at him. Dream on. She took his hand and placed it on the star ring on her left wrist.
A flash of blue light indicates that identity verification is complete.
Now, come with me, she said.
Go and get what is rightfully yours.
Outside the car, the sun was setting. On the steps of the spirit hall, the wisp of something that Lin Fan had scattered had quietly gathered again, flowing slowly through the cracks in the shattered spirit stone, meandering towards the secret passage like a living thing.
Chapter 20. Sister, where are my supplies?
The hovercar glided silently through the night, the neon lights outside the window stretching into streaks of light, like paint smeared by someone's fingers. Lin Fan leaned back in his chair, his eyes closed. His spiritual energy was still slowly circulating within him. The feeling of being at the 5th level of chi refining was truly wonderful. Even his bones felt light and refreshed. Hey, this B7 secret passage isn't the kind that leads to your cellar where you hide corpses, is it? He suddenly asked, without even opening his eyes.
Are you in such a hurry to take me away because you're afraid I'll go back and reissue the recommendation letter?
Luo Shueli sat next to him, her fingertips tracing the patterns on the star ring bracelet. Hearing this, she snorted coldly. When you pulled me out of the ice coffin before, you didn't ask me whether I wanted to bury you or raise you. Lin Fan suddenly opened his eyes and turned to look at her. She didn't look at him. Her profile was cold and sharp, but the tips of her ears were slightly red.
Oh? He laughed. So you still remember that? I thought you just had a good eye for investment and picked up an F-grade loser to make a quick buck.
You're a nuisance, she said casually. You've been causing trouble for the past 10 years.
But haven't you been watching me the whole time?
Lin Fan leaned closer, his nose almost brushing against her hair. You had someone monitor Nangong Yan's dance, you knew when I yelled in the classroom, and you even hacked into my alternate account.
President Luo, are you chasing a star or hunting down a spy? Don't change the subject.
She raised her hand and pressed the car screen.
The final step of permission verification, iris and blood vessel dual recognition. You will enter the main channel in 3 minutes.
As soon as he finished speaking, the lights inside the car dimmed, and a circle of blue beams swept down from the ceiling, enveloping the two of them. Lin Fan could feel a faint wave of restriction rising in the air, like countless fine needles gently pricking his skin.
So many precautions, he clicked his tongue. Could there be some kind of cosmic-level weapon hidden inside? Like a permit to destroy the Earth or something?
If you're interested, I can sign one for you, Luo Shueli said expressionlessly. It's valid for life, and can only be used by Lin Fan.
Wow. He raised an eyebrow. Wouldn't this be considered a veiled confession? Did the Queen herself authorize me to blow up her planet? Shut up. She finally couldn't help but glare at him.
If you keep talking nonsense, I'll lock you in this secret passage and let the defensive array shock you every day. I can use electricity on you too, he grinned mischievously, but we have to make it clear beforehand that the intimacy system will double the payout.
The more you touch me, the stronger I become. Do you understand what reverse support means? She bit her lip and didn't say anything.
Just then, a mechanical voice came from ahead. Identity verification passed, B7 secret passage opened. Welcome to the Starry Sky Resource Center.
Boom.
The ground in front of the car cracked open, and a spiraling metal staircase slowly emerged, with dark blue crystals embedded in the walls on both sides, pulsating with a faint light as if they were alive. The hovercar automatically drove in, and after coming to a stop, the doors slid open.
Lin Fan stretched and stepped out first. Finally here? I thought you were going to take me to Mars for a meeting. Stay close.
Luo Shueli stood up, her silver hair gleaming coldly in the blue light. Every step here is a gravity trap. If you step on the wrong spot, you'll be sent on a trip to the Earth's core. Then you'd better hold my hand a little. He grinned and held out his hand.
If I fall, won't you be heartbroken? She ignored him and walked straight ahead.
Lin Fan shrugged and followed. The stairs weren't long, but each step felt heavy, like stepping on his heartbeat. The surroundings were eerily quiet, with only the faint sound of shoes hitting metal. I'm telling you, he broke the silence, you've made such a big fuss about me, tearing up my recommendation letter and opening a secret passage. Are you really planning to make me sign a contract of servitude?
A 996-year work contract, with room and board included but no emotional support? You think I want to control you?
She suddenly stopped, turned around and looked at him. You're the one who's been flirting with everyone, Nangong Yan, Zhu Qinglan, weren't they all after your pathetic skills?
If I hadn't been watching you, you would have been completely torn apart long ago. Lin Fan was taken aback, then burst out laughing. So you're here to be a nanny? Mr. Luo, isn't your possessiveness a bit excessive? Should I wear a QR code around my neck that, when scanned, displays this man has been claimed as his master? Unauthorized actions will result in a fine of 100 million?
Say what you will, she said coldly.
Anyway, you can't escape my control now.
After she finished speaking, she continued forward, but her pace was a few degrees faster than before. Lin Fan didn't chase after him. Instead, he slowly touched the black iron earring in his left ear, a meaningful smile appearing on his lips. System notification: high concentration of emotional fluctuations detected. Intimacy point acquisition efficiency increased by 20%. He chuckled softly and quickly followed. At the end of the stairs was a huge metal door, its surface engraved with runes, and in the center was a handprint groove.
Luo Shueli placed her left hand on it.
Buzz. The runes lit up one by one, and the muffled sound of gears turning came from inside the door.
Come in.
She pushed the door open. Lin Fan stepped in, and the next second, his pupils contracted slightly.
This is a huge, secret room with 4 walls made of transparent storage compartments, stacked one on top of another, like a honeycomb.
Each compartment contained top-tier cultivation resources. The 9-turn golden pill glowed with a crimson gold aura, the innate spiritual liquid flowed slowly in the jade bottle, the dragon-patterned blood crystal pulsated like a heart, and there were even a few sealed fragments of martial soul, radiating an aura of over S rank.
Damn!
Lin Fan whistled.
Did you bring the entire Starry Sky Group's assets here? Or are you secretly working as a black market dealer, specializing in high-grade spiritual materials? These are all prepared for you.
Luo Shueli stood in the center, her voice calm. I started collecting them the day you awakened your S-rank martial soul.
Lin Fan narrowed his eyes. So you knew all along that I would turn things around? I don't know.
She turned to look at him, but I believe you will come back. The air suddenly became quiet for a moment. Lin Fan grinned, ignoring the comment, and instead walked around the wall, casually picking up a bottle of innate spiritual liquid and shaking it.
These things, could they be counterfeit? I've heard there are a lot of fake pills on the market now.
Not only do they not increase your cultivation, but they can also cause hair loss, baldness, and impotence, seriously affecting your great cause of having many children and blessings.
Do you think I would try to fool you with counterfeit goods? She sneered.
Every piece of material has undergone triple verification, has a clean origin, and has an energy purity of over 98%.
That would be wonderful.
He put down the bottle, then suddenly moved closer from behind, bracing himself on either side of her and trapping her against the wall.
Your Majesty, aren't you afraid of spoiling me rotten by pampering me like this? Luo Shueli didn't move, but her breathing became lighter.
You've been rotten for a long time, she whispered. From the first day you started flirting with me, you haven't been serious for a single day.
But isn't this how you like me?
He rested his chin gently on her shoulder, his voice tinged with laughter. You treat others coldly, but you always want to kiss me.
Don't you think you have a bit of a morbid attachment?
She turned around abruptly, pointing her finger at his chest. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll lock you up here and never let you out. I can shut you up, he said, pressing closer to her ear, but you have to promise me you'll kiss me at least 10 times a day, or my cultivation will easily regress.
System notification: intimacy level plus 300.
Abnormal fluctuations in the woman's fertility level detected, triggering the fertility resonance double resources effect. All resources are doubled. In an instant, the sealed room began to hum and tremble. The spiritual materials in the storage compartments on the wall glowed together. The number of 9-turn golden pills increased from 10 to 20 per bottle. The innate spiritual liquid jade bottle replicated itself. The dragon-patterned blood crystals grew in pairs, and even the martial soul fragments split into new energy bodies.
Lin Fan's eyes lit up. Wow. This is a way to monetize emotions, turning love into productivity.
I suggest this be promoted nationwide, giving double spirit stones for dating and marriage, guaranteed to boost the birth rate.
Shut up. Luo Shueli pushed him away a little, but didn't completely break free.
You can have as much of these things as you want, but don't test my bottom line.
What's your bottom line? He asked with a grin. You don't allow me to look at other women? You don't allow me to accept other gifts? Or you don't allow me to sell pills through live streaming? You're not allowed to die, she suddenly said. Lin Fan was taken aback.
If you dare to die, she stared at him, her eyes sharp, I will destroy this world and rebuild it until I find the next you.
He paused for 2 seconds, then suddenly laughed. So sentimental?
Then you might as well set up a memorial tablet for me, burn 3 sticks of incense every day, and bless me with a long life and many descendants.
You're already on my memorial tablet, she said calmly.
You were engraved there 10 years ago.
Lin Fan touched his nose, ignored the comment, and turned to walk towards the innermost bookshelf.
There were several ancient books there, mostly cultivation manuals, such as the Frost Manual and the Thunder Prison Scripture. He casually reached out to see if there were any secret martial arts manuals that had slipped through the net, but just as his fingers touched a book called Nine Yang Body Forging Technique, he caught a glimpse of an unnamed ancient scroll in the corner. The cover was dull and gray, without any words, but the moment you touched it, it emitted a faint golden light.
Oh? He raised an eyebrow. Well hidden, is it perhaps a hidden version of the Sunflower Manual? Don't touch it.
Luo Shueli suddenly rushed over and grabbed his wrist.
What? He laughed. Does it say marry 10 wives and you'll gain eternal life? Or Lin Fan must live to be 900 years old?
That is something you left behind from your past life, she said in a low voice.
You can't look at it now. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. So I'm really not an ordinary transmigrator? The kind who comes with her own script?
She didn't answer, but just held his hand tightly, her knuckles turning white. The two stared at each other for a moment, the atmosphere suddenly tense. Lin Fan suddenly laughed. All right, since we can't look at them, let's choose something more substantial first. He released the ancient scroll, then opened a storage cabinet and began to look through the list. 20 bottles of 9-turn golden pills, 40 drops of innate spiritual liquid, 6 dragon pattern blood crystals. TSK, this setup should be enough for me to reach the foundation establishment stage, right? Not only that. Luo Shueli regained her composure and walked to his side.
Supplies will be updated monthly. Whenever you need them, all of Starry Sky's resource lines will be open to you. It sounds like an upgraded version of a sugar daddy sugar baby agreement, he joked. But I like it.
In the future, all the children I have will have Luo in their names, or even as their surname.
You wish, she rolled her eyes at him.
The child will take my surname.
That one T do. He shook his head.
My Lin family has only one son, and our descendants must bear the surname Lin.
You can be my godmother, and you'll have priority in giving gifts during holidays.
Are you sure you can have that many children? She sneered.
Don't give up halfway because your spiritual energy can't keep up. You know my stamina.
He leaned closer.
Last time we shared a dorm room, you almost didn't make it past midnight. Get out.
She raised her foot to kick him, but he grabbed her waist and pulled her back into his arms.
Stop messing around.
He chuckled in her ear. I'm at the peak of the 5th level of chi refining now, and I can break through at any time. If you keep flirting with me like this, I'll establish my foundation on the spot and collapse your secret base.
You dare.
She struggled for a moment, but didn't really use any force. The two of them leaned against each other, neither of them moving. The secret room fell silent, with only the energy fluctuations emanating from the spiritual materials gently trembling in the air. Lin Fan looked down at the woman in his arms. Her silver hair fell down, and her profile was cold and beautiful, yet she was unusually quiet in his arms.
He knew that she wasn't simply keeping him as a mistress.
She had been waiting for this day for a long time. And he was no longer that F-class good-for-nothing who could be humiliated by everyone.
Hey, he suddenly said. What? She replied lazily. Before you kiss me next time, he laughed, can you give me a heads up first? Let me turn on the screen recording.
This double resource is such a steal, I'd be doing the audience a disservice if I didn't record it.
She looked up abruptly and glared at him. Can you think of anything else besides the system? Sure, he blinked. Like, what kind of pajamas are you wearing tonight? A see-through one or one with lace trim? Dream on.
She turned to leave, but he grabbed her wrist.
Don't rush, he said softly, we haven't finished choosing yet.
He pulled her to the center and pointed to the doubled resource wall. With so many good things, how do you plan to allocate them?
It's up to you.
She leaned back on his shoulder, her voice softer.
As long as you're here, everything will be alright.
Lin Fan smiled and said nothing more.
Chapter 21. You still dare to mention children? After a series of crackling sounds, Luo Shueli adjusted her inner bra strap. The spiritual materials that had just been doubled in the secret room were still buzzing and vibrating, with faint golden aftershocks floating in the air. He leaned against the wall, a smirk playing on his lips. Honey, next time you want me to help you out, could you at least give me a heads up? Let me turn on the system screen recording. If I don't record this triple reward, I'm afraid the kids won't have any material for their essays later. You dare mention children?
Luo Shueli suddenly looked up, her silver hair flashing coldly, her eyes piercing like ice spikes.
Surname Lin? Dream on. Do you think I'm here to boost your birth rate KPIs?
Before she could finish speaking, she shoved him against the wall with a flick of her wrist, a chilling aura emanating from her palm. The metal wall dented with a snap, and the 9-turn golden pills in the surrounding storage compartments trembled 3 times.
Ouch.
Lin Fan grinned, not only not dodging but taking a half step forward, his nose almost touching her earlobe. I was just worried you'd be too lonely, so I had to give you some homework to liven things up.
Besides, our intimacy level is practically off the charts, don't you think? It's a bit of an attempt to cover things up?
Shut up, she gritted her teeth, her fingertips digging into his shoulder, but the force softened halfway through, and it felt more like she was grabbing at the wrinkles in his clothes. Lin Fan chuckled softly, then suddenly lowered his head and bit her earlobe. It wasn't a light peck, it was a real bite, a bit painful, mixed with heat, burning all the way down the ear cartilage. Ugh, Luo Shueli froze, her breath caught in her throat.
System notification: high concentration of emotional fluctuations plus intimate contact plus abnormal activation of the woman's fertility. Triple intimacy points bonus triggered. Current intimacy points plus 900.
Cultivation breakthrough condition met, peak of Qi refining level 5, Qi refining level 6.
New skill unlocked, Sonic Sword Formation beginner controls 9 sonic blades, combining offense and defense.
A surge of violent spiritual energy exploded from his dantian, rushing through his meridians to his limbs and bones. Lin Fan groaned, his back slamming against the wall, his muscles tensing, and beads of sweat instantly appearing on his forehead. But the corners of his mouth were still turned up. Baby, your push almost sent me flying. He took a breath, braced himself against the wall with one hand, and used the other hand to grab her wrist and pull her to his waist. Next time, tell me in advance before you make a move, so I can activate my protective aura first.
Otherwise, I'm afraid my cultivation will increase too quickly and scare you to tears. Luo Shueli's face turned bright red, but she retorted sharply, who would cry? Don't be so self-important.
Oh? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow and suddenly raised his hand to beckon. Buzz. The void behind him trembled, and 9 golden sonic blades appeared out of thin air. Each blade was shaped like a dragon's tooth, with high-frequency vibrations emanating from its edges. They automatically arranged themselves into a circular sword formation in the air, slowly rotating and emitting a deep hum. The air in the entire sealed room was resonating. The S-rank martial soul fragments on the wall lit up as if they had been awakened. The seal on a bottle of innate spiritual liquid suddenly loosened, and the liquid floated up on its own, circled half a circle around the sword formation, and then fell back into the bottle with a thud.
See?
Lin Fan tilted his head and smiled.
Whenever you get jealous, I get stronger.
I suggest you throw a tantrum every day from now on, and let's try to get me to the nascent soul stage within a month. We'll also change the Starry Sky group into the Lin Clan sect while we're at it.
You're so glib.
She tried to pull her hand away, but he grabbed her and pulled her into his arms.
I'm just telling the truth.
He rested his chin on her head and lowered his voice.
You're a CEO, and you worry about who I talk to and whether I hug anyone else every day. What else is that but love? How about we sign an agreement that every time you get angry, you have to kiss me as compensation for emotional distress?
Bullshit. She raised her leg to kick the back of his knee, but the force was so weak it felt like stepping on cotton.
Lin Fan didn't loosen his grip. Instead, he tightened his arms, holding her even closer. Hey, I've noticed that every time you scold me, your body tells a different story. Last time we shared a dorm room, you secretly moved 30 centimeters closer to me in the middle of the night. I even recorded you talking in your sleep. Want me to play it for you now? You dare.
She struggled for a moment, but couldn't break free, so she simply stopped moving, burying her face in his shoulder, her voice muffled. Don't go too far.
It's not excessive, he laughed.
I just want you to know that I'm not a useless person you support, nor am I a scumbag who gets distracted by just any woman flirting with me.
I only react to you, understand? She didn't say anything, but the fingers around his waist subtly tightened. The two of them just hugged each other, neither of them moving. The secret room fell silent, with only the sonic sword array slowly rotating behind them, its hum like a heartbeat. After a few seconds, Lin Fan suddenly spoke up, "By the way, you just said you wouldn't let me die, does that mean you're actually quite afraid of losing me?" Luo Shueli paused. "Stop being so narcissistic." She sneered. "I'm just making an investment, I can't let it go to waste." "Fine, fine, you're the capitalist, I'm a valuable asset." He shrugged indifferently. "Have you considered the issue of asset appreciation? For example, having more heirs to expand the Lin clan's scale? You wish." She finally looked up and glared at him. "I can give birth, but you must take my surname." "That one T do." He shook his head. "My Lin family's DNA is so outstanding, it would be an injustice if it weren't passed down. How about this, a compromise: the first one will have the surname Lin, the second one will be yours, the third one will be chosen by drawing lots, the fourth one will be decided by dice, and the fifth one will draw lots live, and fans can change the name by sending rockets, how about that?" "All you think about is traffic and business," she laughed in exasperation. "What else?" He blinked. "I'm a top male cultivator now. How can I not do something to satisfy the audience? Besides, once I establish my own sect, the position of sect leader's wife will be for life. There are so many perks, like a private dual cultivation room, limited edition pills, and even the option to have your name engraved on my statue." "Who wants to be a supporting character on your statue?" she scoffed. "Not a supporting role." He looked at her seriously. "I'm in the same position as you. From now on, you'll take 70% of the offerings and I'll take 30%. After all, without your support, I wouldn't be able to get ahead." Upon hearing this, Luo Shueli was taken aback. She stared at him for 2 seconds, then suddenly reached out and touched his forehead. "Do you have a fever? Why are you suddenly talking like a human being? I'm always very clear-headed." He held her wrist and gently kissed her palm. "Especially when I'm with you." System notification, intimacy level plus 200. The male protagonist's meridian repair progress has increased by 5% as the Xianin Qi is replenishing. A cool sensation flowed into his body through his lips, and Lin Fan squinted his eyes in comfort. "Have some more, this is more refreshing than Red Bull." "Get out." She pulled her hand away, her ears burning red. "Don't think you can manipulate me with a few sweet words." "I didn't intend to manipulate you." He leaned lazily against the wall. "What I was thinking about was how to make you willingly lie down and let me do what I wanted." "You." She was furious and raised her hand to freeze him, but as soon as ice crystals formed on her palm, he grabbed her wrist and pressed her against the wall. "Don't move," he whispered, his other hand stroking the back of her neck and gently pulling it. "Let me see just how much you resist." The next second, he kissed her. It wasn't a flirtatious peck, but a deep kiss with a predatory intent. His tongue pried open her teeth, and spiritual energy flowed into her body along their intertwined energy channels, nourishing her disordered yin energy in reverse. Luo Shueli's pupils contracted slightly. She instinctively wanted to resist, but her body went limp, and her fingers unconsciously gripped his collar. System notification, deep intimacy achieved. Intimacy points plus 500. With the woman's emotions at their peak, reward efficiency remains tripled. It took Lin Fan a full 10 seconds to release her. She was panting, her cheeks flushed, her lips glistening, and her eyes slightly glazed. "What are you doing?" "I'll help you regulate your breathing." He licked his lips with a wicked grin. "And while I'm at it, I'll test if you have any resistance to me." "Shameless," she muttered, but didn't push him away. "Shameless, but useful." He shrugged. "Look, the turbulence in your body has subsided, your complexion is rosy, even your hair is glowing. What do you call that?" "That's called professional service. Remember to give it a 5-star review." She rolled her eyes at him, finally stopped struggling, and just leaned against him, muttering softly, "Don't kiss me suddenly next time." "So you want me to tell you in advance?" He laughed. "Like, reporting to President Luo, requesting approval for the first step of the standard couples procedure, kissing, please grant permission?" "Shut up." She punched him lightly, as if she were being coquettish. Lin Fan laughed heartily, turned around, and walked towards the resource wall, casually picked up a bottle of 9-turn golden pill and shook it. "All right, I'm not teasing you anymore."
I'll take this whole batch, and we'll officially open for business tomorrow the Lin clan's recruitment office, with the motto guaranteed to teach, guaranteed to learn, guaranteed to give birth, guaranteed to raise. You dare to use company resources to start your own sect, she frowned.
Why wouldn't I dare?
He turned around and smiled.
Didn't you say I couldn't escape your control? Then let us just make your control my domain.
After he finished speaking, he raised his hand and waved. The 9 sonic blades on his back slowly retracted and merged into his body, leaving only a golden afterimage in his palm.
She refining level 6, all set.
Sonic sword array, usable.
Combat strength has soared. He walked to the door, turned back, and reached out his hand to her. Shall we go? Back to school.
Luo Shueli stood still, her silver hair flowing over her shoulders, looking at him with a complicated expression.
Are you really planning to go back to art school? She asked.
Of course.
He raised an eyebrow. If I don't show my face, people will think I'm living off women. Besides, he paused, revealing his signature roguish grin. Isn't Chuchinga waiting for me to go to the trial tower in 3 days? If I don't go, wouldn't it make me look like I'm afraid of her? Aren't you afraid? She sneered. I only react to you.
He shrugged.
The others are just NPCs for grinding experience. Luo Shueli remained silent for 2 seconds before finally getting up and walking to his side. Remember what you said, she said coldly.
If I find out you're getting too close to anyone, I wouldn't mind turning the entire art school into an ice sculpture exhibition hall.
Welcome to the Luo Shueli art exhibition.
He put his arm around her shoulder. The ticket revenue is yours, and I'll be the exhibit, the kind that's wearing a wedding dress.
Dream on.
She shook him off and strode towards the exit. Lin Fan followed with a smile, his steps light and quick. The door to the secret chamber slowly closed, and the spiritual materials on the wall continued to emit a soft glow. In the far corner, the cover of the nameless ancient scroll trembled slightly, as if it had sensed something. Lin Fan did not turn around.
He knew that some secrets shouldn't be revealed now.
But now he is no longer a useless F-class loser who can be slaughtered at will.
He is Lin Fan,
a top player in the many children, many blessings system. The future patriarch of the sect. And the man in this world that Luo Shueli both hates and loves. He stepped out of the secret room, facing the light at the end of the passage. The next second, a campus upheaval will unfold, waiting for him to stir things up.
Chapter 22 The Sword Immortal Sister resonates with me.
Lin Fan stepped out of the hovercar, his leather shoes making a crisp click sound as they landed on the paving stones of the art school's outer gate plaza. As the night breeze lifted the hem of his suit jacket, the black iron earring in his left ear jolted violently, as if someone had hit him on the head with a small hammer.
You're here?
He grinned and looked up at the sky. A crack appeared in the clouds, and moonlight shone down, illuminating a bluish-green figure. The person walked through the void, each step feeling like walking on ice, with hexagonal snowflakes condensing under their feet and falling down in a soft rustling sound. Xu Qinglan descended from the sky, her sword robe fluttering in the wind, and the jade pendant at her waist gleaming coldly. She landed silently, leaving only a chill that spread along the ground, drawing a straight white line on the floor tiles, stopping exactly 3 inches in front of Lin Fan's shoe tip. Lin Fan, she said, her voice colder than frost, take my sword. Before she finished speaking, her right hand had already placed on the hilt of the sword, and the 1,000-year ice heart sword was drawn 3/10 of its length. Buzz! A sword aura solidified, transparent like an ice shard, and aimed straight for Lin Fan's throat.
It moved so fast that it tore tiny cracks in the air. Lin Fan didn't move.
He simply raised his hand and made a gentle gesture. The void behind them trembled, and 9 golden sonic blades appeared out of thin air, automatically forming a circular sword formation that spun rapidly to meet the sword energy.
Boom!
The sonic blade collided with the sword energy, unleashing a piercing sound, like 1,000 electric drills starting up at the same time. The energy shockwave exploded, the ground cracked instantly, the surrounding streetlights snapped and went out of order, and the surveillance cameras burned out and started smoking.
The scariest part is in the air.
At the center of the clash between the two forces, several spiderweb-like spatial rifts were forcibly torn open. The dark openings, with twisted edges, remained open for 3 seconds before slowly closing. Lin Fan stood rooted to the spot, his suit jacket not even wrinkled. He raised a hand to touch his ear, and the system notification sounded precisely on time.
Defeat the Sword Sect Prodigy, Intimacy level plus 400. Unlock new ability, Sword Chi Resonance can briefly absorb and simulate enemy sword intent fluctuations. Oh? He raised an eyebrow. This can increase intimacy points? I thought I had to hug him first.
A smirk played on his lips as he sheathed his sword, the 9 sonic blades transforming into golden light and returning to his body. Then, he crossed his arms and tilted his head to examine the sword-wielding beauty opposite him.
Chu Qinglan did not move.
She pressed her left hand to her chest, her fingertips trembling slightly. She looked down at the jade pendant at her waist. Inside the once crystal-clear ice, a tiny crack had appeared, and it was throbbing with pain.
This. Her pupils contracted slightly, and her voice trembled for the first time. What's going on?
Hearing this, Lin Fan laughed even harder. Sword fairy sister, shouldn't you take care of your sword?
It won't work well if it's cracked.
Chu Qinglan suddenly looked up, her eyes filled with murderous intent.
What did you do? She asked coldly. I didn't do anything. Lin Fan shrugged.
It's your sword that couldn't withstand my sonic resonance.
That's why they say modern technology crushes traditional weapons. Look at my sonic blade, it has its own high-frequency vibration, it's the perfect weapon to subdue any challenger.
He took a step forward, his tone flippant. Besides, that sword strike you just used was only half your strength, right?
Were you holding back because you were afraid of hurting me?
Oh, don't be shy about admitting it, I know it's hard to control my good looks. Chu Qinglan gritted her teeth, her knuckles turning white. She didn't speak, but slowly sheathed the 1,000-year ice heart sword completely. The jade pendant's luster dimmed, and though the crack was small, it felt like a thorn piercing her heart, which had remained unmoved for 20 years. She cultivated a technique that extinguished emotions and severed all desires. Her heart is still as water, her sword is cold as a deep pool.
But just now,
when the sound waves pierced through the sword and struck the very essence of its spirit, she felt a strange tremor in her mind, as if she had heard a long-lost melody. It wasn't the sound of killing, nor the law of breaking through realms, but rather a rhythm that made her want to stop and take a look.
That's the scariest part. Today is just the beginning.
She finally spoke, her voice extremely low. In 3 days, at the final test of the trial tower, I will show you what true swordsmanship is. After saying that, he turned and left. A snowflake gathered beneath her feet, lifting her slowly into the air. Her azure sword robe billowed in the night wind, her back straight, yet revealing a hint of stiffness. Lin Fan stood still and didn't chase after him.
He squinted, sensing the lingering trace of sword intent.
The newly unlocked sword chi resonance was generating a slight warmth in my dantian, like a phone connecting to a new Wi-Fi network and automatically starting to cache data.
Interesting. He said in a low voice, others fight with their fists, I fight with my flirting points. The stronger you are, the more I enjoy it. This system is truly the pinnacle of the gigolo world. He flexed his wrists and flicked his fingertips.
A faint golden ripple emanated from his palm, drawing an arc in the air and vaguely forming half a sword shape, the afterimage of Chu Qinglan's sword energy from earlier.
Sword energy resonance, it can absorb and even imitate? His eyes lit up. Next time we meet, should I give her a copy and paste gift? Let her see what AI-generated swordsmanship is all about.
The square returned to silence. Students in the distance peered out from the school building, but when they saw the commotion, they quickly retreated in fright. The security guard pushed his electric scooter past, glanced at the mess on the ground, and silently pulled out his walkie-talkie. Hey, Principal Wang, the outer plaza has been blown up again.
This time it's either Lin Fan or Chu Qinglan, either way, it has to be one of them. Lin Fan ignored them.
He looked up at the direction where Chu Qinglan had disappeared, a smile on his lips, but no sign of relaxation in his eyes. He knew that this battle, which seemed to have won him the morale battle, was actually just the tip of the iceberg. The arrival of the chief disciple of the sword sect, sent on a mission, carries a strong sense of probing. Behind him likely lies more than just the Frost Sword sect.
And he glanced down at the system panel.
The intimacy level has just reached 1800, and it's still 200 away from the next exchange threshold.
But strangely, that attack just now clearly didn't involve any physical contact, so how did it get counted as intimate interaction? Could it be?
The system's judgment criteria have been updated, he murmured.
Now even exchanging beams of light from a distance is considered intimate? Does that mean I'll have to report to the Civil Affairs Bureau every time I use skills with someone in the future? Today's emotional interaction record, completed a duet dance with Chu Qinglan Void Clash Edition?
He shook his head and chuckled, preparing to leave. Suddenly, the sword energy resonance in his dantian jumped. It was as if it sensed something.
He immediately stopped and closed his eyes to concentrate.
A faint wisp of sword intent was quietly seeping into his body through the energy channel from before.
It wasn't an attack, it was more like some kind of passive tracking signal. Ha! Lin Fan opened his eyes and laughed. It even has a reverse-mounted virus? Sword Fairy Sister, this is a bit too much. Instead of clearing it away, he allowed the sword intent to circulate through his meridians while simultaneously activating sword chi resonance for reverse analysis. A few seconds later, he sneered, "Got it. You're planning to use the sword heart crack as an anchor point, detonate the pre-embedded sword energy when I get close to the trial tower, and give me a welcome to the self-destruction package? All right." He patted non-existent dust off his pants. "Then let's see if your sword is faster, or my mouth is faster." He turned and walked towards the dormitory building, his steps light and easy. As he passed by the destroyed streetlights, he couldn't resist kicking the bent lamppost. "Next time you get into a fight, remember to call ahead, or I'll have to pay for the repairs again, won't I?" Downstairs in the dormitory building, several students who had been hiding and peeping scattered in fright. Someone muttered under their breath, "Lin Fan is really something, he even dares to go head-to-head with Chu Qinglan. Are you stupid? Didn't you see the space itself cracked? That's an S-class clash. How many years has it been since our martial academy has produced someone this ruthless? The key point is, he doesn't seem to be playing seriously at all. Nonsense, she just finished a secret cultivation session with President Luo, how could she be in bad shape? Don't mention this, I'm jealous." Lin Fan listened to the discussions behind him, but smiled without saying a word. "The first thing I did upon returning to my room was not to rest, but to open the storage space of the Xin Tai earring and take out the basic training manual for Sonic Blade." He turned the pages while silently reciting the system prompts. Sword energy resonance can absorb and simulate the sword intent fluctuations of an enemy. In other words, I can not only copy homework, but also change the answers? He stared at a diagram on one of the pages about frequency interference and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Wait a minute, if I could tune Chu Qinglan's sword intent to a DJ slow rock mode, would her 1,000-year-old ice heart suddenly start dancing on the spot? The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed, and he almost burst out laughing. Just as I was pondering this, the earring vibrated again. It's not a warning, but a reminder. Residual sword intent detected from a distance. Activate reverse resonance? Options pop up. Lin Fan clicked yes without hesitation. In an instant, a blurry image flashed through his mind. A towering building, its surface covered in runes, with an ice sword hanging from its top. Before the tower stood an old man, white-haired and dressed in a Taoist robe, holding a long sword dripping with blood, examining a shattered jade pendant. The image flashed by in an instant. Lin Fan's pupils contracted. Holy crap! They can even spy on screens like this? He shook his head. But who's that old man? He looks so sinister. Could he be her master? He looks even more irritating than my former boss. Without thinking further, he closed the connection. See you at the trial tower in 3 days, right? He leaned against the headboard, crossing his legs. Fine, I'll give you a chance to turn things around. But let me make this clear beforehand. He made a peace sign at the air. Next time you draw your sword, remember to bring the warranty card. Otherwise, I won't compensate you if it cracks. Outside the window, the moonlight grew stronger. From the direction of the trial tower, a beam of icy light shot into the sky and vanished in an instant. Lin Fan closed his eyes and pretended to sleep, but a smile still lingered on his lips. Chapter 23, Let's Give Each Other a Hug. Lin Fan leaned against a lamppost below the dormitory building, tapping his fingers lightly on the seam of his pants, his eyes fixed on the crack in the center of the outer gate square that hadn't been repaired yet. The spatial rift created by the previous wave explosion resembled a dead snake lying on the ground, its edges still faintly glowing with golden afterimages. He was just about to take out the black iron earring to check the system panel when a glint flashed in his eye. The moonlight overhead was suddenly blocked. It's not a cloud. It is a person. A cyan sword robe cascaded down like a waterfall as Chu Qinglan walked through the void, each step creating ice flowers that shattered upon landing. Her face was even colder than last night, and her left hand was pressed tightly against the jade pendant at her waist, her knuckles turning white. So you really didn't leave? Lin Fan grinned. Did you go back and look in the mirror, find the sword cracked, get angrier and angrier, and come back overnight to settle the score with me? Chu Qinglan did not answer. She slowly drew the 1,000-year ice heart sword with her right hand. The sword was completely transparent, but at this moment, there were faint cracks spreading inside, as if the glass had been hit by a heavy hammer and was barely glued back together. Buzz!
With a flick of the sword tip, a sword aura 3 times thicker than last night slashed down. The air was split open, producing a loud bang, and a deep trench was instantly blasted into the ground, heading straight for Lin Fan's feet. Lin Fan stood still, his lips curling up even higher. High-frequency sword intent fluctuations detected.
Activate sword chi resonance reverse frequency scrambling?
He smiled the moment the system notification popped up.
Come on, sister, let me hear how many more sounds your broken sword can make.
He spread his arms, and 9 golden sonic blades automatically appeared behind him. This time, however, they didn't form a sword formation instead, they transformed into a spiral ripple that swayed forward through the air.
It's like a Wi-Fi signal colliding with a Bluetooth device. Bite. A crisp sound.
Chu Qinglan's sword energy suddenly froze, like a live broadcast clip pausing, abruptly distorting and deforming. Immediately afterwards, the entire 1,000-year Iceheart sword trembled violently and emitted a piercing wail.
What?
Her pupils contracted sharply. Lin Fan laughed like a teenager who had just gotten a pentakill in an internet cafe. Your sword, I infected it with a virus last night, so it's in remote control mode now.
You think you can just cut it like that?
Sorry, I have the permissions. Before the words were even finished, the spiraling sound wave had already flowed upstream along the sword, like an electric current surging into an electrical wire, rushing straight towards Chu Qinglan's arm meridians.
Click.
The crack on the jade pendant widened instantly, and a trickle of blood oozed from the corner of her mouth.
Retreat.
She gritted her teeth and forcibly sheathed her sword, retreating 3 steps. But Lin Fan wouldn't give her a chance.
Anti-seismic protocol activated.
With a flick of his finger, a golden sonic blade, compressed to its absolute limit, darted into the sword's interior along the energy channel he had just created.
Boom!
The 1,000-year Iceheart sword trembled as if it had imploded, and the cold air rushed back in, directly into Chu Qinglan's sea of consciousness. She groaned, staggered backward, her knees buckled, and she was about to kneel down.
Lin Fan's eyes lit up, warning, exposure alert. Initiate rescue. The next second, he vanished from the spot.
When he reappeared, he was already behind Chu Qinglan, his left arm supporting her waist and his right hand lightly supporting her arm, half embracing her. The movements were fluid and graceful, as if they had been rehearsed 800 times. Chu Qinglan pressed her back against his chest, his body heat seeping through the thin sword robe, making her stiffen. Sword fairy sister, be careful. Lin Fan leaned close to her ear, his breath brushing against her earlobe.
Your body is even less durable than your broken sword.
It would fall apart with the slightest tremor. I'll buy you a protective case later. Chu Qinglan tried to struggle, but the sword energy within her body was surging wildly, her limbs were numb, and she didn't even have the strength to lift her hand. She could only bite her lip tightly, her ear tips turning as red as if they were about to bleed.
Just then. Intimate contact achieved.
A woman with high pregnancy potential 95% pregnancy value has been detected, triggering a special status, sword heart damage.
Huge reward for treatment. Mark as follow?
When the system notification popped up, Lin Fan almost burst out laughing.
Oh. This can trigger a hidden achievement? He looked down at the person in his arms. Hey, Sister Sword Fairy, do you secretly drink soy milk to nourish your body? These stats are almost maxed out, aren't they?
Chu Qinglan couldn't hear what he was saying, only feeling a sharp pain in her chest and a sweet taste in her throat.
Puff.
He spat out a mouthful of blood, which splattered onto Lin Fan's suit collar, resembling a crooked plum blossom.
Holy crap!
Lin Fan looked down and exclaimed, "This is a limited edition.
You'll have to pay for it if you can't wash it off."
He complained, but his arms didn't loosen. Instead, he held her even tighter, as if afraid she would fall. Chu Qinglan's consciousness began to blur, her vision went black, and she could only hear Lin Fan's voice coming from near and far.
Don't sleep, don't sleep. If you die like this, my system reward will be ruined. He patted her cheek. Wake up. We still have 3 dates to go. You're quite good at picking the right time to play dead.
Chu Qinglan's eyelashes trembled, but she couldn't hold on any longer. Her head lolled to the side, and she fainted completely. Lin Fan sighed, picked her up with one arm, and wiped his face with the other. What a hassle.
After the fight, I still have to act as her babysitter. He looked down at Chu Qinglan's face.
Her features were exquisite in the moonlight, and even with her eyes closed, she exuded an aura that kept strangers at bay. Tisk, she's really good looking, he muttered.
No wonder the system gave her so many points.
The ground beneath my feet was still trembling slightly, the aftershocks of the sound waves. Students in the distant school building peered out, but upon seeing this, they quickly retreated in fright.
Lin Fan got into another fight? Did you make Chu Qinglan cry this time?
Bullshit, it's a hug.
Look carefully. The murmurs of conversation were deafening.
Lin Fan ignored him and focused only on the system panel. The intimacy level soared, reaching 2,200 in one go, just 800 away from the next exchange threshold.
And
next to the Sword Chi Resonance ability icon, a small badge has quietly appeared, as if a version update has been released.
Interesting.
He narrowed his eyes.
It seems it's not just simple copying, but can be reverse engineered along the attack path? Next time I see that old man with the blood-dripping sword, should I give him a family heirloom code injection?
He recalled the scene he had just seen while peeking through the screen: white hair and a Taoist robe, a broken jade pendant, and a long sword dripping with blood. That old man doesn't look like a decent person, Lin Fan sneered. He's probably one of those cunning old bastards who prolongs his life by absorbing his disciples' cultivation. He looked down at Chu Qinglan in his arms and said in a low voice, "If your master dares to touch you, I don't mind smashing his broken sword to pieces as well." A night breeze blew by, lifting a strand of her hair and brushing it against his chin, making it a little itchy. Lin Fan didn't move, letting that strand of hair sway against his skin. He knew that although he seemed to have won this battle, someone was actually pushing Chu Qinglan behind the scenes to test him.
But he wasn't afraid. His greatest skill is to sabotage others' schemes and steal their electricity. Not to mention. He glanced at the system notification that read huge reward, and his eyes lit up. Saving people can even level you up. This is a surefire way to make money. He flexed his wrist, and the golden sonic blade flashed and disappeared in his palm. But before that, he looked up towards the dormitory building. We need to find a place to put her down first. We can't exactly carry a beautiful woman who is unconscious downstairs to buy milk tea, can we? As soon as he took a step, he suddenly noticed something was wrong. Deep within the crack of the jade pendant at Chu Qinglan's waist, a faint wisp of black energy was slowly wriggling, as if it were a living thing trying to burrow into her body. Lin Fan's eyes turned cold. Ha! It even has a tracking poison goo?
He pointed his fingertip, and a sound wave precisely struck the crack.
Want to parasitize me? Have you asked my S-rank martial soul for permission? Boom! The black aura was dispersed, and the jade pendant's light completely dimmed.
Lin Fan sneered, "Go back and tell your master to send someone more capable next time.
Don't try to disgust people with these petty tricks." He didn't linger and carried Chu Qinglan towards the dormitory building. As he passed the destroyed surveillance camera, he didn't forget to kick the crooked bracket. The repair costs will be on Wang Dachui's head. This time it's not just about one light. A student was peeking out from the second-floor balcony taking pictures. Lin Fan looked up and said, "Have you taken enough pictures? If you keep taking pictures, you'll have to pay. High definition, uncensored photos, all sold to you in a package." The man was so frightened that he immediately shrank back. Lin Fan shook his head and chuckled, quickening his pace. Chu Qinglan in his arms was still unconscious, breathing weakly, but her body temperature was normal and she was not in any danger. "When you wake up, remember to treat me to a meal," he said in a low voice. "Otherwise, I'll sue you for attempted molestation." The wind blew her sword-adorned robe, making it flutter loudly. Lin Fan stood downstairs in the dormitory building and looked up at the dark corridor. The next second, he had vanished from the spot. When it reappeared, it was at the door of an empty practice room. He kicked the door open and carried Chu Qinglan inside. The room was small, with a full-length mirror in the center and a piano covered with a cloth in the corner. Several performance posters of previous students were pasted on the wall, but most of them were covered by dust. Lin Fan hooked a chair over with his foot and carefully placed her on it, letting her sit up. Delivered safely. He clapped his hands. Now we just have to wait for the system to notify us that treatment can begin. He sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to regulate his breathing. Inside his dantian, the resonance of sword energy was still slightly warm, like a hard drive that had just finished downloading a large game and was still loading data in the background. "Once I've figured out this ability," he smirked, "I won't even need to lift a finger in fights anymore. I can just turn on a hotspot and let my opponent crash." Just then, the system suddenly vibrated. Marked successfully, Chu Qinglan sword heart damage. Treatment progress, 0%. Expected rewards, cultivation plus 3 levels, unlock the talent sword spirit affinity, intimacy value plus 1000. Lin Fan opened his eyes and smiled. "Okay, this is a good deal." He stood up,
walked to the window, and drew back the curtains. Moonlight streamed in, falling on Chu Qinglan's pale face. Her brows were furrowed, and she did not relax even in her unconscious state, as if she were ready to draw her sword at any moment. Lin Fan bent down and reached out to brush a stray strand of hair from her forehead. "Don't work so hard," he said softly. "I'll be here for you from now on, and I'll fix your broken sword." Before she finished speaking, the jade pendant at her waist suddenly trembled slightly.
It's like a response.
Lin Fan was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing.
Oh? It's even recognized a master? He turned and walked towards the door, placing his hand on the doorknob. Wait a minute, I'll go get some hot water. By the way.
He glanced back at her, you should organize your master's information properly. He paused the moment the door opened. At the end of the corridor, a wisp of long silver hair was faintly visible in the moonlight. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes.
The next second, the figure turned and disappeared around the corner. Luo Shueli, he murmured, what are you doing here? Spying on me as I save my love rival? He didn't chase after him. He simply closed the door and locked it with a click.
In the room, only the unconscious Chu Qinglan and the mirror on the wall reflecting their images remained. The moonlight fell silently. Lin Fan sat back down next to her and crossed his legs. Since we're already here, we'll stay with you until dawn.
Anyway.
He glanced at the system countdown, the reward will be credited to my account soon.
Chapter 24 Damaged Dao Heart.
Lin Fan kicked open the practice room door, carrying the unconscious Chu Qinglan on his shoulder. Moonlight streamed in through the window, illuminating her pale face like an unpainted mask. He quickly placed her on the broken chair in the corner, with her back against the wall, her head tilted to one side, her breathing so shallow that her chest was barely visible.
Sword Fairy sister, this time it wasn't me flirting with you, you came to me on your own.
Lin Fan shook his wrist, he almost twisted his back from that hug.
Even if you're light, you're still a living person. Next time you fight, can you please not faint so easily? It's too much trouble for your male babysitter.
He sat cross-legged on the ground, placed his palms on Chu Qinglan's chest, and the moment his fingertips touched her clothes, the system popped up. High-risk vital signs detected, Dao heart in collapse progress 67%. Immediate intervention is recommended, otherwise, it will trigger a backlash from the martial soul, and the host may be affected and shaken.
Should we activate the emergency medical services protocol? Nonsense, why would I stand here and take the driving test if I didn't save her?
Lin Fan rolled his eyes. Hurry up, stop with all that fancy loading bar stuff. A warmth spread through her palm, and sonic spiritual energy traveled along her meridians, only to crash against the ice wall with a bang as soon as it entered her body.
Damn, this girl's heart is like a freezer compartment, at least 80 degrees Celsius, right? Lin Fan frowned. No wonder it's called the 1,000-year ice heart sword, so it uses her heart as a refrigerator?
He increased his output, the golden sound waves pushing forward like a welding torch, but with each inch forward, the resistance doubled. Chu Qinglan's complexion worsened, her lips turned bluish, and fine beads of cold sweat appeared on her forehead.
No, we can't hold on with just spiritual power.
Lin Fan gritted his teeth.
Her Dao heart is more shattered than a second-hand mobile phone screen. If this drags on any longer, she'll really be heading to the crematorium. Just then, the system interface suddenly refreshed.
Emergency option, exchange 100 intimacy points for a heart concentrating pill, a one-time healing item.
Effects, stabilizes heart rhythm fluctuations, repairs cracks in the Dao heart, and eliminates abnormal cold toxins. Warning, redemption is irreversible, and intimacy points cannot be refunded.
Lin Fan looked down at Chu Qinglan, who was still convulsing, and then glanced at the 2,200 intimacy points he had just accumulated on his panel. 100 points for a life, and a beautiful woman's life at that.
He grinned. A sure thing, system, you're truly my internet mouthpiece. Confirm redemption.
Buzz. A warm, golden light suddenly surged from his palm, like molten honey, flowing into Chu Qinglan's chest through his hand. She trembled violently, her eyelashes fluttering slightly, like a computer about to restart.
It works. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. Looks like it's not a scam. I can consider bulk purchasing it in the future and getting a first aid package membership card.
Golden light circulated through her body, warming her previously frozen meridians and slowly dissipating the piercing chill in her chest. Lin Fan could feel her breathing become long and even, and her complexion turning from deathly pale to a light pink.
All right, you're out of danger.
He withdrew his hand and stretched his sore shoulders.
Don't gamble with my life next time.
I may level up by relying on women, but I really don't want to rely on collecting corpses to farm achievements. Before he could finish speaking, Xu Qinglan suddenly opened her eyes. Her pupils contracted to the size of pinpoints, and her right hand gripped Lin Fan's wrist with lightning speed, the force almost breaking his bones. What did you do to me? Her voice was hoarse, like sandpaper scraping against sheet metal, and her eyes were full of wariness and murderous intent. Lin Fan didn't struggle. Instead, he laughed out loud. Sister Sword Immortal, can't your first words after waking up have a little bit of emotion? Like thank you for saving me, or am I alright, or something like that. Do you have to start acting out why women kill the moment you open your eyes? He shook his wrist, which had been pinched red. Don't worry, I didn't take away your lifespan, I didn't steal your memories, and I didn't take the opportunity to kiss you. Although the system prompted that the first kiss reward would be tripled, I still uphold martial ethics. Xu Qinglan stared at him, her gaze sweeping back and forth across his face, as if trying to determine whether it was true or false. A few seconds later, she released her hand, her fingertips gently tracing the front of her clothes, feeling the warm current still circulating within her body, and her brows relaxed slightly. Why did you save me? She asked in a low voice, her tone still cold, but less hostile. Lin Fan shrugged. The system said saving you can upgrade your skills, so why would I do that? I'm not some good Samaritan. He pointed to his forehead. See that? There's a progress bar above my head. Saving someone equals 600 experience points, and it also unlocks new features. This is like doing charity while going to work, a win-win situation. Treatment successful. Intimacy points increased by 600, current total, 2,800. Unlock new skill, life sharing. Note, can synchronize life fluctuations with a designated target. Automatically triggers a protective mechanism in critical situations, lasting 30 seconds. Oh. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. This thing sounds like a couple's buff, something that can protect someone from harm in a crucial moment. He turned to look at Xu Qinglan. Want to try binding? You can't run around anyway, so I'll give you a life-saving cheat. You won't be afraid of your master's dirty tricks later. Xu Qinglan sneered. Do you think I'd believe your nonsense? You have to believe it whether you want to or not. Lin Fan shrugged. After all, your heart rate is almost in sync with mine now. If you don't believe me, look in the mirror. Our shadows are resonating. She glanced to the side and saw that the two figures in the full-length mirror were overlapping. Their breathing rhythms were actually close to being in sync, and even their pulses were subtly in sync. Evil magic, she frowned. This isn't sorcery, it's high technology, Lin Fan said proudly. It's called life sharing, and it's even more reliable than Bluetooth pairing. Next time you're ambushed, I won't even lift a finger. I'll take the damage for you. It's all about selflessness. Xu Qinglan was silent for a moment, then finally whispered, just now, the black energy in the jade pendant, was it you who dispelled it? Otherwise what? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. You still want to keep it as a souvenir? That thing is obviously a surveillance program. If you keep it, it will be remotely controlled sooner or later. I'll just format it for you. Remember to reimburse me for the repair costs. She gently stroked the crack in the jade pendant with her fingertips, her voice low. That was a protective talisman bestowed by my master. Oh, your master is quite interesting, Lin Fan sneered. Giving his disciple a protective talisman containing a virus, isn't that like a biological father, but rather his father's enemy? Xu Qinglan didn't reply, but simply lowered her eyes. The room fell silent, save for the soft rustling of the curtains and the breeze outside. The scent of medicine mingled with her faint cedar fragrance, lingering in the air, slightly intoxicating. Lin Fan stroked his chin. Speaking of which, what exactly did your master want? He sent you to test me, and you ended up getting beaten up and almost dying. Was he trying to make me pity him for his failed parenting? Shut up, Xu Qinglan interrupted coldly. This is none of your business. How can it be unrelated? Lin Fan chuckled. You were practically vomiting blood in my arms. Isn't that a strong enough relationship? How about we create a group chat, add your master in too, and have a live confrontation? She glared at him, but the tips of her ears turned slightly red. Lin Fan pretended not to see, stood up and stretched. All right, treatment over, service done. 3 suggestions for follow-up recovery. First, avoid staying up late to practice swordsmanship. Second, eat less cold food. Third, don't always wear such a thin sword robe, it's easy to catch a cold. Who cares? She muttered under her breath. If I don't care, who will? Lin Fan grinned and leaned closer. You're a VIP customer in my system now. If you die, I'll lose experience points. He turned and walked towards the door, placed his hand on the doorknob, and glanced back at her. By the way, don't draw your sword next time we meet.
Wouldn't it be better if we just coexisted peacefully? You take care of being beautiful, and I'll take care of being strong. I'll also help you maintain your martial spirit. Isn't that great?
Chu Qinglan leaned back in her chair, her breathing still weak, but her eyes had regained their clarity.
She watched Lin Fan's retreating figure and suddenly asked, "Aren't you afraid I'll go back and tell on you?" Lin Fan stopped and smirked, "Go ahead and sue. I'm waiting for your master to come and thank me for the free repair service.
Tell him to bring enough money for materials next time, and I can give him a full checkup and clean up any hidden ailments in his body."
The door clicked open. The night wind blew in, ruffling the posters on the wall.
Lin Fan stood at the door, his back to the moonlight, casting a long shadow.
"When you no longer want to be a sword cultivator," he said without turning his head, "you can apply to be my personal bodyguard. Food and lodging included, salary calculated based on intimacy level." The door closed, and the room fell silent once more. Chu Qinglan sat alone in the chair, her fingers unconsciously pressing against her heart. There was still a trace of warmth there. Chapter 25: Vigorous Qi and Blood.
The night wind swept through the art school's drill ground, making the strips of cloth on the flagpole rustle. As Lin Fan stepped out of the iron door of the practice room, a trace of Chu Qinglan's chilling aura still lingered on the back of his neck, and the ground beneath his feet was slightly hot, a mark left when he forcibly used sonic vibrations to dispel the black energy. He shook his wrist, his fingertips were still a little numb.
"This girl's life is saved, but could you please not keep falling into my arms like that next time?"
"I don't mind being a human first aid kit, but I can't earn points by collecting corpses all the time."
Before he could finish speaking, there was a loud bang.
A 3-meter wide crack was blasted open in the eastern barrier wall, and red light shot into the sky, with heat waves rushing in, even causing ripples in the air. A group of experts dressed in crimson battle robes filed in, the leader stepping on a pile of rubble, his boots causing bricks to crack.
"Lin Fan, give me back my spiritual veins."
Nangongyan's long, wavy red hair flew wildly in the heat, her crop top accentuated her tight waistline, and sparks flew from the edge of her miniskirt. 9 fiery tails swayed and rose behind her, instantly causing the ground temperature to soar and the grass to turn black and curl.
Students flocked in from all directions, retreating outside the fence, some taking out their phones to take pictures. Holy crap! Nangongyan has suddenly appeared at the art school? Wasn't she supposed to be in seclusion trying to break through to S+ level? Why is she showing up here? Look at her eyes. She's trying to kill me. Lin Fan stood still, a smirk playing on his lips. "Oh, isn't this teacher Nangong who said he'd dance a new piece for me last night? So eager to see me, he didn't even bother to come through the door? Enough with the nonsense." Nangongyan pointed a finger.
"You used sonic resonance to steal my spiritual veins during my rehearsal, causing my Firefox bloodline to rupture and my cultivation to plummet. I recorded the whole thing on video, the evidence is irrefutable. If you don't hand it over today, I'll make you vanish into thin air right here in this training ground." The Blazing Flame clan experts behind her drew their weapons in unison, their blades blazing with crimson flames, exuding an imposing aura. Lin Fan touched the black iron earring in his left ear. The space trembled slightly, and a set of golden sonic blade components were quietly released and assembled in his palm. He sneered and took half a step back.
The system interface flashed by. High-risk standoff detected. Battle preparations complete, intimacy level +200. Current intimacy level, 2500. TSK, I just rescued a sword fairy sister, and now a hot diva comes to interrogate me.
Lin Fan stretched his shoulders, the fatigue in his body quickly dispelled by the sound waves.
Are all women like this? If you can't beat someone, you record a video and post it online to expose them? Who's going to play games with you? Nangongyan roared. I'll give you 3 seconds.
Lin Fan spread his hands, and 9 golden sonic blades appeared out of thin air, rotating around his body and emitting a low hum. The sound waves generated electric arcs by friction with the air, crackling and popping.
Take it or rob it.
He grinned, but his eyes turned cold.
What do you think, Teacher Nangong? How about we warm up with a dance before we start? Your legs look a little weak. Could it be that the backlash from foxfire burning the sky hasn't fully healed yet?
The crowd burst into laughter.
Ha ha ha, help. This guy is too outspoken.
Nangongyan's last livestream was interrupted because of a disordered spiritual vein. The whole internet knows that. Lin Fan is risking his life to seduce me.
Nangong Yan's face flushed red, and the flame pendant on his earring suddenly exploded into a fireball. Shut up! Who gave you permission to bring that up?
She took a sudden step forward, fully activating her martial soul nine-tailed firefox. The ground beneath her feet cracked, and red lines resembling magma spread out. 9 giant fiery tails swept out, aiming straight for Lin Fan's face. Lin Fan remained motionless as his sonic sword array instantly accelerated, forming a protective shield that deflected the flames. The shockwave overturned a bicycle in the distance, sending it clattering and crashing into a flowerbed.
You've got quite a temper. Lin Fan shrugged. So, you just said you wanted me to return your spiritual vein. Which section exactly? The 3rd meridian on your left thigh? Or the 5th acupoint on your chest? I remember you were wearing a deep V-neck, so you had a pretty wide field of vision. You. Nangong Yan almost choked on his breath. You rogue. You shameless scoundrel. You lecher. Hey, you can criticize me, but don't deny my professionalism. Lin Fan wagged his finger. That day you asked me to help you channel your spiritual energy. You asked me to provide services for free without even signing a contract, and now you're turning around and blaming me. This is a typical case of trying to get something for nothing and then blaming the client. I didn't take advantage of you. Nangong Yan gritted his teeth. You set a trap on purpose. You used my peak pregnancy energy to extract energy. You were after my Firefox bloodline. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. Oh? So you're admitting you're pregnant? Well done, Teacher Nangong, you've been hiding it well. You usually wear Lolita outfits and act cute during your live streams, but secretly you're pregnant? Who said I was pregnant? She shrieked, her face burning red. I mean, I was at the peak of my cultivation. My energy and blood were at their peak, you know? I know, peak season, huh?
Lin Fan grinned and took a step closer.
That's perfect. Shall we have another deep collaboration?
This time I promise to breathe lightly and even help you reconnect your broken meridians, while also boosting your explosive power.
You'll never be out of breath when you dance again. You're dreaming.
Nangong Yan suddenly pulled a red glowing CD from his sleeve and smashed it hard on the ground.
The CD bounced twice and rolled to Lin Fan's feet. Look carefully. Her voice trembled. This is the entire process of you draining my spiritual veins.
The energy fluctuations during my rehearsal, the trajectory of your sonic intrusion, the curve of spiritual energy loss, it's all recorded. I'm going to upload it to the entire internet and let everyone see just how despicable you are, you hypocrite.
An uproar immediately erupted around them. Really? There are even data records? Oh no, Lin Fan is doomed this time, isn't he? But he doesn't seem flustered at all.
Lin Fan crouched down, slowly picked up the disc, and gently traced the flowing crimson patterns on its surface with his fingertips.
A line of small print was engraved on the edge of the disc, MV Kiss of Flame's first rehearsal confidential file. He blew a breath. Oh, it's even been made into a music video? Am I the director? Is your best friend the assistant director? Did you add any filters during post-production editing? Otherwise, why did you make yourself look so miserable in the video? Stop playing dumb. Nangong Yan glared at him.
Once this video is released, your reputation, resources, and student status will all be revoked.
The Starry Sky Group won't protect you either. Do you believe I won't let you out of the art school tomorrow?
Lin Fan stood up, twirled the CD between his fingertips, and played with it as nimbly as if he were playing with a yo-yo.
So you're threatening me now? He narrowed his eyes. You think you can make me kneel down and beg for mercy with just a USB drive? Teacher Nangong, do you have some kind of misunderstanding about the word storm? He tossed the disc into the earring with a flick of his wrist, and it landed precisely in the earring's space. If you want to release it, then release it. Lin Fan shrugged. Anyway, the image quality is so-so, and the angle isn't good either.
That pillar behind you is blocking half of your body, making your legs look short. I suggest reshooting it, and the lighting needs to be changed too. The way you look now, you look like you've been binge-watching TV for 3 days straight.
You! Nangong Yan stomped his foot in anger. Boom!
The floor tiles within a meter of their feet instantly melted, spewing lava and startling the students in the back rows, who retreated in fear.
All right, calm down.
Lin Fan waved his hand. If you kick me like that, the repair costs will be deducted from your year-end bonus.
You won't be able to buy a new dress, and you won't even be able to give up milk tea. I don't need you to control my spending.
Nangong Yen crossed his arms, his chest heaving.
All I want to know now is whether you admit to what you did? Lin Fan tilted his head and looked at her, then suddenly laughed. Admit it? Of course I admit it.
The entire room fell silent.
Nangong Yan's pupils contracted slightly. What did you say? I'll say it, I admit I touched you.
Lin Fan's lips curled into a wicked smile. Not only did I touch you, I also helped you open up 3 main meridians, reshaped the Firefox spirit core, and incidentally healed the old injury you had 3 years ago.
If it weren't for me, you would be out of breath even if you were doing street dance. You're lying. I don't have any old injuries at all. No? Lin Fan scoffed. Then why does your right shoulder twitch slightly every time you use 9 revolutions of heavenly burning? Do you think it's just muscle fatigue? Naive.
That's a sequela of the spiritual veins after your golden core shattered. You don't even know it yourself, but I can hear it. There's a 0.3 second delay in your spiritual flow frequency. Nangong Yen froze, his lips trembling slightly.
She did indeed, always thought it was overuse injury caused by excessive training. Lin Fan continued, as for your claim that I drained your spiritual veins? Yes, I did take some, but you offered yourself up. The system prompted prioritized collection of high pregnancy energy. What could I do? I was desperate too. And look at you now, your new spiritual veins are covered in golden patterns. Those are my sonic imprints, which means we become symbiotic, and there's no way to break it off. Symbiosis. Yeah, the couple buff kind.
Lin Fan blinked. If you dare to post the video now, you'll be the first to suffer the backlash.
After all, you have my energy flowing through your body.
If you get emotional one day and transform into a golden flame fox on the spot, don't say I didn't warn you.
Nangong Yan's expression changed repeatedly, and his fists clenched so tightly they cracked. You're all talk and no action.
Just wait until I release this video, then let's see how arrogant you can be.
Lin Fan shrugged, suit yourself. But I suggest you think about the consequences first. For example, will your family hold you accountable for acting on your own? For example, will your fans think you're a sore loser? And for example. He leaned closer and lowered his voice. Do you really want the whole world to know that your most private training sessions have been recorded? There seem to be a few rather vulgar phrases in there, like harder or something like that?
Nangong Yan's face flushed red. Delete that part.
Immediately. Right now. Delete it if you want.
Lin Fan took a step back, putting his hands in his suit pockets.
Give me the money. You dare to blackmail me?
This is called paid knowledge, Lin Fan said confidently. I offer high-end spiritual vein repair services, including personalized dance choreography optimization.
The price is reasonable and fair.
If you're not satisfied, you can apply for a 7-day no questions asked return policy provided you can release your spiritual energy.
The crowd burst into laughter again. This guy is amazing. Nangong Yan has really run into a trap today. I feel like she's about to pounce on him and kiss him any second.
Nangong Yan stared intently at him, her eyes a mixture of anger and struggle.
A few seconds later, she gritted her teeth and said, Lin Fan, you just wait and see, this isn't over. Of course it's not over yet.
Lin Fan smiled brightly.
This is just the beginning. Our cooperation has only just started.
You take care of the beauty, I'll take care of the strength, and I'll help you develop your hidden skill tree while I'm at it.
Isn't that great?
He turned to leave, his steps light and quick.
Wait. Nangong Yan suddenly spoke up, aren't you afraid I'll actually send it out?
Lin Fan stopped, turned around and glanced at her. The moonlight shone on his profile, outlining a sharp silhouette.
Post it, he said softly.
I'm still waiting to see when you officially announce behind-the-scenes footage of the MV accident between me and Lin Fan, but... After saying that, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The 9 sonic blades in the air slowly dissipated, turning into specks of golden light that drifted down like fireflies. The training ground was completely silent. Nangong Yan stood on the edge of the platform, his arms still wrapped around himself, his gaze fixed on the receding figure.
She didn't move or say anything.
But the flame beneath her feet quietly died down.
Chapter 26. My sister is really into it.
The night wind was still blowing, and lingering smoke rose from the scorched earth of the training ground. Lin Fan's figure had already disappeared around the corner of the teaching building. His earring trembled slightly, and the CD lay quietly in the space, like a newly acquired trophy.
He didn't go back to his dormitory or to the training room.
Instead, he went straight to the corridor on the third floor of the main teaching building, where the art school's live streaming corner was located. More than 20 students were setting up their phones to film their daily lives, and the barrage of comments was flying everywhere. None of my family members would understand. Nangon Yen really did come knocking on our door just now. Lin Fan actually didn't back down, and even retorted, "Don't blame me if your legs go weak." Is anyone going to record the whole thing? I want to make a parody video. Before the words were finished, a tall, slender figure leaned against the railing, his suit sleeve flicking up to reveal a black iron chain ornament on half of his wrist. The man smirked and grinned at the nearest phone camera. "It's a misunderstanding, we're just cultivating." The entire audience was stunned. The live stream chat exploded instantly. Holy crap! Lin Fan himself has suddenly appeared. What did he say? Cultivation? That action was clearly intimate flirting. Sisters, quickly take a screenshot. I'm going to make that smile my lock screen. Lin Fan remained calm, taking the CD out of his earring, tossing it casually and catching it again, his movements as graceful as if he were playing cards. He winked at the camera. Teacher Nangong is too serious. During rehearsal, her energy was disordered, so I helped her clear her meridians. As a result, she got shy and started yelling, draining my spiritual veins. Do you have to take the blame for doing a good deed these days? The comments section was filled with laughter. Ha ha, is this turning a social media frenzy into a dating story? The main point is that she's shy? It's not that you touched her inappropriately. Recommendation for application for intangible cultural heritage status, modern couples mutual assistance martial arts therapy. As he spoke, the system interface quietly appeared. Publicly displaying intimate behavior increases intimacy level by 500. Current intimacy level, 3000. Unlock new ability, public opinion manipulation beginner level can publish 3 real clips to clarify reverse the event. Lin Fan smiled. They've arrived. He opened the Spark social platform, where the anonymous account Soundwave Prince went online and directly uploaded an original video. In the scene, Nangong Yen throws herself into his arms, her red hair flying, and shouts, "Go deeper." Then, golden cocoons of light erupt around the two of them, and flames and sound waves resonate to form a vortex, as if they are dancing together in a raging storm. Title caption, Couples Daily Training version 1.0. She said she wanted to try her best to maximize her damage output. The video garnered over 100,000 views in just 3 seconds. The comments section immediately reversed the situation. What? This isn't absorbing dryness, it's fueling combustion. The older sister was really into it, her tone didn't sound forced. Got it, this is the blaming the client for a failed attempt at dual cultivation series. A tutorial is suggested, how to elegantly pass the blame to a diva. Lin Fan turned off his phone, leaned against the railing and felt the breeze, feeling as relaxed as if he had just won a game of King of Glory with a pentakill. He knew he had won this round. Nangong Yen wants to use a video to intimidate him? Fine, then let's all watch it together. Moreover, it's high definition, and censored, and straight from the source. Meanwhile, on the top floor of a high-end apartment in the east of the city, Nangong Yen kicked open the shoe cabinet, rushed into the living room, grabbed his tablet, and frantically browsed the trending topics. The top trending topic on the homepage, hashtag LinFan responds to spiritual vessel incident hashtag, has surged to 9.87 million views, jumping wildly next to the word hot. Clicking through, all you see are images of that damned man grinning wickedly in the hallway. It's a misunderstanding, we're just cultivating. She's too shy. Remember to record next time. Nangong Yen was so angry that he almost smashed the tablet. Scrolling down, one top-rated comment reads, I suggest Lin Fan offer a course on how to turn an accuser into an accomplice. Further down is the original video footage. Her eyes widened as she watched herself lunge at Lin Fan in the video, and heard herself shout deeper. Her face flushed red to her ears. Who let this out? She screamed. This is not her backup version. This is a test clip from before the rehearsal started. It wasn't edited at all, and she was even wearing her own clothes. She thought no one was recording, so. That's what I just said. She suddenly realized that Lin Fan wasn't afraid of her exposing him at all. He had always held an even more formidable trump card in his hand. Shameless. Despicable. Rogue and liar. She grabbed her phone to call her agent. The moment the call connected, before the other party could even speak, she yelled, Send me a lawyer's letter. Immediately. Right now. Sue Lin Fan for violating privacy, defrauding resources, and illegally collecting martial arts data. I'll make him pay until he's bankrupt.
There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the phone. Sis, can we sue? Cannot?
We signed an artist collaboration and development agreement, which includes a special cultivation and mutual assistance clause that states that both parties may conduct spiritual energy collaborative training in non-public settings. Moreover, you proactively applied for technical support at the time, and the entire process was compliant.
Then he secretly recorded my voice.
We've also recorded 3 years' worth of private lessons for him in our live streams.
Doesn't that count as an invasion of his privacy? Nangong Yen felt a lump in his throat. Where's the video? Who gave him permission to post it online?
Our contract doesn't prohibit the dissemination of training footage. And look at the comments section now. Fans are saying you two are the official couple, the popularity has tripled, and the company is preparing to launch Yinfan CP co-branded merchandise. I don't ship couples, she roared.
I want to go solo.
Then you should return the endorsement fee for the Linfan Sonic Waste support belt first.
Click. The call was disconnected.
Nangong Yen stood frozen in place, staring at the image on the screen of himself and Linfan embracing in the flames, feeling as if he were being roasted over a fire. The more she struggled, the more fiercely the fire burned. And that man, standing at the forefront of the storm, laughed as he set her ablaze. Linfan was unaware that his actions had already caused Nangong Yan's mental state to collapse. He was leisurely leaning against the corridor railing, listening to the constant notification sounds popping up on his phone. Detected a drastic emotional fluctuation in the target intimacy level, increased by 50 due to increased contact with memories caused by anger.
Current intimacy level, 30-50.
He chuckled softly, took out his phone, and glanced at his private message list. A bunch of unfamiliar accounts are spamming him with messages.
Brother Lin is awesome. Looking for apprentices.
I also want my spiritual veins drained.
Can I have sex with my girlfriend? She has incredibly strong energy.
Linfan casually liked one of the comments. I heard it was a failed dual cultivation?
Reply, remember to record next time. The comments section burst into laughter instantly. Is this guy something special?
While others died, he was deified. I declare Linfan the most resilient male lead of the year.
Just as he was enjoying himself, another system notification popped up. Public opinion manipulation beginner level, 2-3 of usage remaining.
He thought for a moment and then released a second clip. This time, Nangong Yan's spiritual energy suddenly went berserk during the rehearsal, causing the ground to crack and the barrier to alarm. She knelt on the ground, sweating profusely. It was he who rushed in and used sound waves to stabilize the fire in her body, thus preventing her from going into a demonic state. At the end of the scene, Nangong Yan looked up at him, and there was a hint of dependence in her eyes.
The chat was silent for 2 seconds. Wait, so she really is in trouble? So Linfan wasn't taking advantage of someone in distress, but saving them? Wasn't it a bit excessive for her to go to their door demanding an explanation?
The wind direction has quietly shifted.
Some people began to question whether Nangong Yan was overreacting.
Some dug up information that she had been frequently going into seclusion for the past 3 months, suggesting that her condition was unstable. Some insiders even revealed, Xiyan Entertainment has been looking for a music assistant for a long time.
Nangong Yan is just grasping at straws this time. Linfan didn't explain further, nor did he delete the comment.
He knew that the truth was never told by words.
Instead, it's about letting everyone see it for themselves.
What he wants is not to clear his name, but to trample the rules underfoot and redefine what truth means.
Nangong Yan smashed his phone for the 3rd time.
This time it's really broken. The screen is cracked like a spider web, and I can't even press the power button. She sat on the sofa, panting heavily, her hair disheveled, her makeup ruined, and even the hem of her miniskirt had been unknowingly pulled apart. She had never been so disheveled. From childhood to adulthood, she has always been the center of attention on stage, a dance queen adored by thousands, and the heir on whom her family has placed high hopes. But now, she's like a joke that's been stripped naked and thrown onto the trending topics. What's even more infuriating is that she was clearly in the right, so how did she end up being the one at fault? She grabbed the spare phone and, with trembling hands, opened Linfan's profile page.
There is only one latest update. Just updated. The accompanying image is a blurry night scene photo with a neon sign outside the teaching building in the background, and the text consists of only 8 characters. Cultivation is not easy, so cherish every step of the way. The comments below were all the same. Brother Lin, I want to practice too. Please carry me.
I suggest starting a class. The tuition fee will be a heart-pounding experience.
Nangonyan stared at that sentence, gritting his teeth. Cherish? Are you mocking me?
She suddenly stood up and paced back and forth in the room, countless counterattack plans flashing through her mind.
Sending a lawyer's letter? Legal procedures are too slow. By the time the court hearing begins, the trending topic will have already died down. Should I go live to clarify? What if he edits it into a flirting video again? Hiring online trolls to control public opinion?
They're the masters of public opinion themselves. The more they're criticized, the more famous they become. The more she thought about it, the more frustrated she became, until she finally punched the wall.
Boom!
The walls were cracked, and sparks flew everywhere. But she didn't feel any pain. Because she heard the system notification sound. High levels of emotional fluctuations detected, triggering memory regression resonance.
Intimacy level plus 30. Current intimacy level, 3080.
Lin Fan was leaning against the railing, counting his new points, a smirk on his face like a cat that had just stolen some fish.
Angry? Good.
He muttered to himself, the angrier the better.
The more I recall the scenes of our close guidance, the faster I'll rack up points.
He could almost picture Nangonyan raging in the room, stomping his feet, throwing things, cursing him as shameless, and then secretly watching the video repeatedly to see every detail of that day.
After all, who can forget that feeling?
The sound waves penetrated the skin, and the spiritual flow intertwined and resonated, as if the soul had been gently massaged. She said he had drained her life force.
But in reality, it was he who illuminated her. Half an hour later, the top 10 on the Xingho hot search list changed dramatically.
Hashtag Lin Fan responds to the spiritual vein incident. Hashtag still number 1. Hashtag Nangonyan's cultivation went out of control. Hashtag it rose to 3rd place. Hashtag couples mutual assistance martial arts. Hashtag breaking into 5th place.
Hashtag suggest Lin Fan offer courses. Hashtag he remains firmly in 7th place. Some even made a comparison chart. On the left is Nangonyan, whose spiritual energy is disordered and whose face is pale when he rehearses alone.
On the right, after Lin Fan intervened, golden patterns appeared around her body, her breathing became steady, and her eyes became clear.
Caption, same woman, 2 states. The answer is obvious.
Lin Fan looked at the list and stretched with satisfaction. He knew he had won the battle.
It wasn't through force, nor through powerful connections. It relies on rhythm, information, and an understanding of people's hearts.
He had long seen through this era. Strength is important, but popularity is even more important.
Even if you can take on 10 people, it's not as deadly as saying, we're just practicing.
He put his phone away, tucked it into his suit pocket, and looked up at the night sky. There weren't many stars, but they were bright enough. He smiled and muttered to himself, next.
I should go to the night market.
After saying that, he turned around and strode away, his leather shoes making a crisp sound as they stepped on the corridor tiles.
The night breeze lifted the hem of his clothes, and the black iron earring in his left ear felt slightly warm.
Meanwhile, on a distant street in the south of the city, a small stall with a lantern displaying secret techniques of southern Xinjiang is quietly set up, its colorful bells ringing softly in the wind, as if waiting for someone to arrive.
Chapter 27 Guidance from the Chosen One.
The night breeze still carried the warmth of the teaching building, and the sound of Lin Fan's leather shoes clicking on the paving stones was crisp, like a rhythm. He had just made a clean exit from the live stream, and he single-handedly rewrote the top 10 trending topics. He was in such a good mood that he could have given a freestyle rap on the spot. My phone was already tucked into my suit pocket, my earrings were slightly warm, and the system interface was as quiet as a well-behaved student. Points credited, task completed, time to call it a day and go for a walk.
As he walked, he stretched his shoulders and neck, the image of Nangonyan smashing his phone still replaying in his mind, and he couldn't help but smile. He even wanted to give a thumbs up to the reply, remember to record next time, which was simply the pinnacle of internet banter. Chengnan Night Market is not far from the art school. It's a 20-minute walk away. The neon-lit street was as bright as a city that never sleeps.
The smoke from the barbecue stalls was mixed with the aura of martial spirit fluctuations. Some vendors who practiced fire-type techniques used palm flames to grill lamb skewers, while others used sound waves to shatter the caps of iced beverage bottles as a gimmick to attract customers. Lin Fan walked around scanning the area, his eyes darting around. He almost burst out laughing when he saw a stall selling spiritual energy waist support patches. Goodness, even the surrounding businesses are starting to ride on his coattails. Just as he was about to head to the food street to devour 2 skewers of fried chicken, his eye suddenly twitched. A small, inconspicuous stall by the roadside had a dark red lantern hanging on it, with 4 crooked characters written on it, Secret Techniques of Southern Xinjiang.
A ring of colorful bells hangs from the lantern.
When the wind blows, they tinkle softly, the sound seemingly going straight into your ears, filtering out all other noise. Lin Fan paused in his steps. It wasn't because the signboard was particularly mysterious, but because the black iron earring in his left ear suddenly vibrated slightly. This was the spatial storage device's instinctive reaction to abnormal energy fluctuations. He had seen Luo Xueli scan the restricted area with the same device on the 7th floor underground of the Starry Sky, and the principle was similar. Something was wrong. He narrowed his eyes, not rushing closer, but instead slowly lit an e-cigarette, which was actually an energy detector pen disguised as a cigarette stick, and took a light puff. A line of small text immediately popped up in the corner of the field of vision: low-frequency GU-type spiritual flow detected, extremely low concentration, unknown source.
Oh, he muttered under his breath, you're quite good at hiding it. Just as I was about to go up and see if this master from southern Xinjiang was really capable or just faking it, a figure suddenly darted out from behind the stall before I could even lift my foot. A sudden tightening of the wrist. Lin Fan reacted incredibly fast. The sonic blade within his body was activated instantly, and golden light patterns rushed straight to his arm along his meridians. If his opponent took another step, he could send her flying 3 meters away in the next second. But the man just held on tightly, and with considerable strength. She was a young woman dressed in revealing witch tribe attire, her colorful braids adorned with silver ornaments, and her face covered with a semi-transparent veil, revealing only her eyes, dark and deep, as if they could see through people's hearts. She stared at him, her lips barely moving, her voice extremely low, as if afraid of disturbing something. You're destined, one, you carry her scent. Lin Fan was taken aback.
It wasn't because the words were so scary, but because in that instant, his mind went blank, as if someone had hit him on the head with a tuning fork. A strange sense of familiarity welled up inside me, something I couldn't quite put my finger on. He instinctively tried to pull his hand away, but found that the other person's hand was held firmly like an iron clamp. What was even stranger was that no one in the surrounding crowd looked over. Even though the two of them were standing in the middle of the aisle pulling at each other, no one stopped. Not even the old man selling candied hawthorns next to them looked up. A crack appeared in the sense of reality.
Lin Fan's pupils contracted slightly, but he still raised an eyebrow nonchalantly. Miss, is this a new street pickup line? Like, I dreamt you married me?
I suggest you upgrade your lines. Now the trend is we were husband and wife in our past lives.
The woman ignored his teasing and instead took a half step closer, her breath almost brushing against his ear. You don't believe me? But your blood is responding to me. Your soul is calling for her.
Lin Fan's earring trembled again.
The system interface has finally refreshed. Prophecy ability detected, intimacy level plus 100. Current intimacy level, 3180.
His eyebrows twitched.
Ha! He chuckled. This adds points? System, are you so desperate for money that you're even counting charlatans? The woman suddenly let go.
His movements were swift and decisive. He turned and left, blending into the crowd at a speed unlike that of an ordinary person. Lin Fan immediately chased after him, squeezed into the crowd in a few steps, looked around, but there was no one there. The stall was gone, and even the lanterns and bells had vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. He stood there, his brow furrowed. It wasn't that I was angry that she ran away, but rather, she was too clean. There were no remaining footprints, no traces of spiritual energy, and even the wisp of pink goo energy in the air was wiped clean, as if the system notification was just something he had imagined.
But he knew it wasn't.
The spot on his wrist where he had been grabbed was still warm, as if it had been branded by something.
He raised his hand to examine it. His skin was intact.
But when he scanned it again with the probe, new data appeared on the screen. Unknown frequency resonance wave remains at the contact site, duration, not terminated.
Continuous indefinitely? Lin Fan muttered, so I'm carrying around a timed alarm clock?
He put the probe back in his pocket, touched his earring, and muttered to himself, well, it's not a bad deal to add 100 points. Next time, if more profits come, I'll aim for the S-rank Intimacy King. She said she didn't care, but she remembered those words in her heart.
You smell like her. Whose flavor is it? Luo Xueli? Shu Qingga? Nangong Yen? None of them.
The feeling was more like, coming from somewhere much earlier, from a place he couldn't remember. He shook his head, too lazy to delve into it. Now that the points were in his account, his cultivation level was steadily rising, and the campus drama had been pretty much over. There was no need to waste brain cells on a mysterious street girl. He turned and walked towards the night market exit, his steps becoming lazy again, and that smug smile reappeared on his lips.
Anyway, if the sky falls, someone will hold it up. Is Lin Fan the kind of person who was destined to worry?
He hadn't walked far when he passed a 24-hour convenience store, his reflection shimmering in the glass window. He casually straightened his tie, then suddenly realized. In my reflection, I noticed a small, colorful bell earring had appeared on my right ear, swaying gently with my steps.
In reality, the ears are completely empty.
He turned around abruptly. There were only passers-by behind him. No one wore bells, and no one looked at him. He looked at the glass again. The bell was still there. He reached out and touched his right ear, but there was nothing there. But in the reflection, the bell was clearly swaying, once, then again, making a silent, soft sound. Lin Fan stopped. A few seconds later, he grinned and shrugged. Okay, so you're giving me decorative items?
That's quite unique. Next time, how about a matching couple set?
After saying that, he continued walking, the sound of his leather shoes on the ground as crisp as ever. The wind ruffled the hem of his suit jacket, the black iron earring in his left ear felt slightly warm, and his right hand habitually rubbed his earlobe, as if confirming something.
He didn't look back at the glass again.
After all, he knew that some things, once started, would not end easily. At this moment, all he wanted was to go back to school, take a shower, and get a good night's sleep. Tomorrow I'll have to face another wave of weird moves, like that freakish academic genius Su Wanqing, who'll probably use me as a test subject to test some ridiculous formula about intimacy value and pill conversion rate. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but chuckle. Being constantly thought about by women, life must be really tough. He walked north along the main road, the streetlights casting long shadows. In the distance, the outline of the Huaxia Martial Arts Academy gradually became clear. The sycamore trees outside the school wall rustled, and a leaf fell, landing right on his shoulder.
He patted himself down and continued on his way.
10 minutes later, he walked through the school gate, swiped his card to enter the dormitory area, and disappeared around the corner of the corridor. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, in a dimly lit, secret room, an ancient animal hide scroll slowly unfurled, revealing a line of blood-red text. The Chosen One has appeared, the wheel of propagation has been set in motion, the Ancestral Dragon Project, Phase 1 begins.
Chapter 28 Pregnancy Data.
Lin Fan's leather shoes made a crisp tap sound as they stepped on the paving stones of the main road on campus. He had just returned from the night market, with a half-empty pack of e-cigarette pens still in his pocket. Those things were actually energy detectors disguised as e-cigarette sticks, but they had been quietly put away in his suit's inner pocket. The colorful bell reflected in the right ear has long since disappeared, and there's nothing of it in reality either. But what he just witnessed was too eerie. He unconsciously touched his earlobe again with his right hand to confirm that there was no foreign object attached to it, and he did not feel any stinging sensation from the goo poison. The street lights were on normally, pedestrians were moving about naturally, and even the shadows of the trees lay neatly on the ground, as if they had not been altered. Fine, sending a virtual earring counts as checking in, he muttered under his breath. System, if you keep being this stingy, I won't give you a like next time I see a female researcher. Despite complaining, they didn't stop walking along the tree-lined path on the east side of the teaching building towards the dormitory area. He knew this road well, he often took it during the day to class. At 10:20 p.m., most students had gone back to their dorms, leaving only a few couples whispering sweet nothings in a corner, or a few unlucky students who were up all night working on their papers squatting at the entrance of the lab building, scanning their faces to get in. He was wondering whether he should stop by for a shower when suddenly his left arm went numb. It wasn't pain, nor numbness, but a strange stuttering sensation, like a video suddenly buffering while loading. Immediately afterwards, a very faint humming sound came from beside my ear.
It's like the resonance of a metal blade activated by spiritual energy.
He abruptly stopped, his eyes narrowing. There was a woman standing at the corner ahead. Wearing a white coat and gold-rimmed glasses, he held a scalpel with a bluish sheen in his hand, the blade pointing downwards and trembling slightly. She stood at the intersection of the lamplight and shadow in the corridor outside the laboratory building, half her face hidden in the reflection of her glasses, making her expression impossible to see. Only her voice, as flat as if she were reading a lab report, could be heard.
Your spiritual energy fluctuations are quite unique. Lin Fan's pupils contracted slightly.
It's not that the words are scary, but rather something just doesn't feel right.
The last time someone used special to describe his spiritual power was the day Luo Xueli discovered the Xianyin mark within him.
Before that, it was when Lang Feng scanned his earring with a tablet. And this woman, he'd never even seen her before.
Even more outrageous, the system interface actually moved.
Research-oriented character detected, intimacy level +50. A notification appeared in the corner of my field of vision, as quiet as a corporate slave clocking out before leaving get off work.
Lin Fan's lips twitched. Ha!
He chuckled softly.
Add points? Is your system so desperate for money that it even counts wearing a white coat as a KPI?
His tone was relaxed, but his body was already subtly on guard.
The black iron earring in his left ear was slightly warm, ready to release a sonic shield at any moment.
His intuition, honed from coding in his past life, told him this person before him was no ordinary NPC. He raised an eyebrow and sized up the other person, who looked to be about 22 or 23 years old. He had regular features but no emotional fluctuations. His hair was neatly tied into a low ponytail, and his white coat was so well ironed that it could be used as a mirror. Even the top button on his cuffs was fastened. The typical appearance of someone with advanced obsessive-compulsive disorder.
Beautiful lady, he said, hands in his pockets, tilting his head and smiling, is this your new way of flirting? Your spiritual power is special?
I suggest adding some filters, your eyes are like a galaxy kind is popular now. The woman ignored his teasing, simply raising her hand to adjust her gold-rimmed glasses. A glint of light from the lens revealed a pair of eyes that were calm to the point of being indifferent. Are you interested in participating in my research? She asked bluntly, without a trace of emotion, as if inviting him to fill out a questionnaire.
Lin Fan raised an eyebrow.
Here it comes, the thing he feared most has come. During the day, she was being chased by Nangong Yen, who kept urging her to cultivate together, and at night, she was used as a test subject by a top student. Her life was even more stressful than the college entrance examination.
The sarcastic comment at the end of the previous chapter flashed through his mind. Tomorrow I'll have to face another wave of crazy antics, like that freakish genius Su Luoyen. And they actually bumped into each other?
He squinted at her name tag, Huaxia Medical College, Chief Researcher, Su Luoyen.
Su Luoyen?
He repeated the name, his tone suddenly becoming ambiguous. This name sounds perfect for conducting experiments late at night. Su Luoyen said expressionlessly, I just need a sample with high spiritual energy fluctuations for data collection.
Oh, Lin Fan drawled, what are you collecting? Heartbeat? Body temperature? Or, the cultivation level change curve after intimate contact? He took a step forward, a mischievous grin on his face. How about we try kissing to see if it increases our intimacy level?
You've already given me points, so why not just go for the top spot? Su Luoyen remained calm, simply raising her hand and twirling the scalpel between her fingertips. A semi-transparent data panel appeared in the air as a blue light swirled around it.
Target, Lin Fan. Current spiritual energy frequency, 7.8 Thz, exceptionally stable. Energy resonance mode, unknown composite waveform.
Intimacy level feedback, +50 non-initial contact.
Recommended exposure level, level D controllable risk.
Lin Fan glanced at it and almost burst out laughing.
Oh, you even detected the intimacy level? You really think I'm a database crawler? He clicked his tongue twice. But speaking of which, your knife is pretty amazing. It can scan system data.
I suggest you apply for a patent. I've already thought of a name for it, cross-dimensional information extraction device based on spiritual resonance.
Su Luoyen finally reacted.
She closed the panel and said calmly, you shouldn't have this kind of system.
It doesn't conform to the existing logic of martial arts. Ha!
Lin Fan chuckled.
You actually believe that science can explain everything?
Let me tell you, my system can even calculate doubling of fertility.
Do you want to test if you have any hidden attributes?
Pregnancy energy is not within the scope of this study, she interrupted crisply.
I am only concerned with the underlying mechanisms of the interaction between spiritual energy and the human body.
Lin Fan shrugged, then you've really missed out.
You've missed out on a core variable, you know? Real scientific research requires the courage to push ethical boundaries.
Ethics is a prerequisite for experimentation, she said, adjusting her glasses, not an obstacle that can be crossed at will.
The two stared at each other for a second.
Lin Fan suddenly found it interesting. This guy wasn't like other women who wouldn't scream, blush, or go weak in the knees unless he flirted with them. Instead, she was like a precision instrument, every word she uttered hitting the very holes in his flirtatious banter.
He toned down his playful demeanor and asked in a low voice, so, how do you want to study me? Blood test? Brain scan? Or do you want me to lie in bed and have your heart rate variability measured? The initial plan is a close-range spiritual resonance test, she said.
Through stimulation at specific frequencies, we will observe changes in the flow of energy within your body. The entire process is non-invasive, the data is encrypted, and participation is voluntary. Oh, Lin Fan drawled, sounds like a legitimate project.
But
He suddenly took a half step closer and lowered his voice. Are you sure you can control yourself?
what if I get excited and my spiritual energy goes berserk and I knock you over? Su Luoyan didn't even blink. According to existing data models, you actually have stronger self-control when facing highly intelligent women. The reason might be you subconsciously fear being seen through. Lin Fan.
He took a step back and gave a thumbs up. Awesome. You're the first woman to turn the tables on me with data analysis.
This is just basic behavioral prediction. She turned and walked steadily toward the elevator lobby of the laboratory building.
If you are interested, tomorrow at 3 p.m., room 407, building B, bioengineering.
I will have the equipment ready.
Lin Fan watched her retreating figure. The hem of her white coat swayed gently with her steps, the bluish light on the scalpel gradually faded, and the corridor lights returned to normal. He neither agreed nor refused, but a smile appeared on his lips. All right, I'll just take advantage of the air conditioning tomorrow, he muttered to himself.
Anyway, I'm just killing time.
I'll see if this female academic genius can unlock a new achievement, derive the probability of pregnancy using a formula.
He leaned against the corridor railing, watching her walk into the elevator.
With a ding, the door closed.
Silence returned to the surroundings. He took out his electronic cigarette pen, pretended to take a puff, and actually activated the detection program.
The screen displayed no residual spiritual energy fluctuations in the surroundings. The environment has returned to normal. Interesting, he murmured. Everyone else wants to get close to me, but she only wants to pick at me.
These days, even women are getting involved in scientific research?
He put the pen back in his pocket and looked up at the sky. As dusk faded and night began to fall, the sky was a deep blue, with a few early stars hanging atop the teaching building. The wind rustled through the leaves. He stood there for a while, not in a hurry to leave. The lingering sensation in my arm, like something gently brushing against my meridians, was still there.
It wasn't an attack, nor absorption, but more like recording. He looked down at his left hand.
His skin was intact and his blood vessels were stable, but he knew that some things were different.
For example, the intimacy level is currently 3230.
For example, when he first met a woman and flirted with her, the system did not immediately pop up an option to enable intimate interaction.
On the contrary, he automatically gained points without doing anything. So you actually feed me, he said to the air, as if questioning the system. Next time, can you give me a real reward? Like a bottle of energy drink? I'm starving. No one answered.
He smiled, pushed open the railing, and prepared to return to his dormitory. After taking 2 steps, he suddenly stopped. Because he caught a glimpse of it out of the corner of his eye. There was a small puddle of water on the ground where Su Luoyan had just stood. It wasn't rainwater, nor was it spilled beverage. Instead, it was covered with a thin layer of ice. Extremely thin, almost invisible, but it reflects a faint light under the streetlights. He squatted down and reached out to touch it. Cool, moist, with a very faint scent of grass and trees. The heart of eternal freeze? He frowned. No, this isn't by Schwinger's style. This is the aura of the Tree of Life? He suddenly looked up towards the elevator lobby. Impossible. The Tree of Life is a wood-type martial soul, how could it possibly freeze? Unless. Is she using spiritual power to suppress some kind of backlash? He muttered to himself. Or, is there a contradiction inherent in her martial spirit? He stood up, no longer hesitating, and strode towards the dormitory building. Tomorrow at 3 p.m., room 407. He has to go and see. It's not just about the system points, but also about figuring things out. What exactly is this woman, who seems to have mastered the system, researching? Meanwhile, in the monitoring room of the laboratory on the 4th floor, Su Luoyan took off her white coat and stared at the video recording of the conversation that had just ended on the screen. Her fingers flew across the keyboard, bringing up a set of data waveforms. In the center of the image, there is a constantly pulsating golden curve that resonates slightly with another cyan-green waveform. She zoomed in on a detail, her pupils constricting slightly. Sure enough, she whispered, as long as you get close to him, the Tree of Life will respond on its own. She opened a new document and entered a title. Hypothesis on the potential resonance mechanism between Lin Fan, a high spiritual power individual, and the Tree of Life martial soul. Chapter 29. That girl has a good temperament.
As soon as Lin Fan turned the corner on the east side of the experimental building, that stuck feeling in his left arm came back. This time it was much stronger than the one Su Luoyan had just experienced.
It felt like someone was using hydraulic clamps to clamp his meridians and twisting them 3 times. He took a step and the black iron earring in his right ear instantly became hot, with a buzzing sound piercing his brain. This thing isn't just for decoration, it's a high-end device that can store spiritual energy, conceal weapons, and even function as a Wi-Fi signal booster. The fact that it's moving on its own means there's enemy activity. Damn, is this a rush of events tonight? He cursed under his breath. Before he could react, his sonic energy had already started circulating automatically, creating a semi-transparent ripple barrier around him. Sonic Shield, a new feature that was only unlocked a few days ago, is designed to prevent sneak attacks, close-range attacks, and late-night inspections. Just as the shield took shape, the shadows of the old sycamore trees in front of it suddenly trembled, and a golden crack appeared on the ground, flashing and crackling like a short circuit on a circuit board. Immediately afterwards, a tiger head-shaped talisman phantom shot out from the ground, heading straight for his lower abdomen, specifically the vital point. Lin Fan's pupils contracted, and he dodged to the side. But the talisman came too fast, and the shield was hit so hard that it shook 3 times and almost collapsed on the spot.
Ding! Military personnel detected. Intimacy level plus 50. When the system notification popped up, he was still in a one-legged sliding position, looking just like an old man who had accidentally stepped into the air while square dancing. Good heavens! He steadied himself, patted his suit trousers, and asked, "Who is this? Doing underground pipe repairs or trying to perform hernia surgery on me?" Before the words were finished, a soft sound came from behind the tree. It wasn't footsteps, nor fallen leaves, but the crisp, clean snapping sound of combat boots crushing dry branches. A figure slowly walked out. He had a buzz cut, wore a dark gray combat uniform with straight shoulders, and had a bronze jade pendant hanging at his waist with half a tiger's head carved on it, which was faintly glowing with gold. The woman's face was cold and stern, her eyes scanning the suspect's luggage like an X-ray machine, leaving no stone unturned. Lin Fan squinted and sized her up. "Oh, a retired female soldier? Gym promotion, sign up for a membership and get a free combat training class? Scan the QR code to add me on WeChat and get free protein powder too." The other party ignored his verbal attacks and simply said, "Your power does not belong to this world." His voice was cold and emotionless, like someone reading a prepared script on the evening news. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. "Huh? I know that line well. Last month, Nan Gongyan said the same thing to me when she was drunk. Later, she hugged me and shouted, 'Husband, are you from outer space?'" He put his hands in his pockets, tilted his head and smiled. "Do you want a hug too? Get in line, make an appointment for Ning Xiaoya's live stream tomorrow at 3 p.m. The woman remained expressionless, then raised her hand and pressed the tiger tally at her waist. Several golden lines suddenly appeared in the air, like laser lines from a scanner, sweeping from the top of Lin Fan's head all the way to his feet. The fighting spirit is fluctuating abnormally, the frequency is chaotic, and the energy source is unknown. She muttered to herself, as if giving a field report. Preliminary assessment indicates it is a cross-border contaminant and it needs to be taken back for quarantine and investigation. Lin Fan was stunned. "Wait a minute, girl, what did you say? A contaminant? I ate set meal C at the school cafeteria yesterday. At most, it's a food safety hazard, not some kind of cross-dimensional threat, right?" He took a step forward. "Besides, if you're going to investigate me, you have to follow due process. Show your identification, state your identity, and fill out the nighttime campus harassment report form. I'll only cooperate if all 3 are done." The woman finally showed some reaction. She stared at him for 2 seconds, then slowly said, "Yi Zhiqiu, former chief instructor of the military. I am now authorized by the highest level of security regulations to conduct a mandatory test on you." Lin Fan smiled and said, "Oh, it's you." He deliberately dragged out the sound, as if he had heard of this name before. "I've never actually heard of it." But he couldn't show weakness. A man can be poor, can wear a cheap suit from Pinduoduo, can be ridiculed online as a loser, but he must never act like a coward in front of a beautiful woman. "Instructor Yi?" He clicked his tongue. "Is cosplaying as a spy movie all the rage in your military now? Crouching behind trees in the dark, casting spells, like you're catching an undercover agent?" He looked around. Where are the security cameras? Where are the extras? Should I join in and shout, "Let go of that girl," a couple of times? Yi Zhiqiu didn't respond to his joke, but instead pressed his right hand against the tiger tally again.
The golden scanning wave immediately intensified, and a deep hum filled the air, like an old-fashioned radar being turned on. Lin Fan felt numbness throughout his body, as if he had bin thoroughly examined by a CT scan.
Stop, stop, stop. He crossed his arms and took a half step back. Do you know that what you're doing is illegal? Collecting citizens' biometric information without their consent can result in anything from 7 days of detention to being doxxed by netizens and trending on social media. You are not an ordinary citizen.
Yi Zhiqiu's tone remained unchanged.
Your spiritual energy waveform is completely inconsistent with the existing martial soul system, which could very likely trigger a chain reaction of collapse. I have the right to activate the emergency plan. Ha!
Lin Fan chuckled.
You call me a source of pollution? I'd call you an old fogey. Times have changed, sister. Even cultivation now requires innovation. Don't you know what technological iteration means?
He pointed to his ear. These earrings of mine may look like trendy accessories, but they're actually quantum resonant memory devices that can connect to spiritual energy satellites beyond the 9 heavens.
Your tiger talisman is probably still using a 2G network, isn't it? The signal isn't even at full strength.
Yi Zhiqiu frowned slightly, revealing a hint of hesitation for the first time. Clearly, she hadn't expected that this kid would not only be fearless, but also be able to spout a whole set of nonsensical theories with a straight face. No matter how you explain it, she said in a deep voice, as long as you haven't completed full testing, you will always be a high-risk target.
A full test? Lin Fan grinned. What do you want to check? DNA? Brainwaves? Or do you want to see if I'd been secretly practicing evil arts?
He suddenly leaned closer and lowered his voice. How about we have some close contact first? I heard that physical contact is the best way to measure real energy resonance, with a data error of no more than 0.01%. Yi Zhiqiu's eyes sharpened, and a golden battle-intent phantom instantly condensed in his left hand, pressing down on Lin Fan's chest like a tiger pouncing on its prey. Lin Fan was prepared. His sonic shield immediately strengthened, and the ripples spread out in layers, managing to withstand the attack. The air swirled between the two, causing the leaves to rustle and even the streetlights to flicker.
Tisk, quite the temper.
He took a half step back and patted his suit collar.
Violent enforcement is unacceptable, Instructor Yi. Don't say I didn't warn you when the Discipline Inspection Commission calls you in.
If you don't cooperate, I'll have no choice but to take coercive measures. Her voice remained calm, but the golden light on the tiger tally had already subtly transformed into the phantom of a fierce tiger, coiled behind her, exuding an imposing aura. Lin Fan looked up at the tiger-like figure with fighting spirit and estimated its combat strength level in his mind. Not weak at all, at least 10 times stronger than those clowns from Class A during the day.
But that's about it. He hasn't gotten serious yet. Fine.
He suddenly laughed, crossing his arms.
Forced it is fine.
But I have to tell you in advance, last time, 10 of the Elder's top experts ganged up on me, and as a result, they all suffered a backlash and were hospitalized.
The diagnosis was hyperactive impotence.
He blinked. If you really dare to make a move, I don't mind letting you experience what it means to have loss of fighting spirit leading to dysfunction. But Yi Zhiqiu's eyes narrowed, clearly not expecting him to say such a thing. You think intimidation will work, she said coldly. I've killed demon kings on the front lines, suppressed rampaging martial spirits, and personally executed 31 traitors. Your verbal skills are nothing more than a primary school student reciting a text in my eyes.
Wow.
Lin Fan gave a thumbs up.
Wow, that's amazing. You must be very tired, right? Fighting and killing every day. Why not join me in the entertainment industry? It's easy and good for your appearance. He pulled out his phone and waved it. I'm currently preparing a new album. Brother Fan teaches you how to win over a female warrior in 3 days. Do you want to play the female lead? The pay is negotiable, just a barbecue and a bottle of iced cola will do. Yi Zhiqiu didn't move, nor did he laugh.
But her gaze did relax for a moment. Lin Fan caught it in that instant. He knew that this woman wasn't heartless, she just hadn't been treated like a human being for too long.
An inspection is necessary, she finally said.
Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, at the 7th Research Institute of the military headquarters, I will send someone to pick you up.
I'm not going.
Lin Fan waved his hand directly.
I need to sleep.
Cultivating immortality requires a regular schedule.
Staying up late damages the liver, and a bad liver affects fertility.
If fertility is low, intimacy points won't increase.
Do you know how much of a blow that would be to my career?
Yi Zhiqiu.
She paused for 2 seconds before saying, "You can refuse once. But next time, I won't warn you." "Okay, okay, okay."
Lin Fan turned and left, his steps light and quick.
"I'll have my secretary put you in a queue tomorrow. Now."
He waved his hand, his back view dashing. "I'm going back to my dorm to shower and put on a face mask, trying to look like a fresh-faced young man when I see you."
The last sentence drifted on the wind. "Want to investigate me? First, submit your resume to Starry Sky Group.
Remember to include your special skills, fighting ability, ability to work overtime, and willingness to accept night shift room checks." Yi Jiqiu stood still and did not chase after him. She watched his tall, straight figure disappear at the end of the main road on campus. The streetlights cast his shadow long, like a knife stuck diagonally in the ground. She slowly withdrew her hand, and the golden light of the tiger tally gradually faded. Her fingertips gently traced the edge of the jade pendant, where there was a very fine crack, left 3 years ago, that had never healed.
"A power that doesn't belong to this world,"
she murmured to herself, "but why are our heartbeats synchronized?" She closed her eyes. During that confrontation just now, she clearly locked onto his spiritual energy frequency, but the moment he approached, her fighting spirit resonated briefly within her. Like a wild beast that has been dormant for many years, it smells the scent of its own kind. She opened her eyes and looked up at the night sky. The stars were sparse, and the clouds hung low.
"This investigation is unlikely to be so simple."
At this moment, Lin Fan had already walked more than 100 meters away, taking out his electronic cigarette pen as he walked and pretending to take a puff. The screen lights up, no residual spiritual energy fluctuations in the surroundings, the environment has returned to normal. "The military," he muttered to himself.
"Sounds intimidating, but they don't even dare to issue a formal arrest warrant."
He put away his cigarette and pen and smiled.
"But that girl has a good presence. She should have a good rhythm when she fights."
He looked up at the sky. A night breeze caressed my face, and the leaves rustled. He didn't rush back to his dormitory. Instead, he slowed down, his mind racing through the scene he had just witnessed. That tiger tally, that fighting spirit, and the plus 50 intimacy points suddenly popped up by the system. "Something's not right," he murmured. "Other women want to get close to me, but she's only interested in checking up on me."
He stroked his chin. "Could it be that she's also after my pregnancy?"
Thinking about this, he laughed at himself.
"All right, come check it out." He smirked. "Anyway, you're welcome to visit.
1 ticket gets you a kiss, a monthly membership gets you a hug, an annual VIP, hee, it depends on my mood." He continued walking forward, his figure disappearing into the night.
Chapter 30: The G Family's Soft Rice King.
Lin Fan woke up with his eyes barely open before his phone started vibrating incessantly. He rolled over, tossed the blanket onto the floor, and pulled out his phone. He saw 3 unread WeChat messages, all from his assistant, President Lin. "At 10 a.m. today, representatives from the G Group will be meeting you in the top floor conference room of Xinjiang Group."
"President Lin?" He scoffed and tossed his phone aside. "Yesterday I was an F-level loser at art school, and today I'm a president? This system upgrades faster than Android."
He slowly got up, put on the custom-made casual suit, and his black iron earring on his left ear trembled slightly, automatically completing today's spiritual energy inspection. After his confrontation with Yi Jiqiu last night, he slept like a log, even dreaming of teaching people to dance in the square, with the background music being a mix of the most dazzling ethnic style and warrior's roar.
"The military wants to investigate me?"
He straightened his collar in front of the mirror and smirked.
"Let them investigate. I haven't stolen any state secrets. At most, I've only stolen a few women's hearts."
After washing up, I went outside and the sun was shining brightly. Students walked by in 2s and 3s on campus, and no one dared to stare at him. Ever since the 100-meter-long golden light from the spirit hall exploded out, the group of trash-talking kings in class now avoid him and don't even dare to make eye contact. He took the elevator directly to the underground parking garage, where the hovercar arranged by Lang Fon was already waiting at exit B7. The car door slid open automatically, and he jumped in with a flourish, saying lazily, "Let's go to the Starry Sky headquarters. I want the whole world to know when a man is handsome, even capital has to bow down."
The hovercar soared into the air, weaving through the city's elevated highways.
20 minutes later, it docked at the helipad on the top floor of the Starry Sky building. His figure was reflected in the glass curtain wall, 1.85 meters tall, impeccably dressed in a suit, his earring gleaming with understated luxury, the epitome of a domineering male protagonist who could acquire a listed company the moment he woke up. The conference room door was wide open, and a person sat at the end of the long table. She had long, purple hair with gold highlights, wore a leather jacket and Doc Martens, and sat with her legs crossed, twirling something that looked like a jade pendant in her hand. She glanced up at the doorway, a slight smile playing on her lips. "Oh, isn't this the young heartthrob we were putting on a face mask in the dorm yesterday? Here for the meeting already?" Lin Fan strode in, closing the door behind him with a slow, deliberate pace. "Sis, your opening line wasn't good. The first sentence should have been 'Welcome, Mr. Lin, for your guidance,' and the second should have been 'The cooperation proposal is ready, please take a look.'" He walked to the table, pulled out a chair, and sat down. "As for the third sentence, I'll tell you after I finish." Ji Wuyo narrowed her eyes. "You really think you're something special?" "I'm not the main dish," he said with a smile, pulling a pack of e-cigarette pens from his inner suit pocket and pretending to take a puff. "I'm the whole banquet." Ji Wuyo didn't pick up on the joke and instead pushed a document in front of him, the Starry Sky G-Clan Entertainment Cultivation Resource Integration Agreement. The core content is very simple. We join forces to jointly control the resource allocation rights of the entire entertainment industry and the high martial arts market. You provide the technology, I provide the capital, and we split the profits 50-50. Lin Fan glanced down at the paper. It was a formal document imbued with faint purple lightning patterns, clearly enhanced by a lightning-type martial soul. After reading it, he looked up and smiled. "Do you know what I dreamed about last night?" Ji Wuyo frowned. "Even dreams have different levels?" "Of course." He curled the corners of his mouth. "Low-level dreams, like finding money or winning the lottery. High-level dreams, like taking over a rival company and rubbing the chairman in the ground." He paused. "Last night I dreamed that I stuffed this agreement into a shredder and then danced on your financial statements." After saying that, he grabbed the document and tore it in half with a rip. The air fell silent instantly. Ji Wuyo's smile faded slightly. "Are you sure? This is a multi-billion-dollar cooperation deal. If you miss this opportunity, you'll have to beg me to sign the next offer." Lin Fan tore another piece of paper, which fluttered onto the table like snowflakes. "I don't like sharing, especially not sharing cake with others." He stood up and looked down at her. "There are two kinds of people in this world, those who make the rules and those who follow them. I know very well which one I am." Ding. Defeat business rival, intimacy level plus 200. New ability unlocked, business manipulation beginner. He was flicking the last scrap of paper onto the table when the system notification popped up. Ji Wuyo stared at him, her eyes changing. "Are you crazy? Who do you think you are? A student who just awakened an S-level martial soul? A gigolo who rose to power by relying on women? Or a chosen one who thinks he can overturn the industry?" Lin Fan shrugged. "I've heard all those labels you mentioned. But do you know what's the most ironic thing?" He leaned closer and lowered his voice. "They don't like me because I'm rich, but because I can make them even richer." He straightened up and patted her shoulder. "Sister, don't try to intimidate me with your capital. You're not worthy. Wait until you can take down 10 elders by yourself before you talk to me about control." Ji Wuyo suddenly stood up, the chair scraping against the ground with a screeching sound. Lightning flashed in her eyes, and a faint purple lightning phantom appeared behind her, like a thunder leopard poised to strike. "Lin Fan," she said, emphasizing each word, "you will regret this." "Ha!" He laughed. "I know that line well. Nangon Yen said it in the same tone last month. And what happened? Now he's begging, 'Husband, have mercy,' on live stream every day." He turned and walked briskly toward the door. "Oh, by the way, remember to change the venue next time we negotiate. This kind of meeting room is too oppressive and affects my performance." He opened the door, turned back and winked. "I suggest choosing a night market food stall. We can chat while eating barbecue, the atmosphere will be more harmonious." The door closed, and the corridor returned to silence. Ji Wuyo stood there, her fingers slowly tightening, and a crack appeared in the jade pendant in her palm. She looked at the empty corridor outside the door and muttered to herself, "King of gigolos? Ha! You have no idea how deep a trap you've stepped into." She pressed the communication button on her wristwatch. "Notify the finance department to activate Project Glacier and freeze all short-term financing channels related to Starry Sky. Also, contact the 3 major media outlets and prepare to release an investigation report on a certain new generation artist's suspected illegal fundraising." After hanging up, she walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked down at the panoramic view of the city. In the distance, a black hovercar was slowly driving away from the building. "Want to monopolize it?" she sneered. "Then let's see if you collapse first, or if my capital chain breaks first." At that moment, Lin Fan was already in his car, leaning back in his seat and closing his eyes to rest. His phone vibrated, receiving an anonymous message: "Be careful of the G family. They've been building their presence in the entertainment sector for 10 years. You can't just go head to head with them." He glanced at it, deleted it casually, and replied with 3 words: "Got it." The system interface quietly unfolds. Current intimacy level 850-1000. Unlocked abilities: Sonic Sword Array, Sword Chi Resonance, Life Sharing, Business Manipulation Beginner. Next stage reward: Talent Remodeling allows you to customize one hidden talent. 150 more. He opened his eyes and looked at the street ahead. Looks like I need to find an opportunity to have another deep conversation with that female CEO. The car moved smoothly through the bustling commercial district and finally stopped in the pedestrian area outside the city center library. Lin Fan got out of the car and looked up at the building's exterior. The combination of classical stone pillars and modern glass dome resembled a woman who appeared aloof on the surface but was actually secretly passionate. He straightened his collar and strode toward the entrance. The wind ruffled a corner of his suit jacket, and his earring glittered slightly, as if reminding him of something. But he didn't stop. People were coming and going on the steps ahead. Some students were hurrying in and out with their books, while couples were taking photos together. His gaze swept casually across the room, and he suddenly noticed a slender figure by the window on the second floor, writing with her head down, the tip of her brush leaving faint golden marks on the rice paper. He paused in his steps. TSK, that aura, could she be a brilliant but aloof woman who can't hide her talent? A smile played on his lips as he quickened his pace and stepped onto the stairs. After successfully stepping onto the first step, the system suddenly prompted: "A high-value target has been detected approaching. It is recommended to activate the proactive social mode." "I don't need you to remind me," he muttered to himself. When a man sees a beautiful woman, his instinct is to start the chasing back to the wife's cremation program. On the second step, he had already begun to think about how to start the event. Should you say, "Miss, your poem is really beautiful," or sit down and say, "Young man, your eyes have given me a burst of inspiration"? On the third step, he decided to unleash his ultimate move. Ahem. He cleared his throat, preparing to unleash his family's traditional corny pickup lines. Just then, a series of hurried footsteps came from behind. Looking back, a security guard in uniform walked quickly over. "Sir, please show your visitor code. The library is operating on a reservation system today." Lin Fan's smile remained unchanged. He took out a black card from his pocket and waved it in front of the other person. Upon seeing this, the security guard's expression changed drastically, and he immediately took a half step back. "I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, I didn't recognize you. Please, make yourself at home." "It's okay." He put away his card and continued walking upstairs. "I understand. After all, I'm not the kind of person who spends all his time in the library." The fourth step, the fifth step, he walked closer and closer. The figure on the second floor remained focused, completely unaware. He stepped onto the last step, took a deep breath, and flashed his signature sly grin. "Oh my, isn't this the talented Morong from our Huaxia Academy of Literature?" he said loudly. "I heard you've been writing a poem recently, titled How to Elegantly Fall in Love with a Bad Man? Chapter 31. Another sound wave type?" Lin Fan pushed open the heavy glass door of the library, and sunlight streamed down from the dome, making the marble floor gleam. He had just extricated himself from the drama of tearing up the agreement at the Starry Sky building. His mood was like he had just finished a 5-kill game. He felt great, but he still had to pretend to be nonchalant. Capitalists love to play this game. He muttered to himself, casually tugging at his suit collar. "Think you can intimidate people with money? I'm the kind of man who can even drain Nangong Yen's fire." As he stepped onto the second floor stairs, he subconsciously slowed down. This place was different from the conference room. It was so quiet that you could hear the turning of pages and the scratching of pens on paper. The students around him all had their heads down, as if they were taking the college entrance exam. His custom-made suit and earring made him stand out like someone in an evening gown suddenly walking into a hot pot restaurant too conspicuous. He raised his hand to adjust his cufflinks, took a deep breath, and toned down his "I'm the best in the world" aura. "We mustn't go overboard. This is a battlefield of knowledge, not an arena for capital." His gaze swept across the area near the window, and he spotted her immediately. She wore a classic updo, a light blue Cheongsam-style long dress, and held a calligraphy brush in her hand. Shen paper was spread out on the wooden table, and her fingertips were slightly tinged with gold. Sunlight slanted across her profile, casting a small shadow on her eyelashes, making her appear as serene as if she had stepped out of a painting.
Tisk. Lin Fan smirked. Anyone still using a calligraphy brush to do their homework these days? Aren't they afraid of getting arrested by the teacher as some kind of extra in a time travel drama? He approached slowly, stopping 3 steps away, and deliberately cleared his throat. Ahem.
The woman's pen trembled slightly. She didn't look up, but the words on the line moved on their own.
The golden ink seemed to move as if alive, slowly taking shape on the paper. Sound waves entering poetry. Interesting.
Lin Fan's black iron earring in his left ear vibrated suddenly, as if it had been gently tapped by something.
A semi-transparent interface instantly popped up before his eyes.
High concentration of spiritual energy fluctuations detected. Target possesses a special affinity constitution intimacy level +50.
His eyes lit up. Ouch.
He took half a step forward.
Did you get a VIP membership or some kind of cheat code for this calligraphy brush? I haven't even said a word, and you've already written my lines for me?
The woman finally raised her hand, quickly closed the shin paper, covered her face with one hand, and said in a cold but slightly panicked voice, "Please forget what just happened." Her fingertips were still trembling, and her ears were a little red. Seeing this, Lin Fan not only didn't approach, but instead took a half step back, put his hands in his pockets, and smiled like a habitual offender who had just stolen a Wi-Fi password. "Forgetting is fine, the law doesn't require you to remember it."
He tilted his head and smiled. "But I have a question, is that phrase sound waves entering poetry a compliment to me?"
The woman didn't answer, but simply clutched the paper tightly to her chest and got up to leave. Lin Fan didn't stop her, just stood there watching her pack up her books, her movements swift but with a hint of urgency. She picked up her canvas bag, turned and walked towards the stairwell, her back slender, the hem of her cheongsam swaying gently with her steps. "Wait," he called out from behind. She stopped in her tracks, but didn't turn around. "Your handwriting is not bad," Lin Fan said lazily.
"It's just that the content is too subtle. Next time, could you just write the 4 big characters 'Lin Fan is really handsome'?
That would make it easier for me to take a screenshot and post it on my WeChat moments."
The woman's shoulders stiffened, and she quickly went downstairs.
Lin Fan stood there, watching her disappear around the corner, a slow smile playing on his lips.
He raised his hand, gently stroking his earring, and murmured to himself, "Scholarly? Quite fragrant. The system interface is still in front of me.
Current intimacy level, 900-1000. Unlocked abilities, Sonic Sword Array, Sword Chi Resonance, Life Sharing, Business Manipulation Beginner.
Next stage reward, talent remodeling allows you to customize one hidden talent. 100 short." He squinted.
Looks like I need to find an opportunity to have a deeper conversation with this talented woman about her literary cultivation.
He turned and walked towards the exit.
As he passed the ancient books section, he caught a glimpse of an open thread-bound book with the title The Book of Songs, Guofeng on the cover.
He stopped and looked down at it. That page happened to be the Zijin chapter. "Green are your robes, deep is my longing." He recited a line, then scoffed. The ancients were quite good at flirting, weren't they? Just as I was about to leave, my eye suddenly twitched. The ink on the pages began to flow on its own, and golden characters appeared. Its sound is like a dragon's roar, its soul seems not to have returned. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed. He immediately reached for the earring, but the system didn't react. This wasn't a system notification, nor was it an increase in intimacy points, it was a spontaneous resonance of literary energy. "Interesting," he said in a low voice. "Do you recognize my sound, or are you afraid of my soul?" He didn't pursue it further. Instead, he took out his phone and snapped a picture of the words. The moment the flash went off, the ink disappeared as if it had never existed. High-tech exorcism? He put away his phone. "Next time I do a live stream, I can do an ancient book resurrection challenge, it's guaranteed to be a hit." He walked out of the rare books section, slowing his pace. The library remained quiet, but there seemed to be something indescribable in the air, like the moment before the wind blows across the strings of a musical instrument, tense and secretive. Reaching the end of the second-floor corridor, he leaned against the railing, looking down at the lobby on the first floor. Students came and went, and no one noticed that the person upstairs was staring at a blank piece of paper and laughing. Morong Shui, he read the name aloud, having seen it on the library card of the book he had just borrowed. Chief of the Huaxia Academy of Literature? Sounds like the kind of person who is cold on the surface, but secretly copies an entire book of poems for me. He glanced at the time, 12:17 p.m. He was a little hungry, but he didn't want to leave.
He knew that the two unusual fluctuations in his spiritual energy just now were not coincidences. His sonic aura had triggered something within the other person. Just as Nangongyan's Firefox spirit vein would resonate with him, and Chuchinga's sword heart would crack because of him, now this Morong Shui's spiritual energy was also echoing him.
This ISNT one-way data acquisition, he squinted. It's two-way power supply. Just then, a commotion arose downstairs.
Several students dressed in Lolita dresses ran up the street, holding up their phones and shouting, "Hurry! Ning Xiaoye is going to do a live broadcast in the square in front of the library. I heard she's going to measure sound wave resonance."
Really? Doesn't she only stream on Douyu?
They said the location was changed at the last minute. They set up a stage right by the fountain.
Lots of people went. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. Sound wave resonance? He laughed. What a coincidence, ISNT it. My ears just happened to be charged.
He glanced at the stairwell one last time, but the figure was long gone.
But he knew this wasn't over.
The collision of literary spirit and sound waves has only just begun.
He turned and walked towards the elevator, his steps becoming much lighter.
As he passed the information desk, he casually grabbed a library brochure, folded it into a paper airplane, and tossed it behind him. The paper airplane traced an arc and landed steadily in the trash can at the entrance of the ancient books section. "Next time we meet," he said softly, "let's see whose poetry is more captivating." The elevator doors opened, he stepped inside, and pressed the button for B1, where an underground passage led directly to the city center square. His face was reflected in the mirror, and that wicked smile always lingered on his lips. He tapped his earring unconsciously, as if sending a secret signal to someone. At that moment, near the entrance to the library's underground special collections room, a slender figure was standing against the wall. Morong Shui's back was pressed against the cold wall, the gold-patterned Xian paper in her hand almost deformed from her grip. She looked down at it, her fingertips slightly burning. On the paper, the phrase "sound waves enter poetry, interesting" is still clear, but fine cracks have begun to appear at the edges, as if it cannot withstand some kind of force. She bit her lip and muttered to herself, "How could it resonate on its own? Father said that the Wenxin dragon scales would only react to the voice of destiny." She looked up toward the stairs, as if she could still see the figure of that person leaning against the railing.
"Who exactly are you?"
She carefully folded the paper, stuffed it into her inner bag, and turned to walk deeper into the room.
The footsteps faded into the darkness. The elevator arrived at the B1 level.
Lin Fan stepped out of the passageway and was greeted by the hustle and bustle of the plaza. Sure enough, a temporary stage was set up next to the fountain, spotlights were on, and the crowd was packed around it. A girl with pigtails, wearing cat ear headphones, was adjusting the sound effects into the microphone, her clear laughter ringing out, "My darlings! Today we're not singing love songs, let's do something hardcore, a live test of the sound wave resonance rate, let's see who can shatter a glass with me." Lin Fan stood on the outskirts of the crowd, gazing at the energetic figure on the stage, and curled the corners of his lips into a smile.
"Oh. Another one with a sound wave ability?" Chapter 32: The Queen of Fighting Sharks.
The elevator doors slowly closed behind Lin Fan, shutting out the cold light of the B1 passage. He stepped out, and the noise of the plaza instantly filled his ears. A large crowd gathered around the fountain, colorful lights twinkled, and the stage was already set up, with a spotlight shining on the girl with pigtails in the center. Wearing cat ear headphones and a pink Lolita dress, she was testing her voice in front of the microphone. 1, 2, 3. Oh dear, why is this sound a bit loud? Lin Fan stood on the periphery of the crowd, a slight smile playing on his lips.
"Hey, isn't this Ning Xiaoye?" he muttered to himself. "Douyu's top female streamer is holding a concert in front of the library? Is the platform's fee for the slot not enough?"
As soon as he finished speaking, the black iron earring in his left ear suddenly vibrated slightly.
It's not an illusion.
A high-frequency fluctuation floated in the air, like an electric current passing through a strand of hair, subtle yet clear. He narrowed his eyes, his gaze falling on the microphone in Ning Xiaoye's hand. The surface of that thing rippled with a layer of golden light, fleeting and ephemeral, resonating with the literary writing he had just seen in the library.
"Interesting." He chuckled. "One by one, they've managed to connect with my sound waves? Am I setting up a 5G base station, or do I have a built-in Wi-Fi hotspot?"
He took 2 steps forward and stopped. Ning Xiaoye was still adjusting the equipment when suddenly a ding sounded from the microphone, and the entire venue fell silent for a moment.
"Wow." She blinked and smiled at the camera. "Did you guys hear that? This isn't special effects. It's real resonance from the scene. The system is alerting me that a high-energy sound wave is nearby. Could it be the legendary chosen one of sound?
Before she finished speaking, she suddenly turned her head and stared intently in Lin Fan's direction. She raised her finger and pointed it directly at his nose.
Hey handsome, she smiled brightly. Wearing a suit and an earring, you're definitely not an ordinary guy. Want to come up and sing a duet? I promise you won't sing off key. The barrage of comments exploded instantly. Holy crap, it really is. Who is this guy? Is he a shill? Could he be some trainee from the other show trying to ride on their coattails? He's actually quite handsome. Wait, that earring in his left ear, it looks like it's glowing?
Lin Fan grinned, put his hands in his pockets, and slowly walked forward.
Several security guards immediately surrounded them and blocked their way. Sir, please do not enter the live streaming area without permission.
Lin Fan didn't even glance at him, but gently raised his right hand and tapped the other person's shoulder with his index finger.
Don't block the way.
The sound waves erupted from the point of contact, and the security guard felt a numbness in his shoulder, staggered back 2 steps, and almost sat down on the ground.
The onlookers were in an uproar. Holy crap! What kind of kung fu is that? Likeness skill? Secret telepathy? Is he a martial arts expert?
Lin Fan ignored him and continued walking forward, laughing as he went. I'm just here to return a microphone.
Return the microphone? Ning Xiaoye raised an eyebrow on stage. I didn't lend it to you. You'll have to pay it back sooner or later.
He shrugged. After all, this microphone of yours has already started to recognize its owner. After he finished speaking, he leaped onto the stage with ease. The movements were graceful, and the landing was silent.
Screams erupted from the audience.
Ning Xiaoye's eyes lit up, and she immediately handed over the microphone. Come on, let's give this mystery guest a close-up. Let everyone see what a male god who fell from the sky looks like. The two closed the distance to less than half a meter. Lin Fan could smell the faint scent of strawberry perfume on her body, and he could also see the slightly reddened earlobes under her cat ear headphones. The earring in my left ear suddenly became hot.
A semi-transparent interface pops up in front of you.
High concentration of acoustic affinity detected. Target possesses resonance potential intimacy value plus 50. Current intimacy level 950-1000. Lin Fan's eyes flashed, then he resumed his playful smile. So, he leaned closer to the microphone, his voice low and slightly husky with an ambiguous undertone. Do you want to measure sound wave resonance, or your heart rate?
The entire room fell silent for a second. Immediately afterwards. Grass. My heart stopped. Is this man's mouth plated with gold? Ning Xiaoye blushed. She really blushed.
Ning Xiaoye herself was also stunned for a moment, then realized what he meant and gently pushed him. Stop.
We're doing a proper live stream. We don't do those exaggerated facial expressions or cutesy stuff. Oh? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. Then what did you mean by sensing a special audience member just now? Wasn't it just to lure me onto the stage?
That's just my professional instinct, she puffed out her chest. As a professional broadcaster, I have a natural intuition for sound wave fluctuations.
Your physique, your spiritual energy density is way too high, you know that? Exceeded the limit?
Lin Fan grinned mischievously.
So what are you going to do with me? Call the police? Or ban my account on the spot? Humph. She turned her back to him. I don't care about you.
Since you're here, you have to follow the show's script. Come on, sing the chorus of Heartbeat Resonance with me.
I'm going to test if you can shatter this glass.
She waved her hand, and her assistant immediately brought over a wine glass filled halfway with water, with tiny sensors attached to the glass.
The rules are simple. She pointed to the cup. We make sounds at the same time, with synchronized frequencies and superimposed amplitudes. If the resonance intensity is sufficient, the cup will crack.
Sounds like a couple's challenge, Lin Fan said, stroking his chin.
It's missing a sense of ritual.
What are you trying to do? She asked warily, turning around.
Lin Fan didn't answer.
Instead, he stepped forward and gently held her wrist as she held the microphone. The movements were so natural, as if they had been rehearsed hundreds of times.
You're nervous, he said softly. Your palms are sweaty. Who's nervous? She tried to pull her hand away but couldn't, so she gave up. Hurry up and start. Don't waste my live stream time.
Lin Fan smiled, lowered his head to her ear, and breath brushed against her earlobe. Then shall we sing a love song together? The last word was drawn out extremely long, with an upward cadence, like the final tremor of a violin string.
Ning Xiaoya's breath hitched.
The barrage of comments overwhelmed the server.
I can't take it anymore. This atmosphere is off. This is definitely a two-way street. There's an electric current between them. My phone short-circuited. Xiaoya's face turned bright red. Quick, take a screenshot.
The two spoke at the same time. When starlight falls into your eyes. The sound waves intertwined, creating visible golden ripples in the air. The readings on the cup wall sensor were fluctuating wildly.
My heart is now beating uncontrollably. As the last word fell, a whoosh echoed.
The wine glass cracked open, with spiderweb-like cracks spreading from the bottom, and clear water slowly seeped out.
The entire venue erupted in cheers. It's a success. Ning Xiaoya jumped up excitedly, it really shattered. This resonance rate has broken historical records. She turned around to hug Lin Fan to celebrate, but he gently nibbled at her, and she missed. Don't rush. Lin Fan smiled and held up his phone. Let me post something on my WeChat moments first. The title will be, I conquered another girl with my voice today. Go to hell. She grabbed a cushion and threw it.
Lin Fan easily dodged to the side, but his gaze suddenly sharpened.
He noticed that Ning Xiaoya's microphone had not returned to normal after the resonance ended.
Instead, it continued to gleam with golden light. Even more strangely, the frequency of the light was perfectly synchronized with the vibration of his earring.
It's not a coincidence, he thought to himself. Her martial spirit, sonic microphone, is actively responding to me.
He approached stealthily, pretending to adjust his collar, but actually secretly releasing a sonic wave to probe.
Buzz.
The microphone suddenly vibrated and emitted a short beep.
Ning Xiaoya turned around abruptly. What are you doing?
It's nothing, Lin Fan said, shrugging.
I just think your equipment isn't good quality and needs to be replaced.
What do you know? She exclaimed, protecting the microphone.
This is my natal magic weapon, which I personally refined. It's the only one of its kind on the entire Douyu platform.
Oh? Lin Fan narrowed his eyes.
Then why is it calling me now? Ha! Listen. He lightly tapped the top of the microphone with his fingertip.
In an instant, a low-frequency hum sounded, like some kind of response.
Ning Xiaoya's eyes widened. Impossible. It has never reacted to outsiders. But it recognizes me now. Lin Fan smiled. Just like you did just now, your heart beat 0.3 seconds faster.
You're talking nonsense, she blushed.
I was just excited. Excited?
Lin Fan took a step closer, his voice lowered. Then why are your ears red? She stammered, then simply shoved the microphone into his hand.
Fine. If you think you're so great, you sing a song. Do you dare? Why wouldn't I dare?
Lin Fan took the microphone, stood in the center of the stage, and smiled.
But I have a condition. What are the conditions? After you finish singing, he stared at her, you have to tell me, did this microphone already know me? Ning Xiaoya was taken aback.
Before anyone could react, Lin Fan had already activated the sound wave.
Hello, 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 he tapped the microphone. Everyone, the next song is dedicated to a very special female anchor. He paused, then looked intently at Ning Xiaoya. The song title will be You Are My Only Sound Wave Resonance Source. The music intro began, and it turned out to be an electronic beat he had simulated using sound waves. The rhythm is strong and the melody is explosive.
The moment he opened his mouth, the entire room fell silent. The sound waves spread like a tide, the ground trembled slightly, and the surrounding streetlights flickered on and off. Ning Xiaoya stood to the side, feeling her spiritual energy rise and fall uncontrollably with his rhythm.
This is too strong. She murmured, he's not an ordinary student at all.
When the chorus came on, Lin Fan suddenly turned around and pulled her close, the two of them almost touching, sharing a microphone. When your sound waves collide with my frequency,
the world stands still, leaving only you and me. As the last sentence fell, a buzzing sound followed.
All the sound equipment on stage suddenly went off, followed by a complete power outage. The lights went out, leaving only the emergency lights glowing dimly.
Exclamations arose from the crowd.
Ning Xiaoya stood frozen in place, her heart pounding like a drum. She looked down at the microphone. The golden light on it had condensed into a small dragon-shaped pattern, coiling around the straw, lifelike. Sonic dragon pattern, her voice trembled. This is a mark that only appears with S-level resonance.
Lin Fan looked at her and smiled. Do you believe it now? It doesn't recognize you. It means you recognize me.
Ning Xiaoya looked up, as if she wanted to say something. Lin Fan had already let go of her hand and turned to walk towards the edge of the stage. The live stream is almost over, he said without turning his head.
Next time we meet, remember to bring a new microphone. He leaped into the air and landed lightly. The crowd automatically parted to make way. No one dared to stop them.
He took a few steps, then suddenly stopped and touched his left ear.
The earring is still hot.
He knew that the resonance he had just experienced was more than just a performance.
Rather, a deeper connection is forming.
He lifted his foot and continued walking, crossing the square and turning into the entrance of the underground passage. Behind him, Ning Xiaoya stood on the stage, watching his figure disappear into the darkness, remaining motionless for a long time.
It wasn't until her assistant ran up and asked, "Sister Xiaoya, are we still going to broadcast?"
She looked down at the microphone engraved with a dragon pattern in her hand and gently shook her head.
"It's not going to be broadcast anymore."
She whispered, "I need to go back, to do some research." Lin Fan walked through the passage with steady steps.
The apartment area is just ahead.
He had just reached the exit steps when his phone vibrated.
Upon opening it, it was an anonymous message. "Beware of lie detectors, someone is watching you."
He stared at the message for 2 seconds, then deleted it.
Look up at the street ahead.
The night breeze ruffled a corner of his suit. A slight smile played on his lips.
Bring it on. Let's see who's trying to test my lies. Chapter 33. Cold front reappears.
The cold light of the underground passage gradually engulfed Lin Fan behind him.
He did not stop walking. The black iron earring in his left ear remained slightly hot, like a piece of iron just taken out of the furnace.
The phone screen was still lit, and the anonymous message lay quietly in the chat box. "Beware of lie detectors, someone is watching you." He swiped his finger across the screen, neither deleting nor replying. He simply tucked his phone into his suit pocket and loosened his collar. The live stream had just ended, and the sound waves within him were still pulsating, like the steady, burning heartbeat of someone who had just run 5 kilometers. At the end of the passage, a rusty iron gate was half open. Half of the words "Old Experimental Zone B7" on the gate had been scraped off, revealing the mottled words "Bioresonance" underneath.
He pushed the door open and went in.
The room was small, with gray cement walls, a few pieces of broken glass scattered on the floor, and a dusty metal frame and a broken spiritual pressure monitor piled in the corner. There was a smell of rust mixed with aged alcohol in the air. Lin Fan glanced around, walked to the center of the room, and stood still.
3 seconds later, the earring vibrated. It's not a warning, it's a confirmation.
He closed his eyes, his Adam's apple bobbed slightly, his breath sank into his dantian, and then he slowly exhaled. His heartbeat slowed, his breathing became shallow, his body temperature dropped slightly, and even his pupils contracted at the human threshold.
The melody is restrained and subtle, the piece is complete.
A very faint metallic scraping sound came from outside the door.
Click. The door was pushed open a crack. Lung Feng stood at the door, impeccably dressed in a black suit.
His gold-rimmed glasses reflected the cold light of the emergency light above his head. In his hand, he held a palm-sized, silver-gray instrument with 3 dim blue indicator lights embedded in its surface, which were flashing slightly. He didn't go inside, he just stared at Lin Fan's back. "You have too many secrets," Lung Feng said, his voice flat, as if reading an audit report.
Lin Fan didn't turn around.
His right hand was in his pocket, and his left hand hung casually at his side with his knuckles slightly bent.
"Oh," he replied lazily. "More often than you loosen your tie?" Long Feng's eyelids twitched.
He instinctively raised his hand, his fingertips just touching the tie knot when he stopped.
It didn't move. But that moment of hesitation was enough. Lin Fan finally turned around.
A smile played on his lips, but his eyes were devoid of warmth.
Lang Feng pressed the button on the side of the instrument. Buzz. A pale blue beam of light shot out, sweeping across Lin Fan's face, chest, and wrist. The instrument screen lights up, emotional fluctuation, none. Heart rate, 68 BPM. Spiritual pressure index, 0.3 standard for normal individuals. Long Feng frowned. Impossible.
Half an hour ago, this person shattered wine glasses in the square, caused a power outage in the entire area, and his spiritual pressure peak exceeded the detection limit. Now, however, he looks like a brand new blood pressure monitor. He pressed down with his fingertips to activate the deep scan mode. The blue light suddenly turned deep purple, and the instrument emitted a high-frequency beep. Lin Fan suddenly moved. He stepped forward, his right hand shot out like lightning, fingers spread, precisely gripping the instrument's casing.
I didn't pinch it, I just gave it a light squeeze. The next moment. Sizzle. A piercing electrical hum exploded.
The instrument's surface flashed blue light wildly, and 3 indicator lights burst one after another, emitting a wisp of blue smoke. The outer casing twisted and deformed, like a sheet of molten tin, hanging limply and dripping 2 charred chips. Lin Fan let go. The scrap metal fell to the ground with a loud thud. He flicked his fingers, as if brushing off a speck of dust.
How about we talk about your wind blade?
He tilted his head and smiled. The way you cut the curtains last time was quite creative, but the angle was off by 3 degrees, and you almost knocked over President Luo's newly ordered crystal chandelier.
Lang Feng's pupils contracted sharply. He didn't say anything. But his Adam's apple bobbed up and down.
Before he could react, Lin Fan lifted his foot and walked forward.
Step. Lang Feng's shoulder muscles tensed, his right foot stepped back half an inch, and his knees bent slightly, signs of wind blades poised to strike.
Lin Fan took a second step. Lang Feng felt a numbness in his left ankle, as if he had been pricked by an invisible needle, and his qi circulation suddenly became sluggish.
Step 3.
Fine beads of sweat appeared on Lang Feng's forehead, his breathing became heavy, and the lightened shadows flickered before his eyes.
Several semi-transparent dragon shadows appeared behind Lin Fan, circling, roaring, and opening their mouths. Each one was formed from pure sound waves, silent yet making his eardrums buzz. Mental interference, activation. Lang Feng retreated. His back slammed into the iron gate. Bang!
The door hinges groaned. He braced his left hand against the doorframe, while his right hand gripped the tablet terminal tightly, his knuckles turning white. I don't know, when I loosened my tie it was hanging askew around my neck, revealing a small section of my collarbone.
You? His voice tightened. Who exactly are you?
Lin Fan stopped half a meter in front of him.
I didn't laugh.
Their gazes darkened, like 2 ancient wells.
Now you know.
His voice wasn't loud, but it struck deep into Lang Feng's mind.
Don't touch what you shouldn't investigate.
Lang Feng's lips moved, but no sound came out.
Lin Fan turned around and walked towards the door.
I paused slightly as I passed by him.
Oh, right.
He turned his head, his tone becoming lighter again. I downloaded that secretly filmed edit video from your tablet last night. The video quality is good, but the background noise is that you're breathing too loudly. Lang Feng suddenly looked up. Lin Fan had already walked out the door. The iron gate slowly closed behind him.
Click. Lang Feng was the only one left in the secret room.
He stood leaning against the door, not moving. The tablet screen was still lit, and the main interface was the Starry Sky Group's internal address book.
The latest unsent message read, "The target has acquired counter-reconnaissance capabilities. It is recommended to terminate the single-line investigation." He didn't click send.
He just looked down at his hand, which had just been gripping the instrument. There was a very thin red mark on my palm, as if it had been brushed by a high-frequency sound wave. He slowly loosened his fingers. The red marks haven't faded.
Instead, it has a slight golden edge.
Lin Fan walked briskly through the underground passage. The corridor lights flickered on and off, making the hem of his suit jacket shimmer. He took out his phone, unlocked it, and opened the photo album. I came across a photo, a candid shot of Ning Xiaoya's profile during a live stream. Her cat ear headphones were slightly tilted, her eyelashes were drooping, and her earlobes were slightly red.
He clicked save.
I switched to my contacts, found a number labeled Principal Wang, and dialed it.
"Hey, Principal Wang," he said in a relaxed tone. "I just remembered that the Spirit Hall's final test is at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. As for my S-level student status, could you arrange a VIP channel for me in advance? That would save me from queuing and wasting time." A sound of someone slamming their hand on the table came from the other end of the phone. "Lin, you should have said so earlier. I'll have the logistics team clear out testing area number 3 right now. And I'll send you that batch of barrier-breaking and mind-concentrating pills from yesterday." "Thanks." Lin Fan smiled. "By the way, do you have any new pregnancy enhancement materials recently added to your resource library? My friend said her cousin just got pregnant and she wants some good luck." Wang Dachui was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Yes. Yes. I'll have my assistant pack 10 boxes and deliver them to your dorm this afternoon." "Okay."
Lin Fan hung up the phone and casually put his phone back in his pocket.
The exit of the passage is just ahead.
He kept walking, raised his hand to straighten his suit collar, and then touched the earring in his left ear.
Warm. A system notification popped up. Defeat the final investigation, intimacy level plus 300.
Current intimacy level, 1251,000.
Excess accumulation, 250 points. Unlock new skill, mental interference beginner.
Skill description: can interfere with the target's consciousness, create illusions, and weaken the stability of their spiritual energy circulation.
The duration is related to the difference in cultivation levels between the two parties.
Lin Fan whistled.
TSK, this was a good deal.
He pushed open the exit gate. Outside is the back alley of the art school, the streetlights are dim, and several shared bicycles are lying on the ground, with takeout bags still stuffed in their baskets. He turned left and walked towards the apartment area. A night breeze swept by, carrying a slight chill. He suddenly stopped. He pulled out a neatly folded piece of paper from his suit pocket. It was the principal's special recommendation letter that Luo Shueli had torn up and then glued back together. He unfolded it and glanced at it under the streetlight. There was a fine ice crystal pattern on the corner of the paper, which hadn't melted yet. He gently pressed his finger along the lines. The pattern shimmered slightly, then disappeared. Fine, he muttered to himself, at least you still have some conscience.
He folded the letter of recommendation neatly and put it back in. Keep walking forward. I passed by a 24-hour convenience store, and the glass door slid open automatically. He went inside and bought a can of chilled oolong tea. I unscrewed the cap and took a sip. The tea was slightly bitter, but had a very sweet aftertaste. The cashier looked up at him, her eyes lighting up. Hey? Aren't you that handsome guy who shattered the glass on the live stream? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. It's me. The girl immediately pulled out her phone. Can we take a picture together? My best friend said you're even more handsome than the male model in Nangongyan's new MV.
Lin Fan smiled and leaned closer, turning to put his arm around her shoulder.
Click. The flash went off. He let go and threw the empty can into the trash can by the door. Thanks. He nodded. Next time I come, I'll bring you an autographed photo of Nangongyan. The little girl waved happily. I remember.
Lin Fan walked out of the convenience store, and a night breeze blew, causing the hem of his suit jacket to flutter. He raised his hand and glanced at his watch.
11:47. There are 8 hours and 13 minutes left until the final test of the Spirit Hall.
Without stopping, he walked through the alley, around the fountain, and onto the stone path leading to the apartment building. The streetlights cast a long shadow over him. He suddenly raised his hand and gently tapped his index finger on the earring in his left ear.
Bite.
A very soft, crisp sound. A ring of barely perceptible golden ripples appeared on the surface of the earring, spreading instantly and blending into the night. The leaves of the plane trees lining both sides of the stone-paved road trembled slightly.
Nobody saw it. Nobody heard it. He continued walking forward.
The apartment building was just ahead, 6 stories high, with light gray paint on the exterior walls, and warm light shining through the east-facing windows on the second floor.
He took out his keychain, the metal clanging crisply.
I had just reached the entrance of the building when my phone vibrated.
He took it out to look at it. It's a new message from an unknown number. The lie detector test is just the beginning. The real investigation will begin tomorrow at the Spirit Hall.
Lin Fan stared at the screen for 3 seconds. Swipe your thumb to delete.
He stepped into the building. The motion sensor light turned on. He didn't take the elevator, he went straight up the stairs.
1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The footsteps were steady and the rhythm was even. He suddenly stopped when he reached the corner on the 3rd floor.
He didn't turn around.
He simply raised his left hand and made a pause gesture towards the air.
A slight vibration in the fingertips.
The surveillance camera at the end of the 3rd floor corridor silently tilted its lens 15 degrees, aiming at the fire hydrant.
He withdrew his hand and continued upstairs. 4th floor. 5th floor. The 6th floor. He took out his key and inserted it into the lock of room 302. Click. The door opened. The lights inside were off, with only a faint glow coming in from the streetlights outside the window. He stepped in. He closed the door behind his back. Click. The sound of the door lock clicking shut was exceptionally clear in the silence. He didn't turn on the light.
Standing in the entryway, I listened to my own breathing.
Smooth. Profound. Like a leopard that has just sheathed its claws, returning to its territory.
He took off his suit jacket and draped it over his arm. Unbutton your cuffs, roll up your shirt sleeves, and reveal the lines of your forearms.
The earring in my left ear is still warm.
He raised his hand and gently pressed his fingertips on the earring.
The system interface appears.
Intimacy level, 1251,000.
Mental interference, activated. Sonic sword array, on cooldown remaining time, 4 hours 22 minutes. Life sharing, binding in progress Chu-Chinga. Pregnancy resonance, not triggered. He stared at the pregnancy resonance section for 2 seconds. Suddenly he laughed.
What's the rush? He said in a low voice.
Tomorrow, there will be plenty of people lining up to give me a buff.
He stepped inside. The living room floor reflected the faint light from the window, making the sofa's outline clearly visible.
He didn't sit down, but went straight to the bedroom. Push open the door.
The bed was neatly made, the blankets were folded into squares, and a plush rabbit sat on the pillow. It was a piece of merchandise that Ning Xiaoye had given away in a giveaway during her last livestream, which he had casually placed there. He picked up the rabbit and pinched its ears.
It's soft and fluffy.
He placed it on the bedside table, directly opposite the pillow.
Then open the wardrobe. Take out a clean set of pajamas. He walked towards the bathroom while unbuttoning his shirt.
The sound of water could be heard.
The heat quickly spread.
He stood in front of the mirror and wiped away the fog. The person in the mirror had clear features, and the black iron earring in the left ear had a matte finish. He raised his hand and pressed his fingertip against the earring.
The interface popped up again. Psychological interference, available.
Intimacy level, 1251,000.
Current status, peak.
He stared at the words, then suddenly raised his hand and vigorously wiped his face with a wet towel.
Water droplets slid down his jawline.
He twitched the corner of his mouth.
Okay, he said to himself in the mirror. Then we'll see tomorrow.
The sound of water stopped. He walked out of the bathroom wrapped in a bath towel, his hair still dripping wet.
He walked to the bedside, but didn't lie down.
Instead, he sat cross-legged on the edge of the bed and closed his eyes.
Breathing slowed.
The sound waves flowed slowly within the body, like the ebb and flow of the tide.
3 minutes later, he opened his eyes.
A very fine golden line flashed and disappeared deep within the pupil of his left eye.
Mental interference, already mastered.
He reached out and picked up the plush rabbit from the bedside table.
I pinched it.
Tell me, he said to the rabbit, whose fertility level is the highest today.
The rabbit couldn't answer. He smiled and put it back in its place. Then lie down.
I pulled the blanket over my chest. Outside the window, a hovercar silently sped past, its taillights tracing a pale red arc. Lin Fan closed his eyes. His breathing gradually became heavier.
The phone lay quietly on the bedside table, its screen black. The time displayed is 0:07 a.m. There are 7 hours and 53 minutes left until the final test of the Spirit Hall. He didn't set an alarm. Unnecessary. Because tomorrow morning, the entire art school will be shaken by him. Chapter 30 for the Spirit Hall final test. 7:59 a.m.
Lin Fan stood ramrod straight in the center of the Spirit Hall's third testing platform. The suit was wrinkle-free, the collar slightly loose, and the black iron earring in his left ear had a warm, matte finish, like a piece of old iron that had just been warmed up. He had his eyes closed.
Respiratory rate, 62 breaths minute.
Body temperature, 36.4. Pupil constriction value, fingertip tremor amplitude, spinal curvature all are at the critical points of human physiology. Peak performance is not an adjective, but solid data.
The countdown timer for the detection array is suspended in mid-air, 1 second.
The entire venue was so quiet you could hear the air being compressed. 37 international broadcasting devices were suspended from the dome, their lenses all pointed at him. The suspended camera array was arranged in a ring, each with a glowing blue indicator light, like a flock of mechanical birds holding their breath.
No one spoke.
Even Wang Dachui kept quiet, his bald head reflecting the morning light, his hand pressed on the bronze school badge with the newly engraved character Lin on his waist, his knuckles taut in white. The countdown has reached 0.
Drop.
A short buzzing sound. The core crystal of the detection array suddenly lit up, its blue light surged, and then it flickered wildly, switching between 17 frequency bands within a second, all of which became ineffective.
Buzz. The first camera screen went black. The second one. The third one. 37 units were simultaneously shut down. Then, in the same frame, it suddenly lit up. The image freezes. Every screen around the world broadcasting live froze at the same second, not with static, not with gibberish, but with Lin Fan's profile, face tilted back and eyes closed. His eyelashes were clearly defined, his jawline sharp, and the earring in his left ear flashed in the light like an unsheathed blade. Nobody moved. No one blinked. The next moment,
Lin Fan's Adam's apple twitched slightly.
He didn't raise his hand. No hand seals were formed. He didn't speak.
His dantian trembled. A silent wave exploded from the tailbone, surged up the spine, shattered the clouds, and tore open the sky.
Boom!
Golden light exploded from beneath his feet, condensing into a solid pillar of light 100 meters in diameter, so thick it was unbelievable, so bright it was unreasonable, piercing the stratosphere and disappearing into the sky. The clouds were torn open with 2 gaps, each 100 miles long, their edges swirling like molten gold.
The wind didn't pick up. There was no sound.
The test platform floor showed spiderweb-like cracks that instantly spread across a 30-meter stretch.
The suspended camera array collectively lost weight, tilted and hovered, and the lens focus completely collapsed.
The glass dome of the number 3 testing area silently turned into powder, which fell in a flurry, but was held up by an invisible force field 3 meters above the ground, floating in midair like a layer of fine golden snow. Lin Fan's eyes remained closed. The hem of the suit jacket remained completely still.
Wang Dachui's knees buckled.
It wasn't just stumbling, it crashed directly to the ground. His knees touched the ground, his forehead was 3 inches from the ground, and the front of his Zhongshan suit was blown open by the air current, revealing the bronze school badge with the newly engraved character Lin on his waist, which gleamed with a cold, scorching light in the golden light. He opened his mouth, his voice splitting, a roar piercing through the amplification array.
An S-class sonic blade has appeared.
Before the words were finished, Lin Fan's left earring suddenly burned.
The system interface pops up.
World-renowned, intimacy level plus 1000.
Current intimacy level, 2251,000. Unlock new skill, Sonic Punishment Beginner. The beam of light did not dissipate.
The golden light grew even brighter. The global live broadcast has been restored, but it is no longer a single-frame freeze frame. Instead, it's a 360-degree surround shot. All lenses automatically rotate to lock onto Lin Fan.
The control rooms of media outlets around the world were in an uproar. Cut. Quickly cut to a close-up. Signal source locked. What kind of martial soul is this? Investigate. Investigate this person's identity immediately. Who is his student? At the east gate of the art school, the automatic turnstile suddenly exploded.
3 silver-gray hovercars, having crashed through the wreckage, with smoke still rising from their hoods, came to a steady stop beside the fountain.
The door slid open, and 3 men stepped out, dressed in black suits, wearing gold badges, and bearing the words Far East Martial Arts Alliance on their chests.
Without pausing, they headed straight for the main square. At the west gate, 12 flying shuttles hovered in midair, their hulls adorned with different clan emblems: Ice Phoenix holding the moon, Nine-tailed burning heaven, eternally frozen hexagon, purple lightning entangling leopard. The hatches opened, and before the figures even landed, the spiritual pressure had already caused the blue bricks on the ground to dent 3 inches. A sword aura swept across the outer wall of the north gate, silently slicing through the half-foot-thick alloy wall, leaving a smooth, mirror-like cut that reflected the image of the golden pillar in the sky.
No one notified them. No one made an appointment. No one handed over the documents. It's all instinct. It's all muscle memory. It was all a physical reaction that preceded the brain the moment they saw the golden light. They had to get to him. It must be confirmed with one's own eyes. You must speak before others. Lin Fan finally opened his eyes. His eyes were jet black, but a very fine golden line flashed across the bottom of his pupils, so fast it was like an illusion. His gaze swept across the crowd. Beside the ceremonial vehicle at the east gate, the representative of the Far East Martial Alliance was wiping away sweat, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. Beneath the Sheman flying shuttle, the 9-tailed Firefox sect elder looked up at the pillar of light, his lips dry. Beside the broken wall at the north gate, the successor of the Heart of Eternal Freeze touched the ground with his toes, and an ice crystal array quietly appeared on the soles of his shoes. Lin Fan's gaze swept past them and landed on the southeast corner. There's a side door there. The gray paint is mottled, the door plate is rusted, and it reads Old Experimental Zone B7. The door wasn't closed properly, leaving a 3-finger wide gap. He lifted his foot. He stepped out of the beam of light. The golden light had not yet dissipated. The person has already turned away. The hem of the suit jacket fluttered for the first time, gently billowing in the air. Behind him, Wang Dachui was still kneeling, his forehead on the ground, his hands supporting him, and his shoulders trembling slightly. Representatives from all countries paused in unison. No one stopped them. Nobody asked. No one dared to make a move. Only from the communicator, countless voices rang out simultaneously, urgent, hoarse, and trembling with disbelief. Target has moved. Repeat, target is heading towards room B7. Lin Fan did not stop walking. Cross the fountain pool. Bypassing the shattered wreckage of the turnstile. Step over the shadow of the broken wall at the north gate. He didn't walk fast, but every step felt like he was stepping on everyone's nerve endings. The representative in the limousine at the east gate bobbed his Adam's apple, as if he wanted to speak, but no sound came out. The elder of the Sheman Firefox sect clenched his fingers so tightly that his nails dug into his palms, and beads of blood seeped out, but he was completely unaware of it. The girl in the ice crystal array at the north gate slightly raised her toes, then slowly lowered them again. Nobody's chasing me. It's not that I'm afraid. They were afraid that if they made a move, they would miss his next move. Lin Fan walked to the side door. He raised his hand and pushed the door open. The door hinges creaked softly. He stepped in. Behind the door are concrete steps leading downwards, and emergency lights are embedded in the walls on both sides, casting a stark white light. He went down. Step. 2 steps. 3 steps. At the corner of the steps, the surveillance camera silently turned 15 degrees and aimed at the fire hydrant. Lin Fan did not turn around. Continue. 4 steps. 5 steps. 6 steps. The entrance to the underground passage was just ahead. The iron gate was half open, and half of the words Old Experimental Zone B7 on the gate had been scraped off, revealing the mottled words bioresonance underneath. He reached out and grasped the doorknob. The metal is cold. The earrings were scalding hot. The sonic divine punishment was poised to strike, like a fully drawn bow, its string trembling with tension. He pushed open the iron gate. The inside of the door was pitch black. He stepped inside. The iron gate slowly closed behind him. Click. Only the dim light of the emergency lights illuminated his straight back in the passageway. A barely perceptible golden ripple appeared on the surface of the left ear stud, which instantly spread and blended into the darkness. The concrete walls on both sides of the passageway trembled slightly. Nobody saw it. Nobody heard it. Lin Fan continued walking towards the B7 secret room without stopping. At the end of the passage, a rusty iron door was half open. He pushed the door open and went in. The room was small, with gray cement walls, a few pieces of broken glass scattered on the floor, and a dusty metal frame and a broken spiritual pressure monitor piled in the corner. There was a smell of rust mixed with aged alcohol in the air. He glanced around, walked to the center of the room, and stood still. 3 seconds later, the earring vibrated. It's not a warning, it's a confirmation. He closed his eyes, his Adam's apple bobbed slightly, his breath sank into his dantian, and then he slowly exhaled. His heartbeat slowed, his breathing became shallower, his body temperature dropped slightly, and even his pupils contracted at the human threshold. The melody is restrained and subtle, the piece is complete. A very faint metallic scraping sound came from outside the door. Click. The door was pushed open a crack. A figure stood at the doorway. Wearing a cyan blue sword robe, with a glowing ice crystal jade pendant hanging at her waist, her sword energy formed snowflake-like patterns during battle. She didn't go inside, she just watched him quietly. Lin Fan did not open his eyes. He simply raised his left hand and made a pause gesture towards the air. A slight vibration in the fingertips. The surveillance camera at the end of the corridor outside the door silently tilted its lens 15 degrees, aiming at the fire hydrant. He withdrew his hand. He kept his eyes closed. "You're here," he said, his voice not loud, but it sounded like it was hitting the walls of the secret room. "You're 3 minutes late for the final exam of the trial tower." Xu Qinglan did not answer. She lifted her foot and stepped over the threshold. The jade pendant's light flickered, casting a faint blush on the tips of her ears. She walked to within 2 meters of Lin Fan and stopped.
His right hand rested on the hilt of his sword at his waist. The 1,000-year ice heart sword remained unsheathed, but a thin layer of frost had already formed on the surface of the scabbard.
Lin Fan finally opened his eyes.
His gaze swept over the jade pendant at her waist.
The cracks there are deeper than they were 3 days ago.
He suddenly raised his hand and gently tapped his index finger on the earring in his left ear.
Bite.
A very soft, crisp sound. A ring of barely perceptible golden ripples appeared on the surface of the earring and spread instantly.
A hexagonal ice crystal array silently appeared beneath Chu Qinglan's feet.
Her breath hitched.
Lin Fan's lips curled up. Since you're already here, aren't you going to say hello?
She bit her lip.
He didn't say anything.
He slowly raised his left hand, his fingertips slightly bent, and a wisp of sword energy condensed into snowflake-shaped patterns at his fingertips, drifting towards Lin Fan's brow.
Lin Fan did not dodge.
The sword energy brushed past his skin, bringing a touch of coolness. He raised his hand and grabbed her wrist. The force wasn't heavy, but it was as steady as an iron clamp.
Chu Qinglan's fingertips trembled, and the sword energy dissipated.
Lin Fan took half a step forward. The two closed the distance to about half an arm's length. He lowered his head, brought his voice close to her ear, and whispered in a voice only she could hear.
Your jade pendant is cracked, and so is your heart. How about?
He paused, then pressed the tip of his tongue against his palate and flicked it lightly.
Shall I help you replenish it? Chu Qinglan's ear tips turned even redder. She abruptly pulled her hand away. No twitching.
Lin Fan gripped it even tighter. She looked up and met his eyes. It was completely black, yet golden veins meandered through it, like an unsealed dragon vein. She suddenly loosened her grip.
My wrist went limp.
Lin Fan released his grip. She lowered her eyes and stared at the tips of her shoes.
The trial tower. She said softly, Are you ready? Lin Fan laughed. Prepare what? Wait for you to come to me? She raised her eyes, her gaze slightly cold. Aren't you afraid my master will come? Lin Fan tilted his head. Jian Wuchen?
He chuckled, raised his hand, and tapped his index finger on his earring again.
Bite. The earrings are slightly warm.
In the corner of the secret room, the screen of the broken spiritual pressure monitoring device suddenly lit up. A line of small, scarlet characters silently appeared. Residual fluctuations from the Eternal Frost Sword detected. Source: Frost Sword Sex Sword without dust.
Pollution Index, 97%. Recommendation: purify immediately. Chu Qinglan's pupils contracted.
Lin Fan had already turned around and walked deeper into the secret room. As he walked, he unbuttoned his cuffs and rolled up his shirt sleeves, revealing the lines of his forearms.
Your master.
He didn't turn his head, his tone as casual as if he were talking about the weather. His sword should have been replaced a long time ago. Chu Qinglan stood still, without moving. Unconsciously, her fingertips caressed the jade pendant at her waist.
A faint golden light was slowly seeping into the crack.
She suddenly raised her hand and gently stroked the crack in the jade pendant with her fingertips.
The golden light disappeared.
The cracks have not disappeared.
However, on the surface of the jade pendant, there is an extremely fine golden line that meanders like a dragon.
Lin Fan walked to the end of the secret room and opened a hidden door embedded in the cement wall. Behind the door was another, even smaller room, with empty walls and only a stone platform. On the platform was a palm-sized bronze compass, its surface engraved with ancient seal script. The central pointer spun wildly, pointing in the same direction Lin Fan. He raised his hand and picked up the compass. The pointer stopped immediately.
It pointed steadily at his brow.
Lin Fan weighed the compass in his hand and casually stuffed it into his suit pocket.
Let's go.
He turned around and stretched out his hand to Chu Qinglan. I'll show you what the real sonic divine punishment is. Chu Qinglan looked at that hand. The joints are distinct, the fingertips have thin calluses, and the lines on the palm are clear.
She didn't reach out. Just lift your foot and follow. The two walked one after the other into the depths of the secret room. Lin Fan suddenly spoke up, by the way.
He didn't stop walking, his tone casual. Your heart rate just increased by 17 beats per minute.
Chu Qinglan did not respond.
But the tips of her ears turned even redder.
Lin Fan's lips curled up even higher. He raised his hand, placed his index finger on the earring in his left ear, and tapped it for the third time. Bite.
The cement on the walls of the sealed room was peeling off in a rustling motion. The hidden golden runes beneath were revealed.
The whole room began to glow. Chu Qinglan paused.
Lin Fan had already reached the innermost part. He stopped and turned around.
The lights in the enclosed room went out at some point. Only the earring in his left ear was dazzlingly bright. Like a miniature sun.
He raised his hand and pointed to the empty space above the stone platform. There, the air distorted, and a semi-transparent dragon shadow slowly emerged, formed from pure sound waves, hovering silently with its mouth slightly open, as if waiting for a command. Lin Fan looked at Chu Qinglan with a calm expression.
Now.
He spoke, his voice not loud, yet it resonated throughout the secret room.
Believe it or not. Can I use this sound wave to mend the crack in your jade pendant into a dragon?
Chu Qinglan raised her eyes.
Meet his eyes. She didn't say anything.
He simply raised his hand slowly. Fingertips trembled slightly, yet remained resolute. Gently, she took his outstretched hand.
Palms touching. The sealed room was suddenly illuminated.
The golden runes surged and moved across the wall like living things.
The dragon's shadow raised its head and let out a silent roar. Lin Fan's earrings were burning hot. A system notification popped up. Life sharing, bound in progress Chu Qinglan. Resonance of pregnancy energy, triggering. Progress, 1%. He smiled. I didn't read the prompt.
He simply looked down at their clasped hands.
Then, clench your fist tightly. Chu Qinglan's fingertips twitched. It wasn't pulled back.
The lights in the enclosed room were completely turned off. Only the earrings, with their golden light, shone, reflecting the two people's clasped hands.
As well as.
On the stone platform, there was a bronze compass.
The pointer is slowly turning.
Pointing to the depths of the secret room, a hidden door that has never been opened.
Chapter 35 Chu Qinglan in seclusion.
Deep inside the sealed room, the air was still. The golden runes on the cement wall were still flowing slowly, pulsating like the veins of a living creature. The golden light from Lin Fan's earring had not completely faded, reflecting on Chu Qinglan's lowered eyelashes, trembling slightly. She sat cross-legged in front of the stone platform, her hands clasped on her knees, the thousand-year ice heart sword lying horizontally on her lap, a trace of lingering gold pattern still remaining at the crack in the blade. The sonic energy emanating from Lin Fan's earring was quietly seeping into her meridians along the path where their palms had touched, but it was like a time bomb, calm on the surface but turbulent inside.
Buzz.
The sword trembled slightly, and a chilling aura exploded from its core, rushing straight into the sea of consciousness. Chu Qinglan's brows furrowed sharply, her fingertips twitched, and cold sweat instantly soaked the back of her sword robe. It wasn't that she didn't want to suppress it, but the more she suppressed it, the more chaotic it became. Lin Fan's soundwave frequency was too special, like a virus program specifically designed to suppress her ruthless sword heart, activating at the slightest touch and backfiring at the slightest suppression. She tried to seal the golden pattern with her spiritual power, but as soon as her spiritual power touched the edge, it was bounced back, making her internal organs feel numb.
Damn, this girl's pretty stubborn.
Lin Fan stood 3 steps behind her, hands in his pockets, a smile on his lips. She's about to explode and still won't call a halt. Does she want to use herself as a live target for the trial tower? Chu Qinglan ignored him, her jaw clenched, and a vein throbbed slightly on her forehead. But just as she was forcibly circulating the 3rd level of the frost sword technique, the golden pattern in her body suddenly surged violently, rushing along the 8 extraordinary meridians and finally exploding in her heart.
Cough.
He spat a mouthful of blood directly onto the 1000-year ice heart sword, causing the cracks on the sword to deepen even further.
Lin Fan's eyelids twitched. Oh no, it's torn even more shredded than Wang Dachui's underwear downstairs from my house.
He stepped forward, his left earring trembled slightly, and his spatial attributes were instantly activated. His figure flashed, and he silently appeared behind Chu Qinglan.
You.
Chu Qinglan suddenly opened her eyes, wanting to turn around, but found that her body was restrained by a gentle force and she could not move. Lin Fan put one hand on her shoulder and gently placed the other hand on her back, saying lazily, "Don't struggle, or I'm afraid you'll shake yourself into a sieve."
Let me go, she gritted her teeth, her voice icy cold. I don't need your pity. Pity?
Lin Fan scoffed, slowly channeling a gentle sonic wave into his palm.
You think I'm doing charity? I'm investing. What did you say?
Look at this, Lin Fan said rapidly, as if he were live streaming a product. You're a sword cultivator at the 6th level of chi condensation, your sword heart is cracked, your combat power has dropped by half. How are you going to work for me in the future?
How are you going to stand in the center for photos on the day I ascend to the heavenly gate? Isn't this a losing proposition? Chu Qinglan.
So I'm helping you repair it now. It's strategic asset maintenance, Lin Fan said seriously.
Do you even know what capital operation is? Shut up.
She finally couldn't hold back anymore, her ears turning as red as if they were about to bleed.
Okay, you can shut up.
Lin Fan leaned close to her ear, his warm breath brushing against her earlobe.
But you have to promise me one thing first. What? Responsible. What did you say?
Lin Fan chuckled, you just said it yourself, you must take responsibility.
I don't. I have a recording.
Lin Fan wiggled his ear.
My earring has voice recognition and can convert text to speech. Want me to play it for you?
Chu Qinglan felt a lump in her throat and almost went berserk on the spot. Lin Fan didn't give her a chance to refute, the sound waves from his palm slowly seeping in, like a spring breeze blowing into frozen soil. The golden pattern ceased its violent surge and instead began to merge with her sword energy, gradually filling in the cracks. System notification, in close contact.
Target, Chu Qinglan.
Status, sword heart collapse moderate. Suggested action, continuously input sonic energy to trigger the sword heart reshaping protocol.
Lin Fan squinted, you're here.
He increased his output, and the sound waves flowed into Chu Qinglan's arm meridians like a stream, reaching the core of the sword heart. In an instant, the 1,000-year ice heart sword hummed incessantly, golden light surged from the crack, and fine golden lines spread out like a spider web, stitching the originally broken sword heart back together. Chu Qinglan shuddered, her breath catching in her throat.
That feeling is like someone suddenly stuffing a hand warmer into your heart in the dead of winter. What did you do to me?
Her voice trembled. I didn't do anything, just soldered your broken parts back on, Lin Fan said with a grin. And I added an anti-counterfeiting label, so if anyone dares to mess with you in the future, I'll detonate it remotely.
You're talking nonsense. Don't believe me?
Lin Fan flicked his finger, and the jade pendant at Chu Qinglan's waist suddenly lit up, revealing an extremely thin golden line that meandered like a dragon at the crack.
See?
My DNA is now etched into your family heirloom, Lin Fan said smugly. From now on, when it calls the police, it'll come to me first.
Chu Qinglan.
She wanted to curse, but the warm current within her body grew stronger and stronger, and the excruciating pain in her heart was gradually subsiding, replaced by an unprecedented sense of clarity.
Strange. She murmured, why, does it feel so good? Nonsense, I'm an S-rank sonic blade wielder. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow.
No matter how powerful your sword heart is, you're still a carbon-based life form.
Can you withstand quantum-level resonance? Stop bragging.
She was tough on the words, but her body language betrayed her. She unconsciously leaned back, her shoulder gently resting against his palm. Lin Fan noticed it and a smile appeared on his lips.
Oh dear, has she resigned herself to her fate? Shut up.
Her ears turned even redder, but she didn't flinch.
The sound waves continued to be input, and time passed second by second.
The golden runes in the secret chamber gradually stabilized, and the light and shadow on the walls flowed like a galaxy hanging low. Chu Qinglan's breathing became more and more steady, and her face changed from pale to rosy. The cracks on the 1,000-year ice heart sword were completely covered by the golden patterns, and the sword body radiated a faint halo, as if it had been reborn.
System notification, sword heart reforging completed. Chu Qinglan's cultivation level has broken through to the 7th level of qi condensation. Intimacy level plus 300.
Current intimacy level, 2,551,000.
Lin Fan withdrew his hand and flexed his knuckles, done.
Chu Qinglan slowly opened her eyes, her gaze clear and bright, lacking the usual coldness and sharpness, but filled with indescribable emotions. She looked down at her sword, her fingertips gently stroking the blade. The cracks were still there, but they no longer affected the flow of spiritual energy.
You really helped me repair my sword heart?
Her tone was still cold, but her voice softened slightly at the end.
Otherwise what? Lin Fan shrugged. I'm counting on you to be my bodyguard in the future, so charging you a little maintenance fee isn't unreasonable, is it? What do you want? Lin Fan stroked his chin. Next time we meet, call me Brother Lin, okay? Impossible.
Tisk, stingy. Lin Fan shook his head.
Then you should at least buy me a cup of milk tea, right? I've been busy all day, and my mouth is dry. Chu Qinglan, there's no milk tea here. It's okay, I can use my imagination.
Lin Fan plopped down on the stone platform. Imagine you're a shop assistant, wearing an apron, smiling sweetly. Mr. Lin, your pearl boba with double sugar and ice, please.
You're dreaming. Sigh, if reality doesn't work, I have to make it work in my dreams.
Lin Fan lay down, putting his hands behind his head.
Let me tell you, I've been having the same dream lately.
I dream that you're wearing a wedding dress and chasing after me, shouting Lin Fan, don't run away. The scene is wow, it's practically the sweetest romance drama of the year.
Chu Qinglan.
She stood up, sheathed her sword, and turned to leave.
Hey, don't go. Lin Fan sat up. This is nothing.
You just broke through your cultivation level.
You need to consolidate it. If you collapse later, I won't be responsible for the second time. I don't need your help.
You said no, but your body said yes, Lin Fan laughed.
You were so close to me just now, did you think my body temperature was perfect for healing? You are shameless.
I'm a professional, Lin Fan said seriously. Look, these earrings of mine can also measure body temperature, heart rate, and blood pressure.
Would you like a free health checkup?
Chu Qinglan stopped, turned her back to him, remained silent for a moment, and then asked softly, Why did you help me? Lin Fan also fell silent for a moment.
Then he laughed, because it's fun.
He stood up, walked to her side, and stood beside her, gazing at the bronze compass on the stone platform.
Don't you think? You're a cold and aloof sword cultivator, your sword heart is cracked, you're indifferent to everyone, but when you see me, your heart beats 17 times and your ears turn as red as ripe apples. Isn't that more interesting than fighting a boss?
Chu Qinglan turned her head to look at him, her eyes filled with complex emotions. Lin Fan just smiled and gently tapped her forehead. Don't overthink it. Just think of me as a kind passerby who fixed a bug on the side.
She pursed her lips and didn't say anything. The secret room fell silent once again.
Only the runes on the wall continued to flow slowly, casting the two figures in an intertwined manner, as if they had merged into one. After a long silence, Chu Qinglan spoke in a low voice. If, one day, my master comes to cause you trouble, will you be afraid?
Jian Wuchen? Lin Fan scoffed. His broken sword should have been forged long ago, yet he dares to come looking for me? He is very strong.
Force is useless. Lin Fan said lazily, if he dares to come, I'll show him what real sonic divine punishment is. As he finished speaking, the earring in his left ear trembled slightly, and an invisible wave emanated from it. In an instant, the golden runes on the walls of the secret chamber trembled, as if summoned by some force, and began to slowly rotate, eventually converging into a spiral light array that enveloped the stone platform. The bronze compass needle spun wildly, finally pointing steadily to the hidden door deep within the secret chamber that had never been opened. Lin Fan stared at the door, his gaze deepening.
Interesting, he said in a low voice. Could there really be a boss hiding behind this door?
Chu Qinglan looked at his profile and suddenly realized that this man, who always had a playful and joking demeanor, had an indescribable sense of oppression from behind. He didn't seem like a student, nor like a cynical scoundrel. Rather, he seemed like someone about to tear the heavens and earth apart. Her heart skipped a beat.
Who are you? She couldn't help but ask. Lin Fan turned around and winked at her. Guess?
Before he could finish speaking, a very faint sound of footsteps came from outside the door.
From far to near. Calm and composed, yet powerful. Every step felt like stepping on people's hearts.
Lin Fan's expression remained unchanged, still smiling, but he slowly raised his left hand and gently placed it on Chu Qinglan's shoulder, his voice extremely low.
Don't move.
Chapter 36 Sword Sect's Wrathful Search. The footsteps grew closer. Every step felt like stepping on frozen ground with iron boots, so heavy they could make your bones tremble. Lin Fan's left hand was still resting on Chu Qinglan's shoulder, and he could feel her breathing slightly sluggish. This girl had just repaired her sword heart and was very weak, unable to withstand a second shock. He didn't turn around, but a smile appeared on his lips. You're here. Lin Fan chuckled, the last wisp of sound wave from his palm quietly entering the jade pendant at her waist, sealing the golden mark.
Little Chu, no matter what noise you hear later, don't turn around.
Just go through the back door, go back to the dorm, and take a hot bath.
Remember to add 2 rose petals for beauty and health. Chu Qinglan's lips moved, as if she wanted to say something.
Stop talking nonsense, Lin Fan said in a low voice. Your master has a bad temper and can't stand his disciple getting too close to others. I'll protect you.
Go on, be good.
As soon as he finished speaking, he released his grip and took half a step back. The heavy stone door of the secret chamber exploded with a boom, not pushed open, but shattered from the outside by an extremely cold sword aura. Ice shards flew everywhere, and gravel flew everywhere. A thick layer of frost instantly formed on the entire wall, and spiderweb-like ice cracks spread across the ground. The air temperature dropped by 20 degrees Celsius, and exhaled breath instantly turned into white mist. An elderly man in a white Taoist robe stepped in, his long hair as white as snow, his eyes so cold they could freeze a mosquito. He carried a long, jet-black sword, from which a dark red liquid dripped continuously, sizzling as it hit the ground and corroding small pits. Sword without dust. Elder of the Frost Sword sect, Chu Qinglan's mentor, a legendary master at the peak of the 9th level of core formation, whose 10,000 years of Frost Sword technique swept across 30 cities in the Northern Territory, known as one sword can cleave a river, freezing 1,000 miles of ice. At this moment, he stood at the door, his gaze sharp as a knife, piercing straight at Lin Fan.
What did you do to my disciple?
The voice wasn't loud, but it was like an ice pick piercing the eardrum, making a buzzing sound.
Lin Fan patted his suit trousers, looking completely innocent. Shouldn't I be asking you that? Coming here in the middle of the night with a broken sword, instead of sleeping? Are you here to collect property fees or to put on performance art?
Jian Wuchen's eyes turned cold, and he suddenly raised the black sword in his hand, the tip of the sword pointing directly at Lin Fan's throat.
Insolence!
My sword heart is shattered, my aura is chaotic, and there is residual alien sonic energy within me besides you. Who else dares to touch her?
Oh, Lin Fan drawled, you mean this?
He touched the black iron earring in his left ear, which flashed with golden light. I just fixed a bug for her and upgraded the system on the side.
What, does your sword sect now even handle after sales service? So next time my phone lags, can I ask you to reinstall it?
You! Jian Wuchen laughed in fury. Arrogant brat, how dare you treat martial arts as a game?
If you don't hand over the Sonic Wave secret technique today, crippling your cultivation wouldn't be too much to ask, would it?
Before he finished speaking, a 3-zhang tall ice dragon phantom suddenly materialized in the void behind him. The dragon's head roared to the sky, its mouth opened, and extremely cold sword energy gathered into a storm vortex, rushing straight towards Lin Fan's face.
This attack wasn't just a deterrent, it was a real attempt to cripple someone. Lin Fan didn't even blink.
The golden light from the earring in his left ear surged, the space slightly distorted, and a dragon-shaped sonic blade materialized out of thin air, hovering in his palm and emitting a deep hum, as if an ancient dragon had awakened. Your apprentice himself said I should take responsibility, Lin Fan grinned.
Isn't it a bit late for you to come here and demand an explanation?
As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his wrist.
Sonic punishment slash.
The sonic blade slashed down fiercely. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a crack, like the crisp sound of glass shattering.
But in the next instant, the entire training ground exploded.
100-meter-long crack spread like lightning, the ground bricks and stones were completely shattered, and the sound waves spread in a ring. Wherever they passed, the ice dragon phantom exploded into ice shards with a bang, and even the barrier released by Jian Wuchen trembled violently, with large patches of frost peeling off. Amidst the swirling dust, a golden rune array was revealed deep within the crack, ancient and mysterious, perfectly matching the patterns in the secret chamber, clearly part of the same restrictive system.
System notification: defeat the sect elder. Intimacy level plus 500. Unlock new ability, sword energy absorption.
As Lin Fan felt the new power surging within him, the corners of his mouth curved into a wider smile.
See?
He patted the dust off his trousers and said lazily, your disciple's sword heart repair is in accordance with the rules of heaven.
It's on file, there are records, and there's a QR code to verify it.
If you're not satisfied, you can call 12345 to complain about me, but I suggest you hire a caregiver first. After all, he's getting old, and getting emotionally agitated can easily lead to a cerebral hemorrhage.
Jian Wuchen's face turned ashen. He could certainly tell that the golden rune array was extraordinary and could not possibly be forged by Lin Fan.
What alarmed him even more was that the sonic wave frequency of that slash just now precisely countered his icy sword energy, even forcibly interrupting the nascent soul-devouring sword array.
This kid, it's not just good luck.
He secretly made a hand seal with his fingers in his sleeve, preparing to use the soul-locking seal to probe Lin Fan's sea of consciousness. But as soon as his fingertips moved, he heard a high-frequency vibration in his ears, as if someone was drilling in his head.
Ugh, he groaned, his hand seal failing. Lin Fan looked at him with a smile. What, trying to peek into my inner thoughts?
Sorry, I have complicated thoughts, minors are prohibited from watching. At your age, I suggest you get a physical exam before clicking. Jian Wuchen slowly withdrew his hand, his eyes surging with killing intent, but he forcefully suppressed it.
He knew he wouldn't be able to bring results today.
The young man before me appears carefree and jovial, but is actually unfathomable. The sonic heavenly punishment could break his ice dragon, the sword energy absorption could counter his secret techniques, and with the protection of that mysterious rune array, a direct confrontation might not be enough to win.
But he cannot back down.
He is an elder, a master, and the face of the Frost Sword sect.
If we return empty-handed today, the entire sect will become a laughingstock tomorrow. Lin Fan.
His voice was low and deep, as if he had been pulled from an ice cellar.
Do you think that protecting my disciple once will allow you to escape the subsequent reckoning? Escape? Lin Fan scoffed. How long have I been standing here waiting for you? From the moment your disciple's heart started racing, I knew you'd come. I even prepared a gift for you. Would you like to see the quality inspection report for your broken sword?
I scanned it, and the conclusion is 87% metal fatigue.
I recommend remelting it immediately to avoid injuring yourself or others.
Jian Wuchen stared intently at him, his fists clenched so tightly in his sleeves that they cracked. After a long silence, he sneered, "Very well.
You will pay the price." I'm sick of hearing that phrase. Lin Fan shrugged.
The last person to say that was Wang Dachui, and now he is my resource administrator.
How about you consider switching jobs? I need a hidden master here.
Free room and board, 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund, and a year-end bonus of spirit stones.
Jian Wuchen said no more. With a flicker, he transformed into a gust of cold wind that soared into the sky and vanished into the night in the blink of an eye, leaving behind only ice shards and a 100-meter-long crack.
Lin Fan gazed at the sky and gently tugged at the corner of his mouth, "Waiting for you."
He glanced down at the crack at his feet. The golden runes were still faintly glowing. Interesting. He murmured, this restriction can not only cultivate the sword heart, but also connect to the underground veins?
It seems that there are more things hidden beneath Stardome B7 than I thought.
Just then, my phone vibrated.
Anonymous message: the invitation to the International Music Festival has been delivered. Flight tomorrow morning at 8 a.m., first class, codenamed Divine Punishment.
Lin Fan smiled. Sure, perfect for showing off with a different map.
He turned and left, impeccably dressed in a suit, his steps light and quick, as if he had just won a game rather than defeated a sect elder. He suddenly stopped as he passed the edge of the training ground. On the ground, a broken jade pendant fragment lay quietly, still stained with a trace of blood. He squatted down, picked up 200 yuan bills, and threw them into his trash bag.
TSK, that old man's pretty ruthless, using his disciple's jade pendant as a tracker.
Lin Fan shook his head. These days, why do masters all like to offer parent-child surveillance packages? He clapped his hands and continued walking. The night breeze lifted the hem of his suit jacket, and the gold stud in his left ear glittered slightly, as if gathering energy for the next burst of energy. On the rooftop of the distant teaching building, a crow fluttered into the air. Lin Fan didn't turn his head, but raised his hand and made a gesture.
The crow suddenly froze in mid-air, its feathers bristling, and then it fell down with a plop.
5 minutes later, he appeared at the milk tea shop at the school gate. "Boss, 1 bubble tea with pearls and boba, double sugar, ice, and to go."
The shopkeeper looked up. "Hey, brother Lin, buying something for your girlfriend again?"
"No," Lin Fan smiled, "I'll drink it myself."
"Oh, so you've finally succeeded in being the backup option?" Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. "I'm never a backup plan.
I'm the hidden Easter egg before the boss battle, the ultimate reward after clearing the level. He paused, took out his phone, and glanced at his schedule. He's the man who'll be taking the stage tomorrow and letting the whole world hear Sonic Punishment. The milk tea was ready, and he took it and took a sip.
The sweetness is just right.
He carried the milk tea and walked towards the black car parked outside the school gate, his steps steady and his expression relaxed. The car window rolled up, reflecting the half-smile on his lips. One hand landed on the car door handle. In the other hand, it is holding the key that will soon unleash a global storm.
Chapter 37 Nangon MV Award.
Lin Fan, carrying the cup of pearl boba with double sugar and ice, pushed open the door to the private helipad on the top floor of the Starry Sky Group. A night breeze blew, and the straw of his milk tea made a soft pop sound. He squinted at the silver hovering passenger plane in the center, with gold lettering on its fuselage, International Music Festival Special Plane.
Codenamed Divine Punishment? That's impressive. He chuckled, stuffing his half-finished milk tea into his portable refrigerator. Next time, could you please get a plane with Wi-Fi?
I need to stream my gaming. As soon as the words were spoken, the earring became slightly warm, and a system notification popped up.
High-energy sonic fluctuations detected. Destination location, Tokyo International Music Center. Mission begins, global debut media storm.
He shrugged and stepped onto the plane. 2 hours later, the new Tokyo port was brightly lit, and the dome of the International Music Center floated on the sea like a crystal throne. A red carpet was laid out from the dock all the way to the main hall, with holographic cameras and media from various countries standing on both sides.
Tonight is the Nangang MV Awards ceremony. The most prestigious award phenomenon of the year was given to Nangang Yan's spiritual vein drain.
That's right, it's the video that Lin Fan cracked on the spot and reversed public opinion about. However, it has now been edited into a short art film full of mystery. In a dimly lit cultivation room, a red-haired woman sits cross-legged with her eyes closed. A dark shadow silently approaches, and as their lips touch, the spiritual veins within her body suddenly collapse, and the 9 tails of flame extinguish one by one.
The image ends with a close-up of Lin Fan's face, captioned, "Is he a redemption? Or a plunderer?" The entire audience erupted in uproar.
Lin Fan sat in the third row of the audience, wearing a custom-made dark blue suit, with a subtle gold glint in his left ear from a black iron stud. He crossed his legs, twirling a lipstick in his hand, or rather, a recording pen he'd swiped from the female reporter's bag.
"That was quite a move by Firefox," he muttered to himself.
"She photoshopped me into a womanizer and even added a soft focus filter.
Does she really think I'm a villain from an idol drama?"
Reporters in the front row kept turning around, their cameras flashing.
But he didn't dodge.
He knew that at this moment, the whole world was waiting for his reaction. On stage, the host excitedly announced in Japanese, "Let's welcome this year's biggest winner, Nangang Yan." Music suddenly started, and a burst of fiery red light and shadow appeared, revealing a holographic projection of a 9-tailed firefox in the air. Nangang Yan appeared in a red off-shoulder dress, her long wavy hair swaying, and she walked onto the podium in 10-centimeter high heels, exuding an aura of power. She accepted the trophy, her fingertips trembling slightly. The entire room fell silent. She took a deep breath and slowly scanned the audience. Then, suddenly, he raised his hand and pointed directly at the audience seats. "The real murderer is sitting right there." The finger was pointing directly at Lin Fan.
The camera zooms in instantly. The entire audience gasped.
The reporter went crazy, nearly dropping the camera.
Social media comments exploded. "Holy crap, Lin Fan really was there. This isn't a publicity stunt, is it?" Lin Fan smiled.
He slowly put down his crossed legs, propped his cheek on one hand, and whistled towards the stage.
"Firefox sister," the voice wasn't loud, but it carried throughout the entire venue through the microphone that wasn't turned off. "Don't play with fire, or you'll burn your own skirt." The entire audience remained silent for 3 seconds. Then they burst out laughing. Someone slapped their thigh and exclaimed, "Ha ha, what kind of variety show sense is this? Lin Fan, are you kidding me? Their relationship is definitely not simple. Is their age gap romance confirmed?" Nangang Yan's face flushed red and then turned pale, his grip on the trophy tightening and loosening repeatedly.
She intended to use this gesture to put Lin Fan on the moral high ground and let global public opinion crush him. But this guy, with just one sentence, turned crime into ambiguous interaction, turning a public accusation into a scene of lovers bickering.
"You." She gritted her teeth, wanting to say something more.
Lin Fan had already stood up, patted his trouser crease, and winked at her. "Congratulations on winning the award.
Next time you take a front-facing photo of me, remember to edit out my eye bags. I've been staying up too late lately."
After saying that, he turned and left. His steps were unhurried, his back view arrogant. The moment he stood up, system notifications flooded the screen.
"Open provocation successful. Intimacy level plus 400. Unlock new capability, international public opinion manipulation perception level."
Lin Fan's lips curled into a smile.
They've arrived. That was the real purpose of his trip. It's not about avoiding war, it's about facing it. It's not clarification, it's ignition.
What he wanted was never to clear his name, but rather attention.
The more the better. The more you fry them, the better.
As they approached the entrance, 2 security guards quickly stepped forward to stop them.
"Sir, please wait. You cannot leave without permission. The media needs to conduct interviews." Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. "Did your boss pay me?"
"My appearance fee starts at 8 figures, and even the friendly price requires prior booking. But this involves a crisis of public figure image."
"Crisis?" Lin Fan laughed. "I think your organizers are just trying to ride the wave of popularity, aren't they? Have you paid the copyright fee for that music video yet? If not, I can sue you for copyright infringement right now.
As he spoke, he raised his hand and gently touched his earring.
A faint golden light shimmered. The next instant, a semi-transparent data stream appeared before his eyes, loading the heat map of media sentiment at the scene. Aggressive interview team red zone, concentrated on the left side of passageway A3A7, focusing on moral interrogation. Entertainment gossip group yellow area, B1 B5 on the right, focusing on sibling scandals. Neutral observers blue area, back row, section C, awaiting in-depth reporting material. Tisk, quite professional. Lin Fan chuckled. Then let's avoid the red zone. I don't want to be on tomorrow morning's Society and Rule of Law program.
He turned and avoided the swarming crowd of reporters, heading straight for an inconspicuous side door in a corner.
The sign on the door reads Internal Broadcast Access Entry Prohibited for Non-Staff.
He straightened his tie, took out a Starry Sky Group VIP pass, and swiped it on the sensor.
Drop.
The door opened. "Excuse me, I need to catch my live stream." He grinned and slipped inside. The corridor was dimly lit with a bluish glow, the walls were covered with fiber optic cables, and there were dense signal transmitters overhead. This was a secret path leading to the backstage preparation room for the live broadcast, unknown to ordinary guests. I had only taken a few steps when I heard hurried footsteps behind me.
"Mr. Lin. Please wait a moment." A Japanese female reporter caught up with him, microphone in hand. "Regarding the spiritual vein draining incident, do you admit to illegally extracting energy from Ms. Nangonyen?" Lin Fan stopped, turned around and smiled. "Illegal? Do you know that when she came up to me, she shouted 'Brother, save me' 3 times?" The female reporter was stunned.
"There's also CCTV footage as proof," Lin Fan added.
"Want me to pull it up and show it to you right now?" "High definition and censored version." The female reporter blushed and almost dropped the microphone.
Lin Fan waved his hand. "Next time, do your research before asking questions, so you don't get used as a pawn." After saying that, he continued walking forward. At the end of the passage is a metal door, behind which is a private live streaming room.
He reached out to push.
The moment my fingertips touched the doorknob, the earring suddenly vibrated violently.
The system prompt popped up again. Warning, high-frequency interference signal locked. Source, live broadcast. Type, sound trap disguised as a live streaming device. Lin Fan squinted. He laughed. "Sister Fiery Fox, you really won't give up," he said in a low voice. "You think I won't see through your plan just because you changed the location and set up an ambush?" He withdrew his hand, not forcing his way in.
Instead, he leaned against the wall, took out the stolen voice recorder from his pocket, and pressed a button lightly. Nangongyan's voice came from inside. "Make sure he wears the special headphones in the live broadcast room.
As long as that audio is played, his sound wave core will become disordered and he will lose control on the spot. Recording has ended."
Lin Fan threw the pen into the trash can.
"Naive." He scoffed. "Did you really think I helped you repair your Firefox bloodline for nothing? I remember the frequency of each of your tales perfectly well now." He raised his left hand, his fingertips gathering a tiny sonic wave, and gently flicked it towards the ceiling vent. Buzz. A barely audible resonance resounded. 3 seconds later, a crisp snap sound came from the live broadcast room ahead, as if the equipment had short-circuited. Immediately afterwards, the alarm lights flashed. Lin Fan then pushed open the door and entered. The room wasn't large, with a holographic live streaming console in the center and a ring of cameras around it. It should have been empty, but now, a person stood in the shadows of a corner. Nangongyen. She had changed out of her formal dress and was wearing a black leather jacket, holding a pair of what looked like professional-looking listening headphones. Her pupils contracted when she saw Lin Fan enter. "How come you didn't get infected?" "You mean this?" Lin Fan pointed to the headphones on the table. "A cheap knockoff, it doesn't even match the basic frequency bands." "Have you forgotten that my martial soul is a sonic blade?" I could hear it shaking even before it was turned on. Nangongyen bit her lip. "What exactly do you want? Why did you come here? Why didn't you run away? Escape?" Lin Fan grinned like a fox. "Why would I escape? You're using me as a topic to generate buzz, I get the traffic and unlock a new skill. It's a win-win situation, right? Besides." He took a step closer, and the gold in his earring shimmered.
When you were pointing me out on stage just now, your heart rate increased by 0.8 seconds, your body temperature rose by 1.2 degrees Celsius, and your pupils dilated. This wasn't hatred, it was excitement.
You were simply waiting for me to appear, weren't you? Nan Gongyan suddenly took a step back. Nonsense. I'm here to expose you. Expose me?
Lin Fan shook his head. If you really wanted to expose me, you wouldn't have cut out the scene where I healed your wounds. Nor would you have deliberately kept the 3-second shot of me kissing your forehead.
And you certainly wouldn't.
He suddenly leaned down and whispered in her ear, when I leave, secretly record my footsteps, save them to your phone's photo album, and name it Heartbeat Frequency Collection Sample. But
Nan Gongyan froze.
His face flushed red instantly.
You looked at my phone? No need to peek.
Lin Fan straightened up and shrugged. You were hiding in a blind spot of the surveillance cameras, but your breathing was too erratic, giving you away.
Besides,
he touched his earring. My current skill allows me to detect the signals of all human bodies within a 50-meter radius that I've had close contact with.
Guess what?
Your signal strength is in the top 3 of my contacts.
The air condensed.
Nan Gongyan stood there, his fists clenched so tightly they turned white. She had planned to set a trap and embarrass him in public using a live streaming scheme. But what was the result? She became his springboard to global exposure, a stepping stone for unlocking new abilities, and even the object of his teasing. You won, she finally spoke, her voice hoarse.
What do you want?
Lin Fan looked at her and suddenly smiled.
What do I want?
He turned and walked to the live broadcast booth, pressing the power button.
I just want to tell the whole world. The screen lit up, and the comments section instantly exploded.
Lin Fan has started streaming.
Is this a counterattack? Quick, take a screenshot. A historic moment.
Lin Fan winked at the camera. Hello everyone, I am the man who lets the world hear Sonic Punishment. He paused, then turned to look at Nan Gongyan. By the way, I'd also like to ask a certain Firefox sister next time when you dance, could you wear something thicker?
Don't keep flashing yourself and affecting my performance. Nan Gongyan stomped his foot in anger, and a ring of flames exploded from beneath his feet with a bang.
Lin Fan, however, had already put on regular headphones and was lightly tapping the control panel with his fingers.
Are you ready? He whispered. The real revenge is just beginning.
He pressed the live connection button. Millions of screens around the world flashed simultaneously.
The next second, the first comment popped up.
Lin Fan, I want to prove on the spot who is the true controller of the spiritual veins.
Chapter 38. The Spirit Vein Incident continues to escalate.
Millions of screens around the world flashed simultaneously, and the barrage of comments surged upwards like ants in a boiling pot.
Lin Fan has started streaming. Holy crap, is this a live slap in the face? Waiting for Firefox sister to die.
Lin Fan stood in the center of the live broadcast room, with a circular light screen behind him on the Starry Sky Group's exclusive live broadcast platform, and 36 holographic cameras automatically tracking him from above. The moment he pressed the connect button, the entire network exploded like a drop of water thrown into a pot of boiling oil.
He didn't rush to speak, but first raised his hand to straighten his tie, and then smiled and said, Hello everyone, I am the man who lets the world hear Sonic Punishment. He paused, then added, By the way, let me clarify, I am not a thief who steals spiritual veins. I am a folk traditional Chinese medicine doctor who specializes in treating all kinds of blocked spiritual veins. The viewers in the live chat burst into laughter. Ha, this persona has completely fallen apart, I have to say it's amazing. I suggest you just release an album titled I've Returned My Spiritual Power. But the trending topics list doesn't joke with him.
Hashtag Art School Student Drains Queen S Spiritual Vein hashtag ranked at number 1 globally, clicking through reveals nothing but slow-motion replays of Nan Gongyan's edited video. In the dimly lit training room, a red-haired woman sat cross-legged with her eyes closed.
A dark figure approached, their lips touching.
The final frame froze on the moment he kissed her forehead, accompanied by the large title, Devil's Kiss, S-Rank Martial Soul Devouring Plan launched.
The comments below were all negative. You beast. She's a top-tier dancer, and you, a loser from an art school, dare to mess with her? Isn't the Martial Arts Association going to do anything about this? This kind of scum should be permanently banned.
There are also fake data charts flying around. Nan Gongyan's martial soul level dropped by 3 levels, spirit vein permanent damage rate 78%, nine-tailed Firefox bloodline on the verge of breaking.
Lin Fan glanced at the system panel and sneered, Oh wow, the online army is so powerful?
He lightly traced a line with his fingertip, and a golden meridian projection immediately appeared in the air, extending from his dantian to his limbs and bones, with the flow of spiritual energy clearly visible.
Brothers and sisters, don't rush to sentence me to death.
He said in a flippant voice, "Come on, let me show you something good." The projection zoomed in, revealing a ball of crimson spiritual energy slowly flowing through the meridians, its surface shimmering with subtle flame patterns.
See this?
This fire attribute spiritual power is 97% pure and fluctuates at a frequency of 327.6 Hz. It's exactly the same as the martial soul of a certain Firefox sister, but I have it all here, not a single bit less.
He deliberately dragged out the words, "Want to see the balance? I can count it down to single digits for you right now." The chat went silent for 2 seconds. Then, an explosive refresh. Wait, is this real? That's not looting, it's safekeeping. So who's to blame for Firefox Sister's own martial soul collapsing? Lin Fan grinned, then suddenly raised his hand to form a hand seal and uttered a low shout, "Here you go." A burst of crimson flames erupted from his palm, instantly condensing into a 9-tailed Firefox phantom that soared into the sky. The phantom circled 3 times in the night sky, then flicked its tail and vanished into a shower of sparks. Did someone just say I stole someone's spiritual power? He laughed ostentatiously. I've returned it now, even the interest comes with fireworks effects. Pretty good service, right? A system prompt immediately pops up. Public demonstration of strength. Intimacy level plus 800.
Unlock new skill, spiritual energy return returns stored spiritual energy from others to its original source, with a purification effect.
Lin Fan's eyes lit up. Oh, the new feature has arrived?
He looked down at the semi-transparent system interface, where a new golden icon had appeared in the skill bar, a hand holding a flowing ball of spiritual energy, with the words, "Spiritual Energy Return Cooldown, 30 minutes cost, 10 intimacy points," written below.
That's pretty eco-friendly, he muttered.
If anyone wants to break off an engagement in the future, I'll just give them my spiritual power back.
It'll be a green breakup. As they were talking, a comment from a verified account suddenly appeared in the live chat. Shameless. That's my spiritual power. It's no use bringing it back. It's tainted.
The ID is displayed as Nanganjian Official, which is verified with her real name, and the profile picture is a screenshot of her dancing in a crop top.
Lin Fan was not angry when he saw the comment. Instead, he laughed out loud. "Oh, Sister Firefox is personally controlling the comments?" He winked at the camera. "That spiritual energy return move was a new feature I developed especially for you. Want to do it again? This time, I'll add a massage service?" He deliberately dragged out the words, "After all, you said last time that you liked the warmth of my hands." The viewers in the live chat burst into laughter. Help! What kind of couple is this, bickering like this? Sister Firefox may be cursing, but she's probably already planning to get her revenge next time. Lin Fan didn't stop. He switched the screen to the semi-transparent system panel and demonstrated the cooldown mechanism and consumption value of spiritual energy return in front of everyone. See, he pointed to the data stream. Each return costs 10 intimacy points, but I have 4,200 points now, enough for you to have a spa treatment for a lifetime. He shrugged. Don't wear so little when you dance next time. I was worried you'd be cold, so I just wrapped my spiritual energy back around you. The screen was flooded with comments. Is this a case of jealousy in reverse? So he absorbed her spiritual energy because he thought she was dressed too scantily? I suggest Firefox sign a lifetime refund agreement. At this point, the trend on social media platforms has begun to reverse. The trending topic #Art School Student Drains Queen as Spiritual Vessel hashtag, which had been consistently high, began to decline, and was replaced by #LinFan Returns Spiritual Power and publicly #Firefox Sisterists under a But Her Act is confirmed and #suggests the two join to open spiritual power bank #. Those accounts that fabricated data were successively flagged by the platform as spreaders of false information, and some IP addresses were directly banned. The online troll offensive collapsed, deflated like a punctured balloon. Lin Fan leaned against the edge of the live broadcast platform, one hand in his pocket, the other gently tapping his earring. A faint golden light flashed, and a semi-transparent data stream appeared before his eyes. Public opinion heat map updated. Attack zone red, shrinks to the left edge, with only a few accounts struggling. The gossip section yellow has expanded significantly, focusing on the topic of will Lin Fan pay back again? Fan zone blue, the newly added tag True Technical God, has caused a surge in discussion. Tisk, it's only been a few minutes.
He chuckled softly. From public enemy number 1 to tech geek god, my transformation is faster than 5G. He was about to end the live stream when he suddenly caught a glimpse of a movement in the shadows of a corner of his eye. There were no footsteps, nor any breathing, but the black iron earring was slightly warm, as if it had sensed something. Lin Fan remained calm, still smiling at the camera. That's all for today's live stream.
Thank you to Firefox for the generous viewership. See you next time.
Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly raised his hand, his fingertips gathering a tiny sonic wave, and gently flicked it toward the ceiling vent.
Buzz. A barely audible resonance resounded.
3 seconds later, a crisp pop sound came from inside the ventilation duct, like a miniature camera short-circuiting. He then withdrew his hand, his smile unchanged. Goodbye. The live stream signal slowly faded out, and the screen finally froze on the moment he winked. Millions of viewers around the world watched that scene and were collectively stunned for 3 seconds. Then, the DoShark platform server crashed. The exclusive live streaming room on the 47th floor of the Starry Sky Group headquarters building. The door lock automatically engaged, and the light switched to night mode. Lin Fan took off his headphones, tossed them into a storage box, and turned to walk towards the French windows. Outside the window, the night view of Neo Tokyo unfolded like a galaxy, neon lights and floating traffic intertwined into a network. He took out his phone and glanced at the time, 1:17 a.m. Who's behind the online trolls? He muttered to himself.
Jian Wuchen? Ji Wuyo? Or some old man from a powerful family who doesn't like me? Just then, my phone vibrated. Anonymous message pops up. Watch out for the lie detector, someone's watching you. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. This line again? The person who sent it last time is still in the ICU. He placed his phone face down on the table and stretched his shoulders. The live stream just now seemed relaxed, but in reality, I was constantly using my mental awareness to guard against any remote interference. Especially the spiritual energy return move, which required precise frequency control. Even the slightest deviation would have harmed me. But now, the skills have been unlocked, the intimacy level has broken through to a new level, and several gray buttons have appeared on the system interface, with their outlines vaguely visible, such as bloodline resonance, pregnancy detection, and dual cultivation agreement. I'll unlock them one by one once I've accumulated enough points, he thought. Especially the dual cultivation agreement. I heard that it automatically increases intimacy points every day after binding, which is even more convenient than watching short videos. He walked to the water dispenser in the corner and filled a glass with warm water. I had just taken a sip when my earring suddenly started vibrating violently. Warning, high-frequency interference signal locked. Source, building rooftop. Type, low-frequency GU-type spiritual energy fluctuation. Lin Fan frowned. Rooftop? At this hour? He put down his water glass and glanced at the live stream backend, which was not yet completely shut down. The live chat was still scrolling, the latest one being, has the streamer ended the broadcast? I felt like something fell down from the vent just now. He didn't answer, but simply picked up his coat, put it on, and headed for the elevator. The corridor lights were soft, and the surveillance cameras automatically turned to record his movements. He knew that at this moment, at least 30 pairs of eyes were watching him throughout the building: security guards, assistants, hidden agents, and possibly even paparazzi sent by Nangongyen. But he didn't care. The elevator descends, the numbers jump from 47 to 1, and finally stop at the top floor annex, our floor, the rooftop entrance. When the door opened, a night breeze rushed in. He stepped out of the passageway and onto the concrete ground. Above him was the boundless night sky, with sparse stars and moonlight tinged orange-red by the city's light pollution. The rooftop was deserted. But he knew that someone had been here. There was a colorful bell earring on the ground, gleaming faintly in the moonlight. Lin Fan crouched down, but instead of touching it, he scanned it with sound waves. Residual traces of southern Xinjiang witchcraft detected. Spiritual flow intensity, grade B. Target intent, location plus message. Hua Linger, he said softly, why aren't you going to livestream your exorcism dance, but instead running here leaving a keepsake? He stood up, took off his coat, and covered the bell to prevent it from being blown away by the wind. Alright, I know you're looking for me, he said to the air, but could you pick a warmer place next time? It's easy to catch a cold in the wind in the middle of the night, and I don't want to have to give you its spiritual energy return special session tomorrow. Chapter 39: 10 Flavors of Her. The wind at 1:17 a.m. was a bit strange, it gave me a headache. Lin Fan stood at the exit of the R-level rooftop, his coat covering the colorful bell earring, not in a hurry to pick it up.
The black iron earring was burning hot in his left ear, like a piece of iron just taken out of a pot. He squinted and scanned the cement floor, ventilation ducts, and lightning rods. There was no one there, and no trace of spiritual energy, but the low-frequency goo-like fluctuations from earlier definitely originated from here. Hua Linger, he called out, but his voice was carried away by the night wind without even an echo. Just as she was about to bend down to put the bell into her spatial earring, her peripheral vision suddenly caught something. The air distorted slightly. It wasn't a hallucination. It felt like the heat rising from an asphalt road in summer, but where was the heat coming from on the rooftop in the middle of the night? The space in that area trembled slightly, and then a figure stepped out of the void, leaving a pink ripple under his feet, as if he were walking on water. Lin Fan instantly took a half step back, his sonic energy condensing into a thin blade in his palm, ready to be flung out at any moment. The newcomer was dressed in the attire of a witch from southern Xinjiang, with colorful braids hanging down her shoulders and silver ornaments jingling. Her face was covered with a light veil, revealing only her eyes, which were ridiculously bright, as if 2 fluorescent light bulbs had been stuffed into her pupils. "The destined one," she began, her voice hollow and distant, as if coming from the depths of a cave. "You carry the scent of 10 of hers." The sonic blade in Lin Fan's hand didn't dissipate. Instead, he added 3 points of force. "Who are you? Running to the rooftop in the middle of the night to play teleportation cosplay instead of sleeping? 10 women, you say? I kiss 3 women a day on average, and you've calculated that more accurately than a Meituan bill?" The woman didn't answer. Instead, she spun around in place, touched the ground with her toes, and started dancing. It was neither modern dance nor folk dance, but more like some kind of sacrificial ritual. When the arm swung, pink mist was released, and a 6-pointed star pattern appeared under the feet. With each step, a very faint ding sounded in the air, like the sound of a bell. Lin Fan's brow twitched. The ding sound was exactly the same as the colorful bell he was covering. "An exorcism dance?" he sneered. "Who are you trying to exorcise? Do I have mushrooms growing on my head, or am I glowing green? If you jump any further, the security guards will really come. Believe me, I'll call 110 and report someone's attempted throwing of an object from a high-rise building." The woman still ignored him, quickening her dance steps, the air thick with intoxicating mist, and suddenly leaned close, her breath sweet and fragrant in his ear. "Project Ancestral Dragon requires the collection of 10 attributes." Lin Fan's ears went numb, not because the words were so shocking, but because when the girl spoke, the tip of her tongue seemed to have accidentally brushed against his earlobe, warm and soft, like a cat's tail brushing against him. "A system notification will pop up immediately. Determination of close contact. Intimacy level plus 200. Key information: the Ancestral Dragon Project, 10 attributes." He almost burst out laughing. Good heavens, these days even prophecies come with physical attacks? No use for verbal sparring, just trying to gain points by rubbing ears? Wait a minute. He deliberately lowered his voice, took half a step forward, his shoulder almost touching the other person's. "Do you think the 10 hers on me are a fragrance mix or a mystery box with different attributes? How about we have a raffle right here? The kind where you scratch it open and there's a surprise inside." The woman finally stopped dancing, took 2 steps back, and her eyes flickered slightly. "Aren't you afraid?" "What are you afraid of?" Lin Fan shrugged. "Afraid you'll cast a spell on me? My body is constantly surfing with sound waves. Your little goo worm would have to get a swimming pass to even get in. Besides," he pointed to his chest, "I'm an S-level martial soul holder, with a built-in anti-fraud app. If the verification code is wrong, my account will be frozen immediately." The woman stared at him for 2 seconds, then suddenly chuckled softly. "You're not like the prophecy." "Oh?" Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. "What did the prophecy say about me? Cold-blooded, ruthless, decisive, walking with a swagger, and having a halo around me? But the reality is that I'm just a sharp-tongued, thick-skinned person who can easily subdue anyone who dares to challenge me." "The prophecy says you will be afraid," she whispered. "Afraid of fate, afraid of choices, afraid of carrying too much." Lin Fan grinned. "So I just lay down and did nothing." 10 women? Bring it on. 100 is fine too. Anyway, kissing one increases your points, hugging one raises your level. I can max out my cultivation just by lying down. That's called making good use of resources." He paused, then took a step closer. "But you, running around here in the middle of the night to do an exorcism dance, have the goo worms gone out of control? Do you need me to massage you? I heard that the backlash from the love goo can hurt, and my hands are just the right temperature, specializing in treating all kinds of emotional instability." The woman's ears turned slightly red, and she suddenly raised her hand, a cloud of pink mist gathering at her fingertips as she prepared to slap the other hand. Lin Fan didn't dodge, but instead smiled and closed his eyes. Come on, hit me, it won't hurt anyway, at most I'll get another 200 more intimacy points, a huge profit. The powdery mist dissipated 3 inches in front of him. The woman withdrew her hand, her voice returning to its ethereal quality. Remember, all 10 attributes are indispensable.
Otherwise, your destined path will be severed.
Okay. Lin Fan waved his hand.
You're going to collect all 7 Dragon Balls to summon Shinran, right? Once I've collected all 10 attributes, am I supposed to take a group photo and post it on my WeChat Moments with the caption "Today's mission complete"?
The woman stopped responding, and her body began to fade, like smoke being blown away by the wind. Her colorful braids, silver ornaments, and light gauze gradually became transparent. Lin Fan watched her disappear until the last wisp of goo mist was blown away by the night wind before he bent down and picked up the colorful bell earring. It felt warm to the touch, as if someone had just worn it. He picked it up and shook it in the moonlight. A line of small characters was engraved on the inside of the bell, crooked and illegible, as if scratched out with a fingernail. Don't trust all the system prompts.
Lin Fan was taken aback. The next second, the system interface popped up automatically, without any abnormalities.
The intimacy level was 5,200, the gray buttons in the skill bar were still blurry, and nothing had changed.
Don't trust the system? He scoffed.
You want me to trust you, this mysterious woman who pops up in the middle of the night and rubs against my ear? You two are just competitors at best, so neither of you should laugh at the other. He stuffed the bell into the space of the black iron earring and casually touched his ear. The spot where it had been rubbed was still a little warm.
Speaking of which, he muttered to himself, how did she know I have 10 women? Even the system doesn't keep such detailed records. Just then, my phone vibrated. An anonymous message popped up. The B7 laboratory is undergoing emergency commissioning, and researchers are on standby.
The sender is unknown, but the IP address indicates that it originated from the research and development area within the Starry Sky Group.
Lin Fan narrowed his eyes. Su Wanqing? Launching a surprise test at this time? He glanced at the time, 1:23 a.m.
Why are they all playing the occult with me in the middle of the night? He muttered as he turned and walked toward the elevator.
Today has been truly unbelievable.
First, the prophetic girl rubbed my ear, and now the lab is calling me to wake up and clock in. The elevator doors slowly closed, and he leaned against the corner, suddenly remembering something.
Wait, Hua Linger said 10 of her flavors.
He murmured, but I've only officially established intimacy values with Luo Shueli, Zhu Chenglan, Nangong Yan, Bai Shuang Er, Ji Wuyu, Yi Zhiqiu, Moron Shui, Ning Xiaoyu, Su Wanqing, 9 people. He finished counting on his fingers, then paused.
Who's the other one?
The system didn't give any warnings, and there were no missed moments in my memory. All interactions were recorded: first kiss, hug, intimate contact, all clearly marked.
Could it be? He stroked his chin, that some junior sister I don't remember secretly kissed me, and the system automatically recorded it? The elevator dinged and stopped on the 47th floor.
The corridor lights were soft, and the security camera rotated slightly, locking onto his figure.
Lin Fan stepped out of the elevator and headed straight for the research area corridor without stopping.
In the distance, the access control lights at the B7 laboratory were glowing green, as if waiting for him. As he walked, he took out his phone and sent a voice message to Wang Dachui. Check if any strange women have entered the male dormitory area of the art school in the last 3 days.
After posting, he added, especially after midnight, those who wear strange clothes, behave bizarrely, and dance. Just as I put my phone away, the black iron earring suddenly vibrated again. It's neither a warning nor a system notification.
Instead, it was an extremely faint melody, as if coming from inside the bell, with only one note, playing on a loop at a very low frequency, yet gradually synchronizing with his heartbeat. Lin Fan paused in his steps. He slowly raised his left hand, staring at the earring. The notes continued to play, not noisy, but sending chills down your spine.
Hey, he said in a low voice, if you want to give me a subconscious suggestion, I suggest you change the song.
This tune is too depressing and it's affecting my mood for increasing our intimacy level.
The notes didn't stop.
He took a deep breath and continued walking forward. The laboratory door is just 10 meters ahead.
The green light is flashing.
He reached out to swipe his access card. Just as my fingertip was about to touch the card reader,
a very soft ding came from behind me. It sounded like a bell ringing. Lin Fan suddenly turned around.
There was no one there. But on the ground, a string of wet footprints appeared at some point. The water stains stretched from the elevator entrance all the way to his feet, tinged with a faint pink hue, and were not yet completely dry.
Chapter 40: The Scientific Explanation of Intimacy Values.
At 1:23 a.m., the green light was still on in the B7 passage of the Xinjiang Group's research area. Lin Fan stood in front of the access control, his finger about to press the card reader, when he suddenly felt a chill on the back of his neck.
Bite.
The faint whooshing sound was almost drowned out by the ventilation system. His pupils contracted sharply, and his sonic energy instinctively exploded under his skin, but the hair-thin anesthetic needle had already pierced his skin. A tingling sensation crept up my spine, and the light in front of me began to shimmer.
Damn, you got caught off guard and capsized in the gutter?
He tried to activate the spatial defense of the Xian Tai earring, but his limbs suddenly lost strength, his knees buckled, and he fell forward. In my hazy consciousness, I heard the sound of high heels clicking on the metal floor above me, slow and steady, like the ticking of a second hand.
Don't move. A calm, almost mechanical female voice rang out. I'm testing a hypothesis.
His gaze finally settled on the cuffs of a pair of white lab coats.
Then, darkness engulfed him.
When Lin Fan opened his eyes again, he found himself lying on a cold, metallic laboratory table. His wrists, ankles, and chest were all bound by psionic chains that glowed with a bluish light. The ends of the chains were embedded in the tabletop, forming a miniature array. The air was filled with a faint smell of disinfectant, mixed with a faint trace of wood-based spiritual energy. He squinted and scanned the area. The four walls are made of silver-white alloy, and 3 floating data screens hang on the walls, scrolling through his meridian diagrams, blood flow rate, and spiritual energy fluctuation curves.
In the corner, an automatic recorder hummed, its pen tip writing rapidly on a blank sheet of paper. Holy crap, is this some kind of suicide note for me?
He muttered to himself, slowly circulating his sonic energy to test the strength of the chains.
Click.
With a soft click, not the chains broke, but the main door of the laboratory slid open.
Su Wanqing walked in.
He wore gold-rimmed glasses on his nose, his white coat was buttoned up tightly, and he held a luminous scalpel in his hand. Without stopping, she walked straight to the control panel, pulled up a set of data, and frowned slightly. After the third intimate contact, the brightness of the meridians increased by 17.3% after the fifth embrace, the purity of spiritual energy increased by 2.8 units. This is no coincidence. She murmured to herself, as if taking experimental notes, every time you establish intimacy with a woman, your cultivation level increases non-linearly. And the stronger the fertility of the partner, the more obvious the increase. Lin Fan blinked.
The system interface popped up quietly. High pregnancy level detected. Name, Su Wanqing. Pregnancy risk rating, grade A potential. Intimacy points bonus 1.8.
A smirk appeared on his lips.
Good heavens, this isn't just a medical genius, this is a walking energy booster. Hello, Dr. Su, he said, his voice hoarse from just waking up. Isn't this illegal detention and illegal sampling? Should I call 12315 to report you for yourself? Su Wanqing didn't even look up. You're awake. Perfect, saves us the trouble of using an stimulant.
She picked up a transparent syringe. The syringe contained a pale green liquid. This is a simulated agent I synthesized based on bodily fluid samples extracted from your previous 3 periods of high intimacy levels. I'm going to inject it into your Tanzhong acupoint to observe the spiritual energy resonance reaction.
There may be a slight stinging sensation during the process. A slight sting? Lin Fan laughed.
The way you put it makes you sound like a scumbag who says just one kiss and then goes straight for it. Su Wanqing finally looked up, her eyes behind her glasses cold and clear. I'm just doing scientific research.
Emotional variables are not within the scope of my research. Oh?
When you were reading my data just now, your heart rate increased by 0.6 beats per second and your blushing index increased by 12%, so weren't those also outside the range of variables?
Lin Fan raised an eyebrow.
I suggest you get an electrocardiogram done on yourself first, so you don't end up getting yourself into trouble. Su Wanqing's expression remained unchanged, but her fingertips paused slightly. She didn't refute him, but instead walked to the experimental table and gently ran the scalpel across the psionic lock connection on his wrist.
Final calibration, she said. Take a drop of blood to confirm the functional relationship between intimacy level and spiritual energy conversion efficiency. The blade was close to his skin. Lin Fan's eyes darkened. Just as the blade was about to pierce through, he suddenly exerted his strength. Boom! A sonic shockwave exploded from within her body, spreading in a ring.
The psionic chain snapped with a series of cracks, and spiderweb-like patterns appeared on the surface. Su Wanqing was thrown back 2 steps by the shockwave, spilling the potion in her hand onto the ground. Before she could even stand properly, a figure flashed by. Lin Fan was already standing in front of her, grabbed her wrist with his back to her, snatched the scalpel, and threw it into the corner. With a clang, the blade pierced into the metal plate, penetrating about an inch deep. "Dr. Su," he said, lowering his head until his nose was almost touching her glasses, "you said you're researching spiritual energy fluctuations?" His breath brushed against her earlobe. "Why don't you study my heartbeat?" Su Wanqing froze. A system notification immediately popped up. Determination of close contact. Intimacy level plus 300. High fertility value activated, reward multiplier x 1.8, actual gain, 540 points. She tried to break free, but he grabbed her waist with his other hand and pulled her into his arms. "Let go." Her voice tightened. "I need data, not this primitive method of data collection." "Data?" Lin Fan chuckled and whispered in her ear, "I'll give you a set of real-time parameters right now. Adrenaline surges by 300%, pupils dilate 1.5 times, breathing rate doubles, body surface temperature rises by 1.8 C. This is called bioresonance, understand?" Su Wanqing's ear tips instantly turned red. Her gold-rimmed glasses slipped down her nose, and her collar opened slightly as she struggled, revealing a glimpse of snow-white skin. The system alarm sounded again. High pregnancy luck level maintained. Reward multiplier unchanged. Lin Fan lowered his head, his gaze sweeping across her face, and suddenly reached out to gently adjust her glasses. "TSK, what kind of time is this to still be wearing glasses and trying to act all high and mighty? Do you even know what you look like?" "Like, what?" "Like that high school girl who says I'm not interested but secretly collects photos of the male lead," he chuckled. "Except you're collecting data reports." Su Wanqing bit her lip and finally pushed him away forcefully. "You don't understand the significance of research at all." Her voice trembled slightly. "Behind every numerical value lies a pattern, a controllable variable. Not a chaotic phenomenon that can be explained by simply moving things around." "Controllable?" Lin Fan shrugged. "Then tell me, why does your hand tremble every time you see me? Why is your notebook, which records my data, already on page 37, and you still can't bear to throw it away?" He pointed to the notebook in the corner. Su Wanqing turned around abruptly and found that the edges of the notebook were indeed curled, and there was a small musical note drawn at the bottom of the page. Her pupils contracted. She drew it unconsciously. I was just organizing experimental data." All right, you're the scientist, and I'm the guinea pig." Lin Fan waved his hand. "But have you ever considered that perhaps intimacy points are themselves a quantifiable cultivation system? For example." Before he could finish speaking, his mind was jolted. Byte. New capability unlocked: scientific analysis. Function allows for a direct view of others' cultivation level, health status, skill attributes, and weakness analysis. The field of vision changed instantly. Su Wanqing's body outline was covered by a semi-transparent data shield. Name: Su Wanqing. Age: 22. Cultivation level: Qi refining level 5 wood type tree of life martial soul. Qi and blood value: 89-100 slightly disordered. Current status: heart rate increased, mood swings. Weakness analysis: subconsciously pursing lips when concentrating, creating a 0.3 second gap in defense. Lin Fan grinned. "I see." He released his embrace, straightened his suit cuffs, and turned to walk towards the door. "If you want to increase your intimacy level next time, just ask me out directly. No need for kidnapping," he said without turning his head. "After all, your lab doesn't even have a sofa. It's uncomfortable." Su Wanqing stood still, her fingertips lightly touching her burning earlobes. The data panel was still lit up on the table, displaying his last set of vital signs before he passed away. Overall intimacy level: 5,740 10,000. Latest interaction: deep contact with Su Wanqing, plus 540. Unlocking capabilities: scientific analysis. She opened her mouth, but in the end only uttered a soft murmur. "So, this is what the variable factor is." Lin Fan walked out of the B7 laboratory. The corridor was dimly lit. The surveillance camera slowly rotated overhead, and he deliberately avoided facing the camera directly, walking close to the wall. He touched the black iron earring in his left ear with his right hand, inside which lay the colorful bell.
Don't believe all the system prompts? He repeated the note Hua Linger left behind in a low voice. Now there's another crazy, beautiful researcher who treats data like love letters. Just how many traps is this system waiting for me to fall into? He stopped, leaned against the wall, closed his eyes, and started scientific analysis. A map showing the distribution of spiritual energy along the entire corridor came into view. Ventilation ducts, electrical connections, blind spots, and surveillance cameras, everything was clearly visible. Suddenly, a very faint energy fluctuation flashed past at the right front corner. It's neither a type of poison nor a sound wave. It's more like a high-frequency fighting spirit, hidden in the air, like a lurking beast. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed. He didn't rush over immediately, nor did he issue a warning. Instead, he slowly raised his left hand, pretending to adjust his cufflinks, but actually switched the black iron earring to combat mode. 3 meters away, in the shadows of a blind spot in the surveillance system, a pair of military boots landed silently.